Chapter 241. Quack quack. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, De Huang Dog laughed out loud. This was a man who was never afraid of trouble. If nothing exciting happened, De Huang Dog would feel itchy all over his body. Now, all the powers and powerful warriors in the middle area of Inferno City had treated Jiang Chen as their prey. Lu Peng was just the first one, and there would definitely be more. Even Jiang Chen's appearance in Inferno City would cause an unprecedented uproar. Those human cultivators would definitely use the excuse of defending the rules of Inferno City to deal with Jiang Chen. What could they do? Not only was Jiang Chen famous now, he was also very wealthy. Capturing Jiang Chen was the same as capturing a treasure. Who would want to miss such an opportunity? However, Jiang Chen was not someone to be trifled with. Those who wanted to rob him would definitely have to pay a heavy price. Lu Peng was a living example. In the end, it was still unknown who would be the robber. De Huang Dog was excited because he knew Jiang Chen. He knew that Jiang Chen was going to do something big again. There were some things that others didn't even dare to think about, but Jiang Chen could do it. For example, robbing the entire outer perimeter of Inferno City, robbing the entire middle area of Inferno City. These were things that others could only dream about, but Jiang Chen would definitely be able to do it. Let's go, don't waste any more time. Let's go back. De Huang Dog couldn't wait any longer. Let's go. Jiang Chen released his aura and flew forward. De Huang Dog and Wu Jiao followed behind him. Brother Jiang, I didn't expect you to rob all the people in the outer perimeter of Inferno City. That scene must be very satisfying. Wu Jiao's eyes were filled with excitement. This Jiang Chen in front of him was just too much to his liking. There was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. Looking at Jiang Chen reminded him of his younger self. Brother Jiao, someone wanted to rob me and even wanted to kill me. What do you think I should do? Jiang Chen looked at Wu Jiao. With his eyesight, he could tell that Wu Jiao was not an ordinary person. The aura he exuded was not something an ordinary person could compare with. Of course I'm going to snatch it back. I'm going to kill them. I'm going to snatch it back from whoever dares to kill me. I'm going to kill whoever dares to kill me. Do you even need to say that? Wu Jiao said it in an indifferent manner, but his words had revealed his true nature. He and Jiang Chen were indeed the same kind of men. Old man, you have a good awareness. Follow this grandpa dog in the future. This grandpa dog guarantees that you will have a good life. De Huang Dog looked at Wu Jiao with an expression of admiration. Scram. Wu Jiao felt that he had to stay away from this dog. On the other side, a fierce battle was taking place on a desolate mountain range. A total of 15 divine core warriors had surrounded 6 men who were covered in blood. All 6 of them were severely injured, and 2 of them were in the worst condition. They needed help from their partners to stabilize their bodies. Damn it, looks like we're going to die here today. Wang Heng couldn't help but curse. He was the one with the worst injuries, and he was being supported by Yang Meng. These 6 men who were covered in blood were Tian Yishan and his group. 2 of them had died last time, and now there were only 6 of them left. They had been hiding in the desolate mountain range, and in the end they had bumped into a group of men. Don't worry about us, we can't hold on any longer. Another man said. Both he and Wang Heng had ugly expressions on their faces, and they even felt guilty. They felt like they were the ones who had dragged the others down. That's right, Chief Tian, just think of a way to get out of here. We won't be able to leave this place, we'll only be burdens to you. Wang Heng said. What did you say? Tian Yishan shouted at Wang Heng. Haha, this is hilarious. Look at your current condition and you still want to get out of here? What wishful thinking. Tian Yishan, Jiang Chen has robbed all our belongings and I'll make you pay for it. Today none of you will be able to live. A mid-divine core warrior burst into laughter. These men were the ones who had been robbed by Jiang Chen in the stronghold. At first, they were afraid of Jiang Chen, and they didn't dare attack Tian Yishan and his group. But after 2.5 months, it was as if Jiang Chen had completely disappeared. Also, with so many great warriors wanting to kill Jiang Chen, their fear of Jiang Chen had disappeared. Therefore, they had turned their hatred towards Tian Yishan and his group. Today they had bumped into each other here. Aren't you afraid of Chief Jiang's revenge? Yang Meng said. We don't even know if that Jiang Chen is still alive or not, and even if he's still alive, there are so many powers and great warriors looking for him in the middle area of Inferno City. As long as he shows up, he will definitely be killed. Killing you all today is a way to vent our anger, and we'll also take all your belongings as compensation for our loss. The leader let out a cold snort. Why bother talking to them? They are like arrows at the end of their flight, let's just kill them. Someone said. Fine, kill them all, don't let them die so easily. Right after the leader finished speaking, Numerous powerful energies mixed with killing intent shot up into the sky and shook the entire sky. In the far distance, Jiang Chen, who was flying at high speed, sensed the killing intent, and he immediately looked over. Arg! Daddy will kill you all. A heart-wrenching roar sounded out from where the energy waves came from. Although it was far away, Jiang Chen could still hear it clearly. That's Wang Heng's scream. Tian Shan and the others are in danger, hurry up. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He was very familiar with the voice, it was Wang Heng. 2.5 months ago he had parted ways with Tian Shan and the others, and he was trapped in the poisonous miasma space. Now he had just come out from the poisonous miasma space, and he had bumped into Tian Shan and the others. Rumble. Deep within the desolate mountain range, Tian Shan, Guan and the others were still struggling. After the round of attacks just now, they had suffered a few more injuries. There were 2 mid-divine core warriors in the enemy's group. There was no way they could defend against them. Haha, Tian Shan, Guan, the feeling of being on the verge of death must be terrible, right? Are you scared now? But too bad, fear is useless. No matter how scared you are, you will still die in the end. The leader burst into laughter. However, before his laughter could finish, an extremely powerful energy suddenly descended from the sky. Everyone could sense it and they couldn't help but raise their heads. What they saw was a gigantic dragon claw the size of a house suddenly slamming down. Not good. Someone cried out in fear, then he immediately ran away. Rumble, the blood-red dragon claw slammed down forcefully. Although everyone reacted quickly, there were still some who didn't manage to run away, and were smashed into meat paste. Out of the group of 15 men, 5 were killed in an instant, and only 10 were left. Some of them were injured by the dragon claw's energy. Everyone were shocked. That dragon claw, they felt they had seen it somewhere before, but they couldn't remember where they saw it. But soon they would find out. 3 figures descended from the sky and landed next to Tian Shan and the other men. Brother Jiang. Junior disciple Jiang. Chief Jiang. When they saw who it was, everyone immediately cried out in shock. Their hearts, which had been filled with despair, suddenly saw the light of dawn. Wang Heng immediately burst into tears. There was nothing better than being able to see Jiang Chen at this moment. It was even better than seeing his own father. Jiang Chen. All the men cried out in fear. Jiang Chen's appearance had instantly disheartened them. As men who had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength, the fear they felt towards Jiang Chen was something that no one could imagine or understand. Are you guys alright? Why are there 2 people missing? Jiang Chen looked at Guan Yun and the others. They are dead. If you had appeared a little later, we would have died too. Guan Yun smiled bitterly. Thinking of his companions who had died, he felt a little sad. Alright, I got it. Jiang Chen nodded and took out some elixirs from his interspatial ring and gave them to them. These elixirs were very helpful for healing injuries. They weren't concocted by Jiang Chen, but were from the interspatial ring he had looted. After that, Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the surrounding men, and he didn't hide his killing intent at all. It seems that sparing your lives that day was a huge mistake. Jiang Chen's gaze was extremely cold, like a knife scraping across their faces. Damn it, bite them to death. Da Huang Dog bared his teeth. Boss Jiang, we didn't mean to offend them. Please forgive us this time. We are willing to follow Boss Jiang from now on. The leader said hurriedly, and the others nodded repeatedly. They had thought that Jiang Chen was already dead, which was why they attacked Tian Shan and the others. They didn't expect that not only was Jiang Chen not dead, but he had also appeared. This was simply asking for their lives. No need. As Jiang Chen spoke, a cold long sword appeared in his hand. It was a sword that drank blood. As soon as he finished speaking, the long sword had already slashed across the leader's neck. A head flew high with a terrified look. At the same time that Jiang Chen attacked, Da Huang Dog also dashed out and bit off a man's head. The scene was bloody and brutal. After that, blood-curdling screams sounded out one after another. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow appeared beside these people like 2 whirlwinds, mercilessly cutting off their life force and killing all of them. Not a single one was spared. It's best to be alive. Too bad, some people only understand this when they are about to die. Jiang Chen slowly put away the bloodthirsty sword. He stared at the dead bodies lying on the ground and said with a cold voice. Wu Jiao, who stood aside, didn't say anything. He didn't feel uncomfortable with this bloody scene. He stared at Jiang Chen and nodded his head once again. This kind of ability and temperament shouldn't be found in a young man who was only 16 or 17 years old. Junior disciple Jiang, you've broken through to the divine core realm? Guan Yun immediately felt the energy from Jiang Chen's attack, and he immediately asked with a joyful tone. That's right, quickly take some pills and heal your injuries. Brother Jiao De Huang helped carry them, we're heading to Inferno City now. Jiang Qin said. All right. Chapter 242. Jiang Qin couldn't wait to get back to Inferno City and find the treasures. Therefore he traveled at a fast speed and didn't bother with the demonic beasts too much along the way. Look at those people. That's Jiang Qin and Tian Shan and the others. Jiang Qin didn't die. Jiang Qin disappeared for 2.5 months and now he has reappeared. Judging by their expressions, they are heading to Inferno City. Something big is going to happen. Let's hurry back to Inferno City. Currently, all the major powers in the middle area are looking for Jiang Qin. As long as Jiang Qin returns, he will definitely die. Aha, we can finally get our revenge. That's right, Jiang Qin robbed us of all our treasures, making it extremely difficult for us to even survive in purgatory. Out of the 200 or so people who were robbed by him last time, I'm afraid only half of them are left now. Jiang Qin didn't hide his qi and his whereabouts at all, he was flying at high speed in the sky, which naturally attracted a lot of people's attention. Many of them were those who had been robbed by Jiang Qin before. They were all shocked and quickly rushed towards Inferno City. They all knew that Jiang Qin's appearance would bring chaos to Inferno City again. Jiang Qin could sense those auras and gazes. The corner of his mouth curled up, and his expression was one of nonchalance. Junior brother Jiang, where have you been for the past 2.5 months? We thought you were surrounded by demons and couldn't get out. Xuanhuan asked as he healed himself. It's a long story, I'll tell you when I have the chance in the future. I've already found the whereabouts of the Earth Devil, and the reason I came back to Inferno City is to find a treasure that can suppress the Earth Devil. Jiang Qin said. When the Earth Devil was mentioned, the expressions of these men changed. In the end, Jiang Qin had found the whereabouts of the Earth Devil, and he didn't give up on killing it. But they had no idea that even though Jiang Qin had broken through to the Divine Core Realm, and even if he found a weapon that could suppress the Earth Devil, there was no way he could defeat a combat soul Earth Devil. Brother Jiang, this is? Tian Shan looked at Wu Jiao. Since you're Brother Jiang's friends, you can just call me Lord Jiao from now on. Wu Jiao casually glanced at Tian Shan and the others and said indifferently. The few of them were stunned. They hadn't expected this old man to be so awesome. However, it felt weird for Jiang Qin to call him Brother Jiao while they called him Lord Jiao. The few of them hurriedly focused on recovering from their injuries and decided not to speak to Wu Jiao at all. Soon, Jiang Qin and the others left Inferno Hell and were only 1,000 miles away from Inferno City. With their speed, they would be able to reach Inferno City in no time. Along the way, Jiang Qin's actions had attracted a lot of attention. Many people were rushing back to Inferno City to watch a great show. Stop right there. After a loud shout, a figure appeared not far away. It was a middle-aged man wearing linen clothes. His killing intent was steaming, and his whole body emitted a tyrannical aura. He was like a homicidal maniac. With just one look, Jiang Qin could tell that this man was a late Divine Core warrior just like Lu Peng. Therefore, there was no doubt why he was blocking their path. Jiang Qin, I didn't expect you to still be alive. This is great. Hand over all your belongings and treasures and I'll spare your life. The man said with a loud voice. Even his words were the same as Lu Peng's, as if they had discussed this beforehand. Rumble. Right after the middle-aged man finished his threatening words, a huge blood-red dragon claw appeared above his head and forcefully pressed down. Under such tremendous pressure, the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with a shocked expression. Trying to rob me? Today I'll show you who's the real prey. Not only will Daddy rob you of all your belongings, I'll also take your lives. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent expression. The true dragon palm crushed the middle-aged man to death, then he took the storage ring from him. After killing a man in an instant, Jiang Qin didn't even look at the dead body, he just continued flying forward. Jiang Qin wouldn't even blink his eyes when killing these evil men. Let alone one, even if he killed hundreds of them, he wouldn't show any mercy. Heavens, Chief Jiang is going against the natural order. He's so strong he killed a late Divine Core warrior in an instant. Ayaya, my eyes are blinded. Too fierce, too domineering, too violent, I like it so much. So many people in Inferno City want Chief Jiang's life. I wonder how many people are going to die in Chief Jiang's hands today. But they deserve to die, they want Chief Jiang's life, so of course Chief Jiang wants to kill them. That's right. Wang Heng, Yang Meng and the others were extremely excited. They had witnessed how mighty Jiang Qin was, but today when he killed a late Divine Core warrior in an instant, they were once again shocked. Some of the men who witnessed this scene were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Inferno City is going to change. Quick, let's go back and watch the show. Many people were extremely excited. During the past 2.5 months, everyone had been looking for Jiang Qin, and now that Jiang Qin had shown up, those warriors who had been looking for him for 2.5 months would definitely not let Jiang Qin go. However, it seemed like Jiang Qin was much stronger than before. He could even kill a late Divine Core warrior in an instant. The situation in Inferno City was going to change. All the Divine Core warriors in Inferno City were gathered in the middle area of Inferno City, because there was only a single combat soul warrior guarding the center of Inferno City. Normally, no outsiders were allowed to enter this place. Therefore, if Jiang Qin looted the entire middle area of Inferno City today, including the outer area he had looted 2 months ago, Jiang Qin would have looted all the human warriors in Inferno City. This was simply unimaginable. In front of the main entrance of Inferno City, a group of 6 human warriors had just returned from outside. They had gloomy expressions on their faces as they walked into the city. The leader of these 6 men was a late Divine Core warrior, and the rest were all mid-Divine Core warriors. Obviously they were the subordinates of the leader. Damn it, it's like that Jiang Qin has disappeared from the face of the earth. Looks like he's dead. We've wasted so much time searching for him. That's right, Chief. Many powers in the middle area of Inferno City have given up, and they have all returned. We've wasted so much time searching for him. Damn it, if that Jiang Qin dares show up, Daddy will definitely tear him apart. We've wasted so much time searching for him, damn it. A few of them felt really gloomy. Before they left, they had decided that once they killed Jiang Qin, all the wealth and treasures would be split equally among all of them. But they had never expected that they would return empty-handed, and they would have to spend so much time fighting demons and devils in Inferno Hell. I Jiang Qin am back. Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out from afar. The voice was carried out by a powerful sound wave, and it was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing many people's ears to buzz. The 6 men who were feeling gloomy suddenly turned their heads around and saw a group of people flying in the sky, heading toward Inferno City at high speed. The man leading the group was wearing white clothes and he had a handsome face. Next to him was a majestic De Huang dog. Who else could it be but Jiang Qin? Jiang Qin, he's still alive. Haha, this is great. We've searched high and low for him and now we found him by chance. The leader of the group burst into laughter. The 6 men immediately flew into the sky and stood in front of Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, we've been looking for you for a long time. The leader of the group said with a smile on his face. I'm sorry for troubling you. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. After that, he turned around and looked at Wu Jio who was standing behind him and said, Brother Jio, I'll leave them to you. Don't worry brother, I'll watch your performance today. Just do whatever you want and if you can poke a hole in the sky your brother Jio will fix it for you. Wu Jio slapped his own chest. He was a man who didn't mind stirring up trouble. De Huang, you stand back as well, I'll handle this alone. Jiang Qin patted De Huang dog's head. Although De Huang dog wasn't happy about this, he still stood back with Wu Jio. Although he was also an early Divine Core warrior, he wasn't as abnormal as Jiang Qin. It would still be difficult for him to deal with a late Divine Core warrior. Jiang Qin, quickly hand over the treasure. A mid-Divine Core warrior took a step forward and spoke to Jiang Qin in a threatening manner. Swoosh. Right after his words left his mouth, a sharp sword beam appeared above his head. The man felt his scalp go numb, and he didn't even have the chance to scream before he was slashed in half by Jiang Qin. De Huang. Jiang Qin shouted. De Huang dog immediately understood what Jiang Qin meant. He dashed forward and arrived next to the dead body, then he took off the storage ring. Haha, people from the middle area of Inferno City, listen up. If you want to kill me, just come at me. Jiang Qin's voice came from afar. The powerful sound wave had a strong penetrating force, and it directly reached the middle area of Inferno City. What? Jiang Qin is back? How dare he come back? Hurry up. Kill Jiang Qin. Don't let anyone get him before you. Hurry up. This Jiang Qin is a treasure. If we can get his wealth, we'll have a better life in the future. At this moment, many men started flying out from the middle area of Inferno City. Like arrows leaving the bow, they were all running away from Inferno City. In the sky, the few men who were leading the group finally reacted. They stared at Jiang Qin with surprise. They had never expected him to be so brutal. Their comrade was killed on the spot just because he threatened him. Jiang Qin, how dare you fight back? The leader of the group shouted out. A shining broadsword appeared in his hand. I'll kill whoever dares to kill me. Those who dare to attack me today, none of you will be able to live. Jiang Qin unleashed his killing intent. As the once greatest saint under the heavens in his past life, the skeletons under his feet were enough to form a small hill. Countless enemies were trampled under his feet. He had to kill his enemies. This was Jiang Chen's motto. Jiang Chen knew that if the roles were reversed and he was weaker, his enemies would never spare his life. Since that was the case, he would show no mercy. Bang! Jiang Chen raised the long sword in his hand high up into the air. The sword beam turned into a rainbow as it pierced through the air. With an incredibly powerful force, it slashed down toward the divine core warrior who was leading the group. The late divine core warrior let out a loud shout. The yuan energy in his body started rumbling, causing energy waves to spread out. The broadsword in his hand emitted a bright light as it collided with Jiang Chen's long sword. Clang! The violent collision caused a miserable scream to ring out. There was no way the man could withstand Jiang Chen's mighty attack. He was struck down from the sky, and the broadsword in his hand was knocked away. Blood kept spitting out from his mouth and he fell onto the ground with a thud. Chapter 243. The leader was severely injured by Jiang Chen with a single strike, and he had lost his ability to fight. When he saw the Huang dog, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He had heard about this dog before, and he knew that this dog was not someone to be messed with. It's your honor to die under this master dog's sharp teeth. The Huang dog opened up his mouth and bit down on the man's head. No! The shrill scream stopped abruptly along with a cracking sound. The Huang dog bit off the man's head, and he didn't forget to take the man's storage ring. After that, he swaggered back to where he came from. What? The remaining 4 mid-divine core warriors cried out in fear. Their faces turned pale because of fear. All they wanted was to kill Jiang Chen, but little did they know that Jiang Chen was so strong. Even their own chief was killed by him. How could they be a match for Jiang Chen? Chief Jiang, run for your life. We have eyes but fail to recognize Mount Tai. That's right, Chief Jiang, please spare our lives. We won't fight Chief Jiang ever again. The 4 men started begging for mercy. If they didn't beg for mercy now, they might not even have the chance to do so. If you want to live, hand over all your belongings and combat weapons, and each of you cut off one of your arms. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. What? Cut off one of our arms? One of the men's expression changed dramatically. However, right after he voiced out his doubts, a sharp sword beam appeared above his head. Blood splashed everywhere. The mid-divine core warrior was sliced in half by the sword beam, and he died on the spot. His dead body fell down from the sky, and a Huang dog immediately dashed out and started collecting his belongings. The remaining 3 men were scared out of their wits. All of them were ruthless men, but today they had met a truly ruthless man. This young man in front of them was extremely cruel. He killed them just by raising his hand, and he didn't give them any chance. Where's Jiang Chen? Capture Jiang Chen, protect the rules of Inferno City. Right at this moment, loud shouts sounded out from within Inferno City. Soon, numerous powerful figures rushed out from the middle area of Inferno City. The 3 of them were already prepared to cut off their own arms. However, when they saw so many people suddenly appearing, it was as if they had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. They turned around and ran. In their opinion, the aura of so many experts was enough to intimidate Jiang Chen. Facing the threat of so many experts, how could Jiang Chen have the energy to kill them? Unfortunately, they had overestimated those people. Shwa shwa shwa. Just as the 3 of them turned around, 3 streaks of sword light fell on their heads at the same time, slicing them in half. The warriors who rushed out from the middle area of Inferno City all had a drastic change in their expressions when they saw this scene. Their gazes fell onto Jiang Chen at the same time, and the corpses that were cut in half on the ground. Immediately they knew what had happened. Jiang Chen, how dare you? How dare you look down on the rules of Inferno City? How dare you rob by force? You treat human lives like grass. A late divine core warrior shouted at Jiang Chen. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Right now, there were more than 50 to 60 men rushing out from the middle area of Inferno City. More than 20 of them were late divine core warriors, and the rest were all mid-divine core warriors. These men represented the highest level of combat strength in Inferno City. Right now, many people had gathered outside of Inferno City. Most of these people were from the outer area of Inferno City, and they had been robbed by Jiang Chen before. None of those men are a match for Brother Jiang. They don't have any special teamwork. They are no match for Brother Jiang. Tiani Shan said. Swoosh swoosh. Dozens of divine core warriors moved their bodies and surrounded Jiang Chen in midair. All of them had ferocious smiles on their faces. Initially, I thought I would just take your wealth and spare your lives, but it looks like there's no need for that anymore," Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. The long sword in his hand produced a buzzing sound, and the sword energy rippled in the air. "Jiang Qin, stop resisting, you're dead meat today," Xuanhuan Wei said. "Is that so? Why don't you be the first one to attack? Let's see if you can kill me." Jiang Qin looked at Xuanhuan Wei from the corner of his eyes. Xuanhuan Wei's cultivation level was the highest among all of them, and he was comparable to Taoist Black. A man like this, even in the Xuanhuan clan, he would have a certain status. However, Jiang Qin still didn't take him seriously. "Ignorant kid, let me attack first." A robust man took a step forward. He was holding a golden spear in his hand, and he unleashed his late divine core energy. It was a frightening scene. With a swing of his arm, the spear produced a buzzing sound as it pierced towards Jiang Qin. Too bad this robust man didn't witness how Jiang Qin killed the late divine core warrior. If he did, he wouldn't be the first one to attack. Jiang Qin shook his head. The bloodthirsty sword pierced towards the robust man like a poisonous snake. Clang. The long sword was like a dragon, and it collided with the spear, producing a huge amount of sparks. Jiang Qin's combat strength was incredible, and his attack was like a huge mountain crashing down. The robust man cried out in fear. He could feel his arm going numb, and he almost couldn't hold the spear in his hand anymore. He was forced back 3 steps. The robust man was shocked. Jiang Qin's strength was beyond his imagination. However, Jiang Qin didn't give him any chance. Right after the robust man was forced back, Jiang Qin turned into a trail of light and arrived in front of the robust man. Puchi. The robust man's body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. He lowered his head and looked at the long sword that had pierced into his body, and only the hilt was left. A shadow of death instantly loomed over him. Jiang Qin's sword had pierced through his heart, and the razor-sharp sword energy had shattered all his internal organs. He died on the spot. Bang! Jiang Qin pulled out his long sword and kicked the robust man's dead body away. He had killed a late divine core warrior with ease, and nothing but a cold expression could be seen on his face. What? At this moment, everyone cried out in shock. All of them knew how strong the robust man was, and he was killed so easily. Jiang Qin's incredible strength had caused their expressions to change. "This guy is really frightening, let's attack together." Xuanhuan Wei shouted out loudly, causing all the other men to no longer underestimate Jiang Qin. Dozens of powerful energies transformed into energy beams, and at this moment, the entire sky was covered by a rainbow-colored energy. Everyone drew out their combat weapons and dashed toward Jiang Qin. "Jiang Qin. Haha, those who aren't afraid of death, come at me." Jiang Qin's black hair was dancing in the wind. He threw his head back and let out a wild laugh, just like a peerless god of war. With a sway of his body, 9 identical Jiang Qins appeared in the middle of the battlefield at the same time, disturbing everyone's mind. What an incredible movement skill. I never expected there to be such a peerless genius in the eastern continent. Wu Jiao's eyes lit up. He looked at Jiang Qin as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Puchi. Jiang Qin's movement was incredibly fast. He was like a dragon swimming between all the mighty warriors, and he kept attacking. No one could withstand even a single strike from him, especially those mid-divine core warriors. They were all killed by Jiang Qin like he was chopping melons and vegetables. The Huang dog was standing right below, waiting for the corpses to fall from the sky so he could take all the loot. Miserable screams could be heard endlessly. Just like what Tiani Shan had said, although these men were strong, they didn't have a good teamwork. Even when they joined forces, they couldn't unleash their full combat strength. Jiang Qin just relied on his mystical movement skill to move around the battlefield, and none of them had the chance to attack Jiang Qin. Rock-shattering palm. Xuanhuan Wei suddenly shouted out loudly. He unleashed the most powerful combat skill of the Xuanhuan clan, the rock-shattering palm, and slapped it toward Jiang Qin. Chapter 244. Boom! The violent impact caused the air to burn. The Xuanhuan clan's earth-shattering palm was indeed terrifying, especially when it was used by a mighty warrior like Xuanhuan Wei. It was truly frightening. But too bad Xuanhuan Wei had met an abnormal monster like Jiang Qin. No matter how powerful the earth-shattering palm was, it couldn't compare with the inherited true dragon palm. With the combat strength of 1,000 dragon marks, it was hard for Jiang Qin to find a worthy opponent in the divine core realm. Tap tap tap. The earth-shattering palm was destroyed by the true dragon palm. Xuanhuan Wei was forced to take a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. He could feel the blood and qi in his body turning upside down, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. He was a peak divine core warrior, and even in the Xuanhuan clan he had the potential to break through to the combat soul realm in the future. But, he had never expected that he would be forced back by a young man even after using the earth-shattering palm. What was even more frightening was that the young man was only an early divine core warrior. After forcing Xuanhuan way back with just a single strike, Jiang Chen's energy became even stronger. He moved like a ghost, and the long sword in his hand kept dancing in the air. Every time he attacked, blood and screams would follow. Damn it, what kind of monster is this guy? Why is he so strong? Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. The fight had only started a short while ago, and not only were they unable to injure Jiang Chen, they had also lost nearly 20 men, including 3 late divine core warriors. Jiang Chen was like a ferocious tiger, and in front of Jiang Chen they were just like sheep. How were they going to fight him? De Huang Dog was jumping up and down on the ground, running back and forth. Whenever he saw a dead body falling down he would rush over and loot it, and if he saw someone who was still alive he would jump onto the body and give it a bite. All mid-divine core warriors back off. Late divine core warriors, let's attack together. With our combined strength, I don't believe we can't kill Jiang Chen. Xuanhuan Wei unleashed his energy and shouted out loudly. Hearing this, all the mid-divine core warriors who were scared witless by Jiang Chen's attack started backing off. All of them were filled with fear, and they didn't have any of their previous arrogance. Jiang Chen's attack had made them realize that with their cultivation bases, attacking him was no different than committing suicide. Rumble. Under Xuanhuan Wei's lead, the dozens of late divine core warriors unleashed all their energies. Their killing intent soared into the sky, and they were getting ready to give Jiang Chen a deadly strike. Humph! I'll let you taste the power of the great illusion realm. The corners of Jiang Chen's lips curled up into a cold smile. He performed a speedy movement technique and broke free from the encirclement of many experts in a flash, flying high into the sky. Illusion Heart Sutra, Great Illusion Realm. Jiang Chen's voice was as loud as a bell. In an instant, a tidal wave of energy carrying a dreamy glow burst out from Jiang Chen's body. Coincidentally, all the late divine core warriors were caught in the Great Illusion Realm. Jiang Chen had already thoroughly studied the Dream Heart Sutra. This kind of dream technique was useless against people who were much stronger than him. It was very difficult to affect their minds. However, for the people in front of him, it would definitely have an excellent effect. This was the first time Jiang Chen had used the Great Illusion Realm. It was a good time to test its power on these people. I didn't know there was such a technique. Wu Jiao's eyes lit up once again. Jiang Chen had given him another big surprise. With his experience he could easily tell how extraordinary this illusion realm was. Isn't this Yang Shua's illusion technique? I never expected Chief Jiang to have learned it as well. Junior disciple Jiang killed Yang Shua and obtained all his treasures, so of course he has learned this illusion technique. With junior disciple Jiang's talent, it's really easy for him to learn a combat skill. Guaniyun said. Under the shocked gazes of many people, after those late divine core warriors were caught in the Great Illusion Realm, they immediately stopped moving. They looked around with confused expressions on their faces. Swoosh! Jiang Chen waved his hand, causing bright beams to shoot into the Great Illusion Realm. Looking from the outside, the Great Illusion Realm's airflow started shaking, and those who entered the realm were being carried away by the airflow. Jiang Chen had divided the realm into a few sections, and in each section 2 men would appear together. At this moment, all the late divine core warriors let out loud shouts. The 2 men who were in the same section started fighting each other, and soon they were engaged in a fierce battle. Rumble! Powerful combat ripples spread out from the Great Illusion Realm. Those who were watching from the outside could clearly see what was happening inside. They saw the men who were originally in the same group suddenly fighting with each other. Each of them were gnashing their teeth in anger, and their eyes had turned red. They wished they could kill each other. How could this happen? What kind of technique did Jiang Chen use? How could he make them kill each other? This is terrifying. Oh heavens, what exactly is happening in that realm? Why are they fighting each other? This technique is really powerful. If this continues, they will be killed by themselves even before Jiang Chen does anything. Everyone were shocked. Just a moment ago they were all in the same group, but in just the blink of an eye, they had become mortal enemies. What exactly was happening in this illusion realm? No one knew why this was happening. Those mid-divine core warriors who were fighting with the late divine core warriors had their eyes wide open, and they stared at what was happening in the illusion realm with disbelief. Looking at the ferocious expressions of the men in the illusion realm, and how they were trying to kill each other, many of them opened their mouths, but no one could hear what they were saying. Damn it, this is a really powerful technique. Da Huang Dog was extremely excited. Those men have fallen into Chief Zhang's illusion realm, why are they killing each other? Wang Heng asked with a puzzled expression. Tian Yishan and Guan Yun were puzzled as well. What a frightening illusion realm. This illusion realm can trigger the thoughts hidden deep in one's heart, and once one falls into it, the scene will appear. Let me tell you why they are killing each other, it's because they want to kill each other and rob each other's belongings. Wu Jiao squinted his eyes and said, in Inferno Hell, there are no true allies, especially those who are vicious and evil. They aren't truly allies and their alliance is only temporary. They were only brought together because of Jiang Chen. Now Jiang Chen has placed both of them in the same illusion realm, and that has triggered all their thoughts. In the deepest part of their hearts, these temporary allies are also their prey. If they have the chance, they won't hesitate to attack. If my guess is correct, Brother Zhang's illusion realm has allowed each of them to see a situation that is beneficial to them, making them think that this is a great opportunity for them to kill their opponents with a single strike, and then rob them of their belongings. This is the reason why they immediately started fighting each other. Wu Jiao narrowed his eyes and said, in Inferno Hell there are no true allies. Wu Jiao was a knowledgeable man, and he could tell the essence of the great illusion realm. Because of this he was even more shocked. Jiang Chen's technique was really frightening, and at this rate he would be able to kill all his enemies without any effort. This is way too awesome. Guan Yun and the others were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. This illusion realm was able to trigger the greatest desire in a person's heart. If one didn't understand the illusion realm beforehand, and if one's mind wasn't strong enough, they would immediately fall into the trap after entering. Jiang Chen stood in the air, and his hands were constantly unleashing beams of light, as he had perfect control over the great illusion realm. He was only able to do this with the help of the great soul derivation technique. If it was xianxia, he wouldn't be able to trap so many powerful warriors at once, as it was a very taxing task. Bang! Within the great illusion realm, xuanhuan was the strongest. He killed his opponent with his bare hands, and seized his opponent's interspatial ring and combat weapon. The one who was killed fell out of the great illusion realm. Within the illusion realm, xuanhuan, who had gotten what he wanted, let out a hearty laugh. In the other areas, the fights between the two had reached the most intense degree. They were all using their own techniques, and every single one of them was trying to kill their opponent. Very quickly, the fight had turned into a situation where both sides were heavily injured. Bang! Bang! Another two sounds rang out. In another area, two people had died together and fell out of the great illusion realm. They had died a miserable death. Oh my god, this illusion realm can no longer be described with the word terrifying. This is too ruthless. Jiang Chen's attack is too ruthless. He doesn't even need to do anything himself, he can just kill each other. In the end, all of them will die, and Jiang Chen will be able to reap the benefits without any effort. Look, someone has died again. Everyone was shocked. They had never seen such a killing technique before. Even Wu Jiao was stunned. He was full of praise for Jiang Chen in his heart. This was definitely a peerless genius who could dazzle the ancients and dazzle the contemporaries. Not only was Jiang Chen powerful, but he was also very cunning. The great illusion realm could only control his enemies, but Jiang Chen was able to make these people kill each other, and achieve the greatest effect he wanted. Jiang Chen once again drew out a ray of light, and the scene in the great illusion realm changed again. The person who had just paid a heavy price to kill his opponent and rob his belongings was now grouped with xuanhuan. The two of them looked at each other and then they started fighting each other. Just like what Wu Jiao had said, the two of them not only saw their opponents in the illusion realm, but they also saw a scene that was extremely beneficial to them. This was the reason why they attacked without caring about anything else. Just like now, the heavily injured person and xuanhuan were in a very desolate mountain range and there was no one around. xuanhuan saw that his opponent was on the verge of death, and he could kill him with just a flick of his finger. The heavily injured person saw the same thing as xuanhuan. 10 minutes later, the number of people in the great illusion realm had been reduced by more than half, and there were only 8 people left inside. Except for xuanhuan, who was in a slightly better condition, the others were all heavily injured and at the end of their rope. xuanhuan was the strongest and he had already killed 3 people. Kaka good. Little Chinzi, let them continue fighting. This kind of killing technique is too exciting. This is the first time I, Master Dog, have experienced it. Da Huang Dog barked loudly as if he was afraid that those people wouldn't die. Swish. Chapter 245. Everyone were breathing heavily. They had never seen such a frightening technique before. Killing people in such a manner, this was definitely the highest level. Jiang Chen's technique had made everyone realize that the consequences of being his enemy were just too tragic. 20 late divine core warriors were a formidable force, and if they joined forces they could easily sweep across the entire inferno hell. But now, only 8 of them were left after being killed by Jiang Chen, and none of them were in good condition. All of them were like arrows at the end of their flight, and only Xuanhuan was in good condition. Swoosh, a sound that sounded like flowing water could be heard. As Jiang Chen kept waving his palm, the scene in the Great Illusion Realm changed once again. The remaining 8 men were divided into groups of 2. Without any surprise, just like before, those who were divided into groups, even though they were all severely injured, they still started fighting each other fiercely. It was a life and death struggle. In one of the groups, 2 men stabbed their swords into each other's chests at the same time, causing them to fall down from the Great Illusion Realm. The rest of the men weren't in a good condition either. They were killed with just a single strike, and those who weren't killed weren't far from death. Plop plop. One man after another fell down from the sky. The Huang dog was waiting for them below. He would loot those who were dead, and when he saw those who were still alive he would kill them. Ha! Jiang Chen burst into laughter. He rolled up his sleeves and retracted the Great Illusion Realm. Xuanhuan staggered and nearly fell down from the sky. But he managed to stabilize himself, then he raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen. Xuanhuan's expression changed. It seemed like he recalled what had happened just now. He quickly looked down and saw dead bodies lying in pools of blood. No one was helping him anymore, he was the only one left and he wasn't in a good condition. Jiang Chen, you're so despicable. Xuanhuan pointed his finger at Jiang Chen. He immediately understood what had happened. All of them had fallen into the illusion trap set up by Jiang Chen, and he had killed a few of his men. Obviously, the rest of the men had fallen into the illusion trap just like him and were killing each other. Despicable? How despicable? A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. You're ruthless, too vicious. Xuanhuan's chest heaved up and down. He felt like he was about to die from anger. He had never seen such a ruthless method. So many of them had actually fallen at the hands of a young man. Vicious? You guys killed each other. What does that have to do with me? You Xuanhuan are not vicious? You should know how many people you've killed. Jiang Chen looked at Xuanhuan. He knew that Xuanhuan was on the verge of breaking down. It's all because of your illusion. Otherwise, why would I kill my own people? They were all killed because of you. Xuanhuan shouted. Only an illusion can reveal a person's true nature. If you, Xuanhuan really treated them as your own people, you wouldn't have killed them. That was the desire in the deepest part of your heart. None of you treated each other as your own people. In your hearts, all the men and demon beasts in Inferno Hell are your prey. It's you who are too greedy, it's you who are vicious. All I did was provide you with the environment and you're the executioner. Jiang Chen said word by word. Each word was like a sharp knife stabbing into Xuanhuan's heart. That's right, everyone is selfish. In this Inferno Hell, who would really treat each other as a friend? Especially those late divine core warriors, they are all proud and arrogant, and they treat everyone as their prey. This is their nature. What? Jiang Chen's method directly attacked their souls, causing them to die because of their desire. This method is really ruthless and terrifying. Today I've witnessed the highest level of killing. Who would have thought that this battle would end in such a way? It wasn't difficult to imagine Xuanhuan's fate. Even though he was from the Xuanhuan clan with Jiang Chen's method, he wouldn't let him go. In the sky, Jiang Chen had one hand placed behind his back, and he was walking towards Xuanhuan step by step. With every step he took, Xuanhuan would take a step back. This young man in front of him had truly frightened him. Jiang Chen, you've killed so many people and you've robbed so many valuables. Just stop now, I'm from the Xuanhuan clan, you don't have the guts to kill me. Xuanhuan used the Xuanhuan clan's background to scare Jiang Chen, so that he would let him go. Xuanhuan clan. With a faint smile on his face, Jiang Chen didn't slow down at all, and he kept walking towards Xuanhuan. He was like a king who was passing judgment on someone. Do you guys think that Jiang Chen has the guts to kill Xuanhuan? He's an elder from the Xuanhuan clan, and the Xuanhuan clan is a superpower in the Jian province. Even the martial saint dynasty has to pay attention to them, and they have quite a number of soul realm warriors in their clan. Even though Xuanhuan isn't someone important in the Xuanhuan clan, if he's killed by an outsider, the Xuanhuan clan will definitely be furious. This is related to the dignity of the Xuanhuan clan, and they can't be challenged. I'm guessing that Jiang Chen doesn't have the guts to kill him. It's hard to say. Jiang Chen has killed a lot of people, and they came from all sorts of superpowers in the Eastern continent. If he leaves this place he would have offended countless superpowers. Furthermore, he's a decisive killer and he won't show any mercy. Don't forget he killed the myriad sword sex genius xianxia. Everyone threw their gazes at Jiang Chen. They wanted to know if Jiang Chen had the guts to kill xuanhuan. Not only did xuanhuan represent himself, he also represented the xuanhuan clan's reputation. If he was killed by an outsider, the xuanhuan clan wouldn't let it go easily. Jiang Chen used his actions to tell the crowd his decision. He waved his hand and unleashed the true dragon palm. The gigantic blood-red dragon claw completely covered xuanhuan. Although xuanhuan was a peak divine core warrior, due to his severe injuries, he couldn't defend himself against Jiang Chen's attack. He was trapped by the true dragon palm, and it was extremely difficult for him to even move. Jiang Chen, do you really have the guts to kill me? Xuanhuan could sense Jiang Chen's ice-cold killing intent, so he immediately shouted out loudly. You've been trying to kill me for my wealth, so of course I won't let you go. Your Xuanhuan clan better not provoke me or else, it'll be your Xuanhuan clan's misfortune. Jiang Chen acted like the Grim Reaper himself. He exerted more force with his dragon claw, causing cracking sounds to ring out from xuanhuan's body, and blood to spurt out from his mouth. Heavens, he really wants to kill xuanhuan. Is he really not afraid of the Xuanhuan clan's revenge? Many people were shocked. Jiang Chen was like a matchless devil king, he wasn't afraid of anything. Stop. Right at this moment, a cold shout sounded out from within Inferno City. After that, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s and he wore a bronze-colored robe. He carried a domineering aura between his brows, and his eyes were bright like blades. Just a single glance from him would cause anyone to feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. The middle-aged man had long silver hair that was tied up in a bun, and every movement he made carried an invincible aura. He was a combat soul warrior. That's the combat soul warrior from the center of Inferno City. I've always heard about him, but I never thought I'd see him here today. So it's him. I heard he's been in Inferno City for a few years now, and he's always coming and going like a ghost. The appearance of a combat soul warrior made the scene even more intense. Xuanhuan, who had lost all hope, immediately shouted out when he saw the combat soul warrior, "Seniors, save me." Jiang Chen's expression darkened. The last thing he wanted to do when he came back to Inferno City was to have a conflict with a combat soul warrior from the center of Inferno City. He wanted to enter the center of Inferno City to search for treasures, and he needed to build a good relationship with this man. Jiang Chen hated it when people threatened him, and this Xuanhuan was someone he had to kill no matter what. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? The middle-aged man's words were filled with anger. He unleashed his energy, getting ready to suppress Jiang Chen. Xianxia. Right at this moment, a deep voice sounded out. Hearing his own name, the middle-aged man's expression changed. He immediately turned around and looked at the source of the voice. When he saw Wuxia, he was so shocked that his mouth immediately opened up, and a joyful expression emerged on his face. Swoosh. With a sway of his body, the middle-aged man arrived in front of Wuxia. He had no time to care about Xuanhuan and Jiang Chen. Jiao. Lord Jiao. Just as Xianxia called out his name, he saw Wuxia signaling him with his eyes. Therefore he immediately changed the way he addressed Xianxia. Xianxia, I didn't expect to see you here. Wuxia said with a smile on his face. He was really happy to see this middle-aged man. This was his most loyal follower, and it had been 10 years since he last saw him. Lord Jiao, it's been 10 years. I finally see you again. Xianxia has been in Inferno Hell for 7 years, and I've secretly searched the entire place, but I still couldn't find any trace of Lord Jiao. Xianxia bowed deeply toward Wuxia. His eyes were red and he almost cried. It had been 7 years and this was the main reason he came to Inferno Hell. He wanted to find Wuxia. He had almost lost all hope and he never expected Wuxia to show up again. Heavens, who is that old man? Even a combat soul warrior has to bow to him? That's right, where did he come from? I think he's with Jiang Chen. He's finished, no one can save Xuanhuan now. Everyone were shocked, and they were trying to guess Wuxia's identity. Even a combat soul warrior had to bow to him. Huan Yiyun and Tianishan who stood next to Wuxia had their mouths wide open, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. It looked like it was an honor for them when Wuxia asked them to address him as Lord Jiao. Even a combat soul warrior had to address him as Lord Jiao, let alone them. On the other hand, Jiang Chen felt relieved. He knew Wuxia's identity wasn't simple, and it looked like Wuxia was much stronger than he had imagined. He had made the right decision to save Wuxia this time. If not for Wu Jiao, he wouldn't have been able to find out where the Earth Devil was, and with the current situation he would have to fight a combat soul warrior. Chapter 246. Lord Jiao, what's your cultivation level? Xianxia's expression instantly changed when he saw Wu Jiao's cultivation level. Don't worry, my cultivation level will slowly recover. I was trapped in that space for 10 years and I was on the verge of death. Luckily, Brother Jiangchen saved me. If not, I would be a dead body by now. Wu Jiao said. I see. Luckily, Lord Jiao is fine. I have to thank Brother Jiangchen for saving me. Hearing this, Xianxia's attitude towards Jiangchen immediately changed. Jiangchen was Wu Jiao's savior, which made him Xianxia's savior. In Xianxia's mind, Wu Jiao's life was 100 times more precious than his own. Now Xuanhuan had offended Jiangchen. Even if Jiangchen didn't do anything, Xianxia would still kill Xuanhuan. Senior, save me. Xuanhuan's face turned red, and he roared at Xianxia. His voice had started to become hoarse, and the gigantic blood-red dragon claw was pressing down on him like a huge mountain. Moreover, it was coming from all directions at the same time. Xuanhuan, you should bear the consequences for your own mistakes. How Jiangchen wants to deal with you is his business, I won't interfere. Xianxia said with a cold tone. What he said was no doubt a death sentence for Xianxia. Right after Xianxia's words left his mouth, Xuanhuan immediately let out a miserable shriek, and was brutally killed by the true dragon palm. At this point, all 20 late divine core warriors who attacked just now were dead. The entire sky was filled with a pungent smell of blood, and broken bodies could be seen everywhere. It was a bloody and cruel scene. What happened today would definitely be recorded in the history of Inferno Hell, and Jiangchen's ferocious name would be passed down from generation to generation. Compared to those demons and devils, Jiangchen was the real bloodthirsty devil king, who killed without blinking an eye. The death of these late divine core warriors didn't mean the end of the battle. After killing Xuanhuan, Jiangchen threw his glance at the 20 mid-divine core warriors. Wow. The expressions of these people instantly changed. Their faces were drained of all color and some of them were trembling. With just a glance from Jiangchen, it was as if they had seen the gates of hell. Lord Jiao, he has already killed so many people. If he continues, more than half of the powerful warriors in Inferno City will die in his hands. Xianxia said in a low voice. He had stayed in Inferno Hell for 7 years, and although there were constant battles in Inferno City, and human lives were like grass, this was the first time he had seen someone like Jiangchen who had slaughtered so many people all by himself. So what? They reap what they sow. Wu Jiao was taken aback as he glared at Xianxia. Yes. Xianxia immediately bowed. He dared not neglect Wu Jiao's words. In the entire martial saint dynasty, how many people would dare neglect Wu Jiao's words? Boss Jiang, please spare my life. I am willing to offer up all my belongings. I'm willing as well. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended Boss Jiang. I hope that Boss Jiang will forgive us and let us go like a fart. We will hand over all our belongings. That's right. Hand them all over. Don't even leave a single pill. Give them all to Boss Jiang. There was no one who wasn't afraid of death. The more ferocious a person was, the more they would be afraid of death. When death came, all the belongings were secondary. Keeping one's life was the most important thing. Wealth could be obtained again, but one only had one life. Hand over all your belongings and each of you will break one of your arms. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent expression. What? Break an arm? Someone cried out in shock. However, his ending was the same as the previous man. Right after he finished speaking, he was killed by Jiang Chen's sword. I won't show any mercy to those who want to kill me. Breaking an arm is already the lightest punishment. I'll count to 3 and those who don't break an arm will die. Don't think I'm joking. None of you are qualified to make me joke. Jiang Chen's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he glanced at the crowd, causing them to shiver in fear. Damn it, let's risk our lives. Breaking an arm is fine, it's better than losing our lives. Many men gritted their teeth and waved the combat weapons in their hands, cutting off their own arms. They didn't think Jiang Chen was joking. He was definitely not a man who would joke around. So many late divine core warriors had died, and even Xuanhuan had been killed. If he wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Before Jiang Chen finished counting to 3, all the men had already cut off one of their arms. After that, they respectfully handed over all their belongings to Jiang Chen, including their combat weapons. For a mid-divine core warrior, the injury of a severed arm wasn't too serious. If he could receive proper treatment, although he might not be able to regrow his severed arm, it wouldn't affect his future cultivation. Jiang Chen kept all the storage rings and combat weapons. De Huang Dog walked up to Jiang Chen with an excited expression, then he handed over all the loot to Jiang Chen. Kaka buddy, you're going to be rich. The treasures these men have are not something those men in the outer perimeter can compare with. Buddy, you're now a huge treasure vault. In the future, when Daddy wants to eat natural essences, you'll have to feed me to your heart's content. De Huang Dog said while wagging his strong tail. All right. Jiang Chen patted the dog's head. As long as he had it, he would give De Huang Dog anything he wanted without hesitation. After that, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog turned around and walked up to Wu Jiao and the other men. Chief Jiang, you don't have to be so domineering. Wang Heng's eyes were filled with stars when he looked at Jiang Chen. It was a supreme admiration. Not only him, even Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan were filled with admiration towards Jiang Chen. As geniuses of the younger generation, the gap between them and Jiang Chen was huge. As men with strong and unyielding character, being able to be like Jiang Chen was the greatest glory of their lives. Thank you, Brother Jiang, for saving Lord Jiao's life. Please accept my bow. Xianyi cupped his fist toward Jiang Chen and bowed deeply. Seeing this, Jiang Chen hurriedly held Xianye's arms and said, Brother Xian, you're being too polite. Brother Jiao and I are like old friends, of course I'll help you. Jiang Chen was very polite when talking to Xianyi. First of all, Xianyi was Wu Jiao's man, which meant he was one of them. Secondly, Xianyi had been staying in the center of Inferno City for 7 years, he was very familiar with everything here. Perhaps he would be of great help to Jiang Chen when he was looking for treasures, and he might even be able to help Jiang Chen fight the Earth Devil in the future. After all, Xianyi was a combat soul warrior. Jiang brother, let me introduce you, this is Xianyi, my former friend. All these years, Xianyi was willing to stay in such a harsh environment in Inferno Hell, just to find me. Wu Jiao patted Xianye's shoulder and said. Xianye's loyalty to him really made him feel happy. Brother Jiao, it's great to have a good friend like Brother Xian. Jiang Chen praised. Xianyi was willing to stay in such a harsh environment in Inferno Hell for 7 years just to find someone. Just his persistence and sincerity was enough to make anyone feel great respect for him. Alright Jiang brother, let's get down to business. Wu Jiao reminded. Lord Jiao, what business? Xianyi asked. Let's go, we'll talk about it when we arrive at the center of Inferno City. Jiang Chen said. Alright, follow me. Xianyi took the lead and flew toward the center of Inferno City. Jiang Chen, Wu Jiao, and the others followed closely behind him. It had been 7 years, and Xianyi had basically become the owner of Inferno City. He was so familiar with everything here, it was like his own home. Qi Province, Tianjin Gate. Within a grand hall located in the center of Tianjin Gate, dozens of men were sitting on both sides of the hall. A middle-aged man wearing a long gray robe was sitting on the throne in front of them. The middle-aged man was a little fat, and his face was covered with grease. He gave off the feeling that he was a well-fed man. However, his eyes were bright, and he carried an aura that could frighten anyone who looked at him, and he gave off an intimidating aura. This man was the sect chief of Tianjin Gate, Duan Jianhong. His face was filled with a gloomy and solemn expression. All the Divine Core sect elders of Tianjin Gate had worried expressions on their faces as well. They've gone too far. Who do they think the northern and southern dynasties are? They want us to submit to the Burning Sky Pavilion in 3 days? What a joke. A sect elder let out a cold snort. That northern and southern dynasties have only broken through to the mid-divine core realm, and they're acting so arrogantly? This is ridiculous. That's right. No matter how much of a genius he is, he's only a mid-divine core warrior. I don't think he's a match for sect chief. The crowd was stirred up. No matter what, Tianjin Gate was one of the biggest sects in the Qi province. Now that someone had stepped on their necks, of course they wouldn't accept it. Sect chief, what should we do now? Everyone looked at Duan Jianhong. Don't look down on the northern and southern dynasties. This man has extraordinary talent, he's a peerless genius. Since he dares to say something like this, I'm sure he has some powerful abilities. Duan Jianhong squinted his eyes. His eyes were glowing with wisdom as he spoke with an indifferent tone. What is sect chief's plan? Someone asked. My plan is simple, submit to the northern and southern dynasties. Duan Jianhong said. What? Submit? Sect chief, those northern and southern dynasties have only just broken through to the mid-divine core realm. What can they do? Why should we submit to them? That's right. No matter what, we, the Tianjin Gate, are one of the biggest sects in the Qi province. How can we submit to them so easily? All the sect elders couldn't accept it. Submitting to them before they even fought them? This was just too stupid. What do you guys know? A little impatience will spoil a great plan. Do you think I'm the kind of man who would submit to them willingly? Can't you guys use your brains? Duan Jianhong threw his glance across the crowd. Could it be that sect chief has some special abilities? Someone asked. Of course, the northern and southern dynasties and Zhao Chongyang want to rule the entire Qi province, and I, Duan Jianhong, also want to rule the entire Qi province. Among the 4 big sects in the Qi province besides the Valley of Happiness, all the other 3 big sects have their own ambitions, but they never had the chance to do so. Now it's the chance for us, the Tianjin Gate, to rule the entire Qi province. A grin emerged on Duan Jianhong's face. Sect chief, please explain. A sect elder said. Like I said, since the northern and southern dynasties dared to ask us to submit to them, they must have their own special abilities. But, just like what you said, none of the 4 big sects in the Qi province are easy to deal with. Therefore I'll pretend to submit to the Burning Sky Pavilion for now. With this, we can temporarily preserve the strength of the Tianjin Gate. With the personalities of the northern and southern dynasties and Zhao Chongyang, I'm sure they will attack the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness. At that point of time, we'll be able to see what kind of special abilities the northern and southern dynasties have. If both sides are badly injured, that will be the time for us, the Tianjin Gate, to reap the benefits. Duan Jianhong's eyes were glowing. He was a very smart man and he could calculate everything from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 247. This was Duan Jianhong's plan. In his mind, the threat that the northern and southern dynasties posed to Tianjin Gate was a great opportunity for Tianjin Gate to dominate the Qi province. Sect chief, if we really surrender to them, it will affect the reputation of Tianjin Gate. A respectable sect elder said with a frown on his face. Reputation? This is a world where strength is everything, and heroes are only judged by their failures. As long as we can eliminate the 3 big sects and rule the entire Qi province, no one will care about what you've done before. At that point of time, we will be the overlords of the Qi province, and we might even be able to attract the attention of the Martial Saint dynasty. Duan Jianhong's eyes lit up. What sect chief said is correct. This is a great opportunity for Tianjin Gate. If we miss it, we won't be able to come back again. Each of the 4 big sects in the Qi province has a strong foundation, and if we want to eliminate one of them, we will have to pay a heavy price, and the other sects will take this opportunity to reap the benefits. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one will start a war. This is also the reason why the situation in the Qi province can't be changed. If the northern and southern dynasties want to change the situation and rule the entire Qi province, it won't be an easy task. If the Burning Sky Pavilion, the Black Sect, and the Valley of Happiness are both injured, Tianjin Gate will be the biggest winner. Therefore, temporarily surrendering to the northern and southern dynasties and the Burning Sky Pavilion is a good choice. Someone said. He was impressed by Duan Jianhong's decision. If that's the case, although we've temporarily lost the reputation of Tianjin Gate, this is indeed a rare opportunity for us, Tianjin Gate. Many people started nodding their heads. They felt that Duan Jianhong's plan was reasonable. By doing this, not only could they preserve the strength of Tianjin Gate, they could also create a great opportunity for Tianjin Gate. Most importantly, Tianjin Gate couldn't be the first to fight with the Burning Sky Pavilion. If that happened, the Black Sect would be the one to benefit. However, if the Black Sect and the Valley of Happiness choose to surrender to the northern and southern dynasties as well, doesn't that mean our plan will fail? An elder said worriedly. Taoist Black will never surrender to the northern and southern dynasties and the Burning Sky Pavilion. There will definitely be a war between them. All the people from the Valley of Happiness carry an evil aura, so it's not too much to call them evil. The Valley of Happiness's Valley Chief, Granny Feng, is an independent person. She will never let anyone control her. Therefore, the Valley of Happiness will never surrender to them. After we surrender to them, Granny Feng and Taoist Black will definitely despise and look down on me from the bottom of their hearts. But that's not a big deal. I, Duan Jianhong, have a great plan. I won't fight because of personal feelings. Duan Jianhong had a cold smile on his face. His wisdom was much higher than his height. He could clearly see the situation of the entire Qi province, and he also had a thorough understanding of his enemies. Only a man like this could live longer. In the center of Inferno City, there was a towering black palace. The palace was surrounded by layers of fog, and it gave off an ancient aura. Under Xianxia's lead, the group entered the palace. This is the center of Inferno City. Within the circumference of 100 miles besides me, no one dares come here unless there's a trade fair. But now, all the warriors in Inferno City have been robbed by Brother Jiang, so there's no need to hold the trade fair anymore. Xianyi said with a smile on his face. Now that he had met Wu Jiu, his 7 years of hard work had finally paid off. He felt really happy and relaxed. Let's get back to the topic. Xianyi, do you know if there are any treasures in the center of Inferno City? Wu Jiu asked. I'm sure there are treasures in Inferno City that can restrain those demons and devils. If not, Inferno City would have been destroyed long ago. But I've been here for 7 years and I've never seen anything like it. Xianyi said with a frown on his face. The treasure is in this palace, I can sense it. De Huang Dog's ears pricked up as he said. Wu Jiu and Xianyi threw their gazes at De Huang Dog at the same time. Surprised expressions emerged on their faces. Although this dog was amazing, he was only an early divine core warrior. Even combat soul warriors like them couldn't sense the aura of the treasure, so how could De Huang Dog sense it? De Huang has a unique treasure hunting ability. The more precious the treasure is, the clearer he can sense it. Since he can sense it, I'm sure the treasure is in this palace. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The reason he came back was to find the treasure. Only by finding the treasure would he be able to deal with the Earth Devil. De Huang, can you sense where the treasure is? Jiang Chen turned to De Huang Dog and asked. Its aura is very weak, let me sense it again. After saying that, De Huang Dog closed his eyes. The others held their breaths, not daring to say anything. 3 minutes later, De Huang Dog suddenly opened his eyes and threw his glance into the palace. It's right there. Under De Huang Dog's lead, the group walked forward and arrived in front of an ordinary-looking wall. This is just an ordinary wall, there's nothing special about it. Guaniyun said. Little Qinzi, scrape away the rocks on the outside. De Huang Dog said. Jiang Chen took out the bloodthirsty sword and casually swung it, cutting away the rocks on the outside of the wall. An ancient stone door appeared in front of his eyes. There's a hidden door behind the wall, why didn't I notice it? Xianyi widened his eyes in shock. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. It was normal that Xianyi didn't notice it, it would be strange if he did. The door was hidden behind the wall, and even Jiang Chen, the greatest saint underneath the heavens, wouldn't notice it. Only someone like De Huang Dog who could sense treasures would be able to sense it. There's a carving on the stone door, it looks like a dragon. Tiani Shan said. Everyone's eyes landed on the stone door. A blood dragon was carved on it. It was an incomparably valiant dragon. Although no one knew how long it had been carved on the door, it still gave people a feeling that it was alive. The blood dragon leaned forward, opened its mouth, raised its head and roared into the sky. The blood dragon's posture was wild and arrogant, as if it was the noblest existence in the world. The legendary true dragon only exists in a higher plane. In Saint Origin World, dragons are just a legend. I heard that a long time ago, there was a powerful flood dragon that cultivated and became a true dragon, but that's all. Wu Jiu said. The others couldn't help but look at Jiang Chen. They had all seen Jiang Chen perform the true dragon palm before. The dragon claw that was formed looked like a real dragon, it was very mystical. Why is there a carving of a dragon here? De Huang Dog couldn't understand. He had the bloodline of a dragon horse that had been passed down since ancient times, his body contained the essence of a dragon. Let's not worry about that for now. The treasure should be behind this stone door. Open it. Wu Jiu said. Let me do it. Guaniyun took a step forward and pressed both his hands on the stone door. He used all his strength to push but realized that the stone door didn't move at all. What a heavy stone door. I can't even open it with my strength. It seems like I have to use my essence force. Guaniyun's face was filled with shock. He immediately circulated his essence force and a bright light shone on his palms as he rushed towards the stone door. Ka-ka. The stone door that hadn't been opened for God knows how long finally gave out a ka-ka sound. But with Guaniyun's strength, he could only make the stone door give out a ka-ka sound. When Guaniyun was about to use more strength, a blood-colored light suddenly shot out from the stone door. Guaniyun let out a scream and his entire body was sent flying. Jiang Chen reacted quickly and stopped Guaniyun. Guaniyun coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his body began to sway. What a powerful blood light. Guaniyun felt a lingering fear in his heart. Looks like the treasure must be hidden behind the stone door. Let me have a try. Xianyi took a step forward and arrived in front of the stone door. The rest of the men immediately moved back. Everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. This stone door was really mystical, it could actually attack by itself, and even a divine core warrior couldn't open it. Xianyi let out a loud shout, then he slammed his golden palms onto the stone door. Rumble, Xianyi's strength was like a raging ocean. It was not something Guaniyun could compare with. But in the next second, An even denser blood-colored light shot out from the stone door. Bang! Just like Guaniyun, the mighty Xianyi was knocked away by the blood-colored light. His body slammed onto the wall in front of him, causing blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. This is too frightening. If I didn't react in time, I might have suffered a fatal injury. Xianyi had a frightened expression on his face. The blood-colored light was like a ferocious beast, and it carried a mighty aura. Even a combat soul warrior like him couldn't withstand it. How could this happen? Wu Jiu furrowed his brows. Even a combat soul warrior can't open the stone door? There's no way we can get the treasure inside. Tianishan was shocked. This is too frightening. What exactly is hidden inside? Even a combat soul warrior can't touch it. No wonder all the demons and devils don't dare come close to Inferno City. What should we do now? All of them had ugly expressions on their faces. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows as well. He didn't expect to encounter such a situation. I can't open the stone door either. Da Huang Dog shook his head. Although he could sense the existence of the treasure, there was no way he could open the stone door. Buzz. Right at this moment, a buzzing sound could be heard from the stone door. After that, beams of blood-colored light shot out from the blood dragon statue. This scene frightened everyone and they immediately backed away. Only Jiang Qin didn't move. The target of the blood-colored light was none other than Jiang Qin. When the blood-colored light shot out, it completely covered Jiang Qin, but it didn't attack Jiang Qin. Look, the blood-colored light didn't hurt Chief Jiang. Wang Heng cried out in shock. Those blood-colored lights are really frightening, but they didn't hurt Jiang brother at all. This is unbelievable. Xianyi widened his eyes in shock. Only those with great destiny can obtain any treasure that has its own spirituality, and Jiang brother is a man with great destiny. I'm guessing only Jiang brother can open this stone door. It was like they were looking at a king standing in front of them. It made them feel like they were worshipping him. I don't know why, but when I saw this blood talisman, my blood started to tremble. Those demons and devils didn't dare to attack Inferno City. It must be because of this blood talisman. Da Huang Dog stared at the blood talisman with his sparkling eyes. His face looked extremely serious. Jiang Qin took 2 steps forward and entered the secret chamber. He raised his head and looked at the blood talisman above his head. His eyes were blurred. He didn't know why, but he could sense a faint sense of intimacy from this blood talisman. This was a very ridiculous feeling. Whether it was in his previous life or when he broke through to the next realm, Jiang Qin was sure that he had never seen this blood talisman before, and it was impossible for him to have any connection with this blood talisman. However, that sense of intimacy was as if it came from his soul. It was illusory, yet it was real. Jiang Qin couldn't help but reach out his hand. The blood talisman seemed to have sensed Jiang Qin's movement. It jumped and landed on Jiang Qin's palm. The palm-sized blood talisman, when it landed on Jiang Qin's palm, it started pulsing violently. Jiang Qin could clearly sense an unprecedented excitement coming from the blood talisman. It was just a talisman, it wasn't a living thing, but it was able to emit a genuine will. When Jiang Qin touched the blood talisman, the dragon transformation skill started circulating uncontrollably. Jiang Qin was shocked. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, this was the first time something like this had happened. It was just a skill. How could it circulate on its own without its master's control? This was too strange. While the dragon transformation skill was circulating at high speed, Jiang Qin felt an even stronger sense of intimacy towards the blood talisman from the bottom of his soul. It was as if his soul had melted into his body. What's going on? Why do I feel such a strong sense of intimacy? Could it be that this blood talisman is related to the dragon transformation skill? Jiang Qin was truly shocked. Although he had a strong will, he still felt that this was unimaginable. After living 2 lives, becoming the greatest saint in the world, and experiencing life and death, Jiang Qin's mind was far beyond that of an ordinary person. However, everything that was happening before his eyes had once again disturbed his mind. Little Qinzi, what is this blood talisman? Da Huang Dog asked. Jiang Qin turned his head to look at the crowd blankly, then shook his head and said, I don't know either. How could you not know? Only you can hold the blood talisman. If you don't know what it is, how can you deal with the earth devil? Da Huang Dog said gloomily. I really don't know, but I do know that this blood talisman can deal with the earth devil. In other words, it can greatly restrain the earth devil. Jiang Qin was a man with a strong will. With his cultivation level, he would be able to unleash the combat strength of a combat soul warrior once he broke through to the peak divine core realm. At that point of time, he would have a greater chance of defeating the Earth Devil with Xianxia's help. Jiang Chen had robbed most of the warriors' belongings in Inferno City, and the amount of wealth he had was comparable to a mountain. He also had all sorts of pills in his storage ring, and it could be said that he had an endless supply of them. Jiang Chen could use this time to recuperate his strength. Besides that, he could use these 3 days to study the blood talisman. Chapter 249. Duan Jianhong met with the northern and southern dynasties in Zhaochongyang. He expressed Tianjin Gate's willingness to submit, and promised to obey the Burning Sky Pavilion's orders in the future. After that, he brought all the elders of Tianjin Gate back to the Burning Sky Pavilion. Did you see that? Tianjin Gate has submitted. From now on, the Qi province belongs to us, the Burning Sky Pavilion. Duan Jianhong is such a coward. He submitted just like that. This is really unexpected. I thought there would be a tough battle. This shows that Duan Jianhong is a sensible man. He knows that going against senior disciple brother Nanbei won't end well, so submitting to us is the best choice. The disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion were discussing amongst themselves. All of them had arrogant expressions on their faces. Even a big sect like Tianjin Gate had submitted to them. This made them feel extremely proud of being disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion. Within the Burning Sky Pavilion, the northern and southern dynasties were sitting across from Zhaochongyang. I never thought Duan Jianhong would really submit to us. Zhaochongyang couldn't believe it. Duan Jianhong is a cunning man. Do you really think he came here to submit to us? He just wants to preserve Tianjin Gate's strength so he can see how I'm going to deal with the Black Sect in Valley of Happiness. He's waiting for both sides to suffer heavy losses, then he'll reap the benefits. The northern and southern dynasties coldly harumphed. Although Duan Jianhong was smart, he couldn't hide his wishful thinking from the northern and southern dynasties. If that's the case, we should just kill him and eliminate Tianjin Gate first. Zhao Chongyang had an angry expression on his face. No need, he has already submitted to us, so I won't attack him. I want to let Duan Jianhong witness my strength with his own eyes. I want him to know how ridiculous his thoughts are. Besides, since Tianjin Gate has submitted to us, they won't be able to stay out of this. They have to obey my orders. Send an order to the Black Sect in Valley of Happiness. I'll give them 7 days to submit to me as well. The northern and southern dynasties said. With Daoist Black and Granny Feng's character, they won't submit. Zhao Chongyang shook his head. I know. If they don't submit, I'll destroy them. The northern and southern dynasties were filled with arrogance. Since we're going to make a move, why give them 7 days? We might as well make a move now. 7 days will give them a lot of time to prepare. Zhao Chongyang looked at the northern and southern dynasties in confusion. I've given the Tianjin Gate 3 days, and I've also given the Black Sect in Valley of Happiness 3 days. Altogether, I've given them 7 days. I want them to be prepared. Even if both sects work together, I'll still be able to kill them. For me, killing either the Black Sect or Valley of Happiness is not a challenge at all, so I might as well let them work together. The man from the northern and southern dynasties had a sneer on his face. He was a very arrogant man, and his arrogance was deep in his bones. He didn't take the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness seriously at all. In his mind, the other 3 big powers in the Qi province were just stepping stones for him to become the overlord. At the same time, within the main palace in the center of Inferno City. After 3 days of rest, Xianyi had completely recovered to his peak condition. What was even more gratifying was that with the help of all sorts of natural essences, Wujiao's cultivation had returned to the peak divine core realm. However, Wujiao still had a strong foundation. He was a peak combat soul warrior, and he also had some powerful skills. Although he was only a peak divine core warrior, he could still fight a combat soul warrior like Xianyi. As long as we can kill that combat soul evil devil, we'll be able to create an unprecedented disturbance in the Devil Cave. At that point of time, the Earth Devil will appear. Jiang Qin said. A combat soul evil devil isn't easy to deal with either. If we bump into it later, Brother Jiang, we can use the blood talisman to test its power. Xianyi suggested. No, the blood talisman is used to deal with the Earth Devil. If we use it too early, the Earth Devil will be able to sense the aura of the blood talisman, and if the Earth Devil doesn't show itself, all of our plans will be in vain. Therefore, we have to rely on ourselves to deal with that combat soul evil devil. Jiang Chen was a meticulous man, and he had considered everything thoroughly. He knew the importance of the blood talisman. It was hidden in the depths of Inferno Hell, and no demons or devils dared come close to Inferno City. If they used it now, the Earth Devil would definitely sense it, and once it alerted the Earth Devil, it would be extremely difficult to kill the Earth Devil. What Jiang brother said is right, we can't use the blood talisman before the earth devil appears. We have to rely on ourselves to deal with that combat soul evil devil. Wu Jiao nodded his head. He agreed with Jiang Qin. Chapter 250. The aura of the blood talisman was too powerful, and once it was exposed, it would definitely attract the attention of all the evil devils. Even if the earth devil sensed the aura of the blood talisman, it wouldn't show itself, and all their efforts would be in vain. Everyone be careful. That combat soul evil devil is really terrifying. Jiang Qin reminded everyone. After that, he took the lead and flew deeper into the devil cave. A solemn expression emerged on xianxia's face. Although he was an early combat soul warrior, when fighting a human and an evil devil at the same level, he had no advantage at all. Not everyone was as abnormal as Jiang Qin, and not everyone possessed the true dragon flames. Very quickly the evil devils in the devil cave discovered the aura of humans. Roars rose and fell one after another. Then devil energy swept across the area. One after another, ferocious evil devils rushed out from the devil cave, charging toward Jiang Qin and the others. Jiang Qin coldly harumphed. He had broken through to the divine core realm, and he had 1,000 dragon marks in his body. With just a swing of his arm, he could exert the strength of millions of kilograms. The axe of thunder appeared in Jiang Qin's hand, and it was burning with the true dragon flames. Jiang Qin raised it high up into the air, producing a deafening sound as he swung it toward the evil devils. Rumble, the ground shook violently and blood splattered all over the place. A bottomless hole appeared on the ground and black smoke rose up from it. All the evil devils were crying and howling, and their blood and flesh were flying all over the place. Countless evil devils had been killed by Jiang Qin's axe. Jiang Qin waved his hand and grabbed the air, then all the devil souls flew into Jiang Qin's hand. With a solemn look in his eyes, he continued flying forward while swinging the axe in his hand. Every strike he made was powerful, and no matter how many evil devils there were, they couldn't stop him. He's so powerful. I've never seen such a frightening young genius. Xianyi transmitted his voice to Wu Jiao through his divine sense. He couldn't hide the shock in his heart. From sweeping across Inferno City, until now Jiang Qin was like a peerless madman who could kill anyone under the heavens. Jiang brother is indeed a genius with the greatest potential I've ever seen. Even those abnormal geniuses from the Martial Palace and Martial Saint Dynasty can't compare to Jiang brother. Wu Jiao replied. Xianyi was even more shocked. He knew Wu Jiao too well. Wu Jiao would never praise someone easily. This was the first time he had praised someone like this. Oh. The commotion was too huge and soon, it alerted some powerful evil devils. A total of 5 late divine core evil devils dashed towards them. Each of them was 30 meters tall, and their eyes were ferocious and bloodthirsty. Each of these evil devils was holding an eerie devil weapon in their hands. When they saw Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, a surprised look emerged in their eyes. That was because they recognized that this man and dog had appeared in the devil's den more than 2 months ago. They had originally been killed by their leader, but they didn't expect that they would appear again. Without any hesitation, the 5 formidable late divine core evil devils raised the devil weapons in their hands high up into the air. With a mighty devilish energy they slashed towards Jiang Qin and the group. Swoosh! Jiang Qin didn't show any fear. His combat strength had surpassed these late divine core evil devils, and the true dragon flames had a great suppressive effect on these evil devils. With this double suppression, these late divine core evil devils were no match for Jiang Qin. With just a swing of his axe he killed one of them in an instant. Kaka, watch this master dog show his power. De Huang Dog shook his head. A symbol appeared on his forehead, then he turned into an arrow and dashed towards one of the evil devils. He had just broken through to the mid-divine core realm, and this was the time where he was bursting with confidence. Be careful, De Huang. Wu Jiao reminded. He was about to help De Huang Dog, but what he saw was De Huang Dog's head ramming into the evil devil's skull. The evil devil died on the spot. Kaka. After killing a late divine core evil devil with a single strike, De Huang Dog threw his head back and let out a wild laugh. He was extremely arrogant. As a divine beast, his strength and abnormal abilities were not something any ordinary demon beasts could compare with. Although he was only a mid-divine core warrior, killing a late divine core evil devil was a piece of cake for him. What a tough head. Xianyi and Wu Jiao looked at each other. Shock could be seen in their eyes. Initially they thought De Huang Dog only had the ability to hunt for treasures, but it looked like they were completely wrong. This man and dog in front of them were both abnormal monsters. Bang bang. While Xianyi and Wu Jiao were still in a daze, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had killed all 5 late divine core evil devils. They were simply invincible and unstoppable. Xianyi and Wu Jiao shook their heads helplessly. These 2 mighty warriors suddenly felt like they were completely useless. They didn't even need to do anything, as all these evil devils had been killed by Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. A man and a dog opened up a path for them. The divine core evil devils couldn't pose any obstacles to them. Soon they arrived at the Fiend Palace. Oh! A deafening roar resounded out from the Devil Palace. After that, the combat soul evil devil dashed out from the palace like a small hill. His devilish eyes that looked like they came from the depths of hell glared at the trio with a ferocious killing intent. Yaga! The evil devil let out a roar that no one could hear. It suddenly waved its devilish claw. The gigantic devilish claw was covered by a pair of black devilish eyes, causing the air to tremble. In an instant, it slammed down toward Jiang Chen and the other 3. Xianyi coldly harumphed. He had long prepared for this. He formed a fist with both hands and unleashed a bright seal toward the evil devil's devilish claw. Rumble! This was a collision between 2 combat soul warriors. The air was almost destroyed by the collision, and the energy ripples swept across the place, causing the airflow in the entire devil cave to be disrupted. The seal unleashed by Xianyi was shattered by the evil devil's attack, but Xianyi's attack had also blocked the evil devil's attack. Tap tap tap. However, the evil devil's strength was obviously stronger than Xianyi's. Xianyi was knocked back 3 steps before he could stabilize his body. So strong. Xianyi was shocked. Brother Jiao, I'll use the true dragon flames to suppress it. You and Brother Xian attack with all your strength. Jiang Chen said. I'll take care of the sneak attack. With a sway of his body, De Huang Dog disappeared from the spot, as if he had run away. However, Jiang Chen knew that De Huang Dog hadn't left, and he was probably hiding somewhere, preparing to launch a sneak attack. This dog was an extremely cunning man. Swoosh! Jiang Chen leapt into the sky and flew high up into the sky. Following a loud explosion, flames started raging in all directions, and in an instant he had turned into a flaming man. The true dragon flames had completely engulfed him. Jiang Chen waved his hand, unleashing waves of flames that blotted out the sky. In the blink of an eye, the true dragon flames had covered the entire sky, and the entire battlefield had become a sea of flames. The eerie devilish energy in the air was like a mouse that had seen a cat when it saw the true dragon flames, and it immediately ran away. Huge amounts of devilish energy were burned away by the true dragon flames. Brr! The combat soul evil devil let out a furious roar. He hated the flames, and now that he was trapped in the sea of flames, his devilish energy was greatly suppressed. Rumble! The evil devil was furious. He immediately stretched out his sharp claws and grabbed toward Jiang Chen. Initially he didn't take Jiang Chen seriously, and he only cared about Xianyi. But he never thought that this young man would be able to suppress his flames. Therefore the evil devil had to kill this young man first. If not, his combat strength would be greatly suppressed by the sea of flames, and he would be restricted in the fight. If you want to hurt Jiang brother, you'll have to ask Lord Jiao first. Wu Jiao coldly harumphed. In a domineering manner, with a sway of his body, he flew up into the sky and stood in front of Jiang Chen. Under Jiang Chen's control, the true dragon flames didn't affect Wu Jiao and Xianyi at all. Although both of them were trapped in the sea of flames, the flames would automatically make way for them wherever they went. All the pressure was borne by the evil devils themselves. Army of weapons. Wu Jiao let out a loud shout. Both of his palms shone with a bright golden light, and he forcefully struck out with his palm. At this moment, the imposing aura of an army of weapons was unleashed, horses neighed, and swords screamed out. When Wu Jiao struck out with his palm, all sorts of weapons appeared in the form of swords, spears, swords, and halberds. Every single one of them was extremely sharp, and the aura of killing and fighting on the battlefield was completely unleashed, making everyone feel as if they were in a real battlefield. This is the aura of an army of weapons. I never expected Brother Jiao to be so proficient in the Tao of weapons, being able to transform into all sorts of swords, spears, swords, and halberds. His yuan energy is extremely sharp, and once he strikes, he looks like an invincible general who is emitting the aura of a king of weapons. Jiang Chen's evaluation of Wu Jiao instantly improved. He knew about the Tao of weapons, and he knew that it was a very difficult Tao to cultivate. Those who cultivated this Tao must have a domineering aura, and they had to personally experience the battlefield, only then would they be able to perfectly transform it. If Wu Jiao could continue cultivating this Tao, he would definitely be able to break through to the Combat King realm in the future. Bam bam bam, Wu Jio's army of weapons transformed into countless sharp swords, spears, swords and halberds, colliding with the evil devil's claws and shattering them into pieces. This was the ability of a mighty warrior. Although Wu Jio had only recovered to the peak divine core realm, he still had the foundation of a peak combat soul warrior. If they really fought, even Xianyi wouldn't be a match for him. Super Speed Fist. At the same time, Xianyi let out a loud shout and unleashed his ultimate skill. He struck out with his fist, causing the air to explode. The bright fist was as big as a house. More importantly, Xianyi's fist was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of the evil devil in the blink of an eye. Oh! The evil devil was being suppressed by the true dragon flames, and it was also being attacked by two mighty warriors at the same time. It kept roaring out furiously, then it opened its mouth and unleashed an eerie beam toward Xianyi's super speed fist. The black beam was created by the evil devil using its source energy, and it was extremely frightening. Bang! The combat soul evil devil was extremely powerful. Although it was suppressed by the true dragon flames, its strength was still unstoppable. The black beam it unleashed actually pierced through the super speed fist. Chapter 251. With a shake of the spear, a thunderous sound was produced. Bright energy waves spread out in all directions and enveloped the evil demon. The power of a perfect ranked combat weapon had been perfectly displayed by Xianyi. Like a poisonous snake, the spear arrived in front of the evil demon's head in the blink of an eye. The evil demon let out an angry roar. Although its body was huge, its movements were incredibly fast. Rolling black demonic energy condensed into a black sun, blocking Xianyi's spear attack. Break! Xianyi shouted. The spear turned into a diamond, causing cracks to appear on the black sun. Xianyi was not a match for the evil demon, but Jiang Chen's true dragon flames had a great suppressive effect on the evil demon. It had shortened the gap between their combat strength. At the same time Wu Jio moved as well. In his hand, a golden halberd appeared. It was also a perfect ranked combat weapon, but in terms of quality, this halberd was much better than the spear in Xianyi's hand. Bang! The halberd was thrust forward with the same aura of a powerful army. It was an extremely sharp wave of air that could even cut through the air, creating a large amount of sparks. Woo! The evil demon became even more brutal. All of its aura had been locked on by Xianyi and Wu Jio. Facing the joint attack of these two great warriors, it had no way to dodge, it could only face them head-on. Even so, there was no fear in the evil demon's eyes. Instead, there was only ferociousness and a monstrous killing intent. At the most critical moment, layers of demonic energy suddenly emerged from the evil demon's single eye. Its body grew taller, and an aura that was even more powerful than before surged out like a tidal wave. This evil demon had an even more powerful skill, which was enough to resist Wu Jio and Xianyi under the suppression of the true dragon flames. Right at this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared above the evil demon's head. That golden light was none other than De Huang Dog, who had been hiding all this time. At this moment, De Huang Dog had a solemn expression on his face. He opened his mouth wide and let out a loud roar at the evil demon. Soul-crunching tune. A muffled roar came out from De Huang Dog's mouth. It sounded like a dragon's roar. Layers of sound waves interweaved into a huge net, instantly enveloping the evil demon. De Huang Dog had been secretly observing the battle, waiting for this moment. Boom. For these evil devils, De Huang Dog's soul-crunching tune was a disaster. Under normal circumstances, a combat soul evil devil might not be harmed by De Huang Dog's soul-crunching tune. After all, the gap between their cultivation bases was huge, and these evil devils could easily defend against it. But right now, these evil devils were in the middle of unleashing a powerful attack, and all of their attention was on Wu Jio and Xianyi. None of them had expected a dog to appear at this critical moment. Ow! The demon was struck by De Huang Dog's divine sound and blood sprayed out from its mouth and nose. The demonic energy that was flashing within its eye instantly scattered. Next, its only eye began bleeding and the demon's gigantic body began to sway. Caught off guard, De Huang Dog's divine sound struck the depths of the demon's soul. Puchi. At the same time Wu Jio and Xianyi's attacks arrived. The halberd and spear stabbed into the demon's head and body. Wu Jio's halberd pierced through the demon's head, while Xianyi's spear pierced through the demon's body. After that, both men let out a loud shout at the same time. Powerful energy waves burst out from their combat weapons and tore the demon's gigantic body apart. Blood and flesh flew everywhere and the demon died on the spot. Swoosh. Right when the demon died, Jiang Chen retracted the flames, then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the devil soul. This was a combat soul devil soul, and after it was purified, it contained an unimaginable amount of energy. It would play a crucial role in helping him break through to a higher cultivation level and form more dragon marks in the future. Haha, once this master dog soul-crunching tune is unleashed, it'll be peerless under the heavens, no ghosts or gods will be spared. De Huang Dog hovered in the sky and burst into laughter. Wu Jiao and Xianyi put away their combat weapons, and the way they looked at De Huang Dog changed once again. Even Jiang Chen was surprised. He knew that De Huang Dog would awaken an innate ability after breaking through to the divine core realm, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. Last time, when De Huang Dog unleashed the soul-crunching tune at the outer perimeter of Inferno City, Jiang Chen was in secluded cultivation, so he didn't see it. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, it was indeed an incredibly frightening ability. The battle just now was a critical moment, and if not for De Huang Dog's attack, even if the three of them could kill the evil devil in the end, they wouldn't have been able to do it so easily. The counterattack of a combat soul warrior before his death was absolutely frightening. De Huang, you've done a great job this time. Jiang Chen arrived next to De Huang Dog and praised. The sound wave just now was really frightening, it directly attacked one's soul and it's impossible to defend against it. I never expected De Huang to have such an innate ability, I've learned something new. Xianyi was also praising De Huang Dog. That's right, if not for De Huang's soul-crunching tune, even if we could kill the evil devil together, we wouldn't have been able to do it so easily, and we might even have had to pay a heavy price. Wu Jiao nodded his head. De Huang Dog had played a crucial role in killing the evil devil, and De Huang Dog's soul-crunching tune was really frightening. Even if it was them, if they were caught off guard and were attacked by it, they would still suffer a great deal. Boom. Right at this moment, a black beam suddenly shot up into the sky from the deepest part of the devil cave, bringing with it a powerful sound. Jiang Chen and the others were startled. They quickly looked over and saw a black beam shooting up into the sky from afar, as if it was going to poke a hole in the sky. The aura it was unleashing was enough to make one's heart race. The devil chi emitted from the black light pillar quickly engulfed the entire devil cave. Devil chi waves towered into the sky, churning endlessly in the devil cave. The devils in the devil cave felt this lofty aura, and they all knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. It's the earth devil. Xianyi cried out in shock. Has it finally appeared? A grin emerged on Jiang Chen's face. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Even though he was facing the mighty earth devil, he didn't show any signs of nervousness on his face, only indifference and confidence. It's just as I expected, the earth devil is hiding in the deepest part of this devil cave, and all these evil devils are its subjects. Since we've killed a combat soul evil devil, the earth devil has naturally been alerted. With its ferocious aura, it won't let us go. Wu Jiao said. Oh. The hoarse roar seemed to have come from the depths of hell, causing one's hair to stand on end and indescribably uncomfortable. The black beam of light was the monstrous demonic aura that had been shot out from the body of the earth demon beast, and it was rapidly moving towards them. Everyone be careful, the earth devil is coming. Jiang Chen reminded everyone. Wu Jiao and Xianyi both had nervous expressions on their faces. There was no way they wouldn't be nervous. The earth devil was the king of all devils and no ordinary devils could compare with it. Its ferocious nature was not something ordinary demons or devils could compare with as well. Just its aura alone was enough to make one's heart race. They could sense that the earth devil's cultivation had reached the peak early combat soul realm. Right now they had placed all their hopes on the blood talisman. If the blood talisman didn't work at this critical moment, they would be in real danger. Not only that, they also had to see how strong the blood talisman could suppress the earth devil. Brother Jiao and Brother Xian, don't worry, the blood talisman contains the aura of the king of all beasts, it can make all sorts of demons and devils submit to it. I'm sure it will be able to suppress the earth devil. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. He was very confident. The reason why Inferno City had existed for so long was because of the blood talisman. No demons or devils dared attack or get close to Inferno City, it was because they were afraid of the blood talisman. Boom. Soon after, a gigantic creature that looked like a black mountain came from afar. When the gigantic creature landed on the ground, it caused the entire devil cave to shake violently. The gigantic creature had a height of 30 meters, and it looked as majestic as a mountain. Its body was covered with black scales, and it was emitting layers of dark lights, giving it an eerie feeling. Black devilish flames were rolling around its body, giving it a frightening appearance. This was the earth devil. Unlike those evil devils, the Earth Devil had a complete set of facial features. Not only that, it had 4 eyes, and each of them looked like the eyes of hell, cold and frightening. The 2 white fangs on the side of its mouth looked even more ferocious, as if they were the sharpest weapons in the world. On the back of the Earth Devil was a 3 meters long tail that was filled with black spikes. It wasn't hard to imagine that if someone was hit by this thick tail, they would definitely be crushed into pieces. So powerful. Xianxia was shocked. He gripped the spear in his hand tightly, getting ready to attack at any time. After the Earth Devil appeared, its 4 snake-like eyes stared at the 3 humans and 1 dog, emitting a bloodthirsty light. It stuck out its dark red tongue and licked its fangs, completely treating the humans in front of it as its prey. Moreover, the Earth Demon Beast's eyes were filled with rage. It was as if these puny existences dared to appear here and kill its subjects was a form of violation. They had offended its dignity and it would definitely not forgive them. Little brat, just use the blood talisman. This big guy is too terrifying, we can't deal with it at all. De Huang Dog hurriedly reminded. All right. Jiang Chen didn't dare to delay. With a flip of his palm, the blood talisman appeared. Under Jiang Chen's control, the blood talisman slowly flew up and hovered in the air. Rays of blood-red light shot out from the blood talisman. After seeing the blood talisman, the Earth Demon Beast's expression changed greatly. Its 4 eyes stared at the blood talisman as if it had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. When the blood talisman landed on the Earth Demon Beast's body, the Earth Demon Beast jumped up, its face contorting in pain. The Earth Devil let out a wild roar. It couldn't care less about killing Jiang Chen and the others anymore. Without saying a word, it turned around and ran at an extreme speed. Not good, the Earth Devil is running away. Wu Jiao's face changed. He and Xianxia didn't expect the blood talisman to be so terrifying, to be able to scare the powerful Earth Devil to such an extent. It can't run away. The aura of the blood talisman is much stronger than we imagined. Chapter 252. Every time Jiang Chen circulated the dragon transformation skill, he would feel a connection with the blood talisman. This made him even more confident in the blood talisman. After the dragon marks entered the blood talisman, it was completely under Jiang Chen's control. In an instant, it turned into a blood beam and chased after the Earth Devil. Swoosh, 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 the blood talisman shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, countless silk-like blood beams were unleashed, interweaving into a gigantic blood-red net that trapped the Earth Devil within. Roar! The Earth Devil kept roaring out furiously. It was fighting back with all its might, unleashing endless devilish flames in an attempt to break free from the blood talisman. But it was useless. The Earth Devil's fear of the blood talisman came from its heart. In its eyes, the blood talisman was the scariest thing under the heavens. The blood beams were like a tarsal bone. No matter how hard the Earth Devil tried, it just couldn't break free. I never expected the blood talisman to be so powerful. It can actually trap the Earth Devil. Xianxia was shocked. I thought it would be a tough battle, but the blood talisman has just trapped the Earth Devil. This is terrifying. Wu Jiao couldn't help but sigh. The Earth Devil beast was too powerful. If they were to fight it head-on, they wouldn't have any confidence in winning. A fierce battle was inevitable. However, the power of the blood talisman was far beyond their imagination. It had actually trapped the Earth Devil beast. Roar! The Earth Devil was completely enraged. It had completely unleashed its devilish nature. It was a brutal creature and it was covered in endless devilish energy. It was fighting the blood beams, trying to break free from them. However, this was obviously a very difficult task. Even a combat soul warrior like Xianxia was forced back by the blood beams. No matter how powerful the Earth Devil was, it was still injured by the blood beams. Gradually, the hard scales on the Earth Devil's body were cut open by the blood beams, causing blood to ooze out from the Earth Devil's body. Haha, the Earth Devil is done for. We don't even need to do anything, it's dead for sure. De Huang Dog was laughing out excitedly. Oh! At this moment, the Earth Devil beast roared into the sky. The scales on its body suddenly shattered. At the same time, a powerful suction force shot out from its body. This was a mysterious summoning power. The moment this power appeared, the airflow in the entire Devil's Den began to churn. Endless amounts of demonic energy were sucked into the Earth Devil beast's body. Even the demons prostrating on the ground were sucked in. The demonic energy within the bodies of the demons was continuously transferred to the Earth Devil beast's body. This kind of summoning power was very terrifying, especially in such a devil's den. It was simply the territory of the Earth Devil beast. In its territory, the Earth Devil Beast could summon the power of all kinds of demons for its own use. Not good. The Earth Demon Beast is summoning power. It wants to borrow this power to break through the restraints of the Blood Talisman and escape. Xianxia said. The Earth Demon Beast won't be able to escape from the Blood Talisman's pressure and trapping power. However, the Earth Demon Beast will be able to continuously replenish its energy, allowing it to continue fighting against the Bloody Light. Even if the Bloody Light can constantly injure the Earth Demon Beast, it will still take a long time to truly kill it. Jiangchen frowned. He didn't expect the Earth Devil Beast to be able to summon other kinds of power for its own use. No wonder the Earth Devil Beast hides here. In this world, the Earth Devil Beast is the absolute king. Looks like we're lucky. If not for the help of the Blood Talisman, we won't be able to fight against the Earth Devil Beast with our current strength. Wuxiao said. We can't keep wasting time like this. We have to make a move now. The Huang Dog said. The power of the Earth Devil Beast and the power of the Devil's Den were fighting against the Blood Light. No one knew how long the Earth Devil Beast could last. There wasn't much time left before the opening of Inferno Hell. They couldn't afford to waste time like this. If we want to make a move, only Brother Jiang can do it. The Blood Light only recognizes Brother Jiang. If we rush forward, I'm afraid we'll suffer a backlash. Xianxia said. All right, I'll do it. Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated. They couldn't keep wasting time like this. He had to make a move and deal a fatal blow to the Earth Devil Beast. No, brother, the difference in strength between you and the Earth Devil Beast is too big. Once the Earth Devil Beast attacks you, it'll be fatal. Wuxiao objected. I have my ways. Let's wait for 2 hours first. 2 hours is more than enough for the Earth Devil Beast to lose its mind and become enraged. At that time, it will focus all its attention on the Blood Talisman and ignore us. If I attack at that time, I'll definitely be able to cause irreparable damage to the Earth Devil Beast. Jiangchen squinted his eyes and said, All right, brother, take this halberd. Use it to attack later. Wuxiao handed the halberd over to Jiangchen. This was a perfect rank combat weapon, and it was the best perfect rank combat weapon. Although it couldn't compare to a powerful king weapon, it was still not something any ordinary perfect rank combat weapon could compare with. All right. Jiangchen didn't hesitate and took the halberd. With a perfect rank combat weapon in hand, he was more confident in dealing with the Earth Devil Beast. Roar roar. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. During these 2 hours, the Earth Devil Beast had been fighting against the Blood Talisman. However, the Blood Talisman seemed to be able to suppress all kinds of monsters. No matter how hard the Earth Devil Beast tried, it couldn't break free from the Blood Talisman's control. Furthermore, under the impact of the Blood Talisman, the Earth Devil Beast's body was covered in wounds. Blood kept flowing out of its wounds, but obviously these wounds wouldn't affect the Earth Devil Beast's combat strength too much. The Earth Devil Beast could continuously absorb the energy from the Devil Cave, and it could still fight against the Blood Talisman for a long time. However, just as Jiangchen had expected, after 2 hours of fighting, the Earth Devil Beast was completely enraged. Its mind was in a mess, and all 4 of its eyes had turned blood red. Right now, it was focusing all its attention on the Blood Talisman, trying to think of a way to escape. It had completely forgotten about the other threats outside. A cold glint flashed through Jiangchen's eyes. With the golden halberd in his hand, he was ready to attack. Be careful. Wuxiao reminded him. The corners of Jiangchen's mouth curled up slightly. No one could see the slightest hint of panic on his face. His mind was so tough that he wouldn't be shaken even if the sky collapsed. As long as he attacked, confidence would appear on his face. As the greatest saint in the world, his eyesight had reached an unparalleled level. His combat experience was also extremely rich. He could tell that the Earth Devil Beast had completely forgotten about the outside world. All its mind was in a mess, and all its attention was focused on the Blood Talisman. Therefore Jiangchen directly sentenced the Earth Devil Beast to death. Buzz! The golden halberd in Jiangchen's hand made a buzzing sound. Waves of tyrannical energy turned into dragon patterns that covered the surface of the halberd. In the next moment, Jiangchen disappeared from where he was and reappeared in the area covered by the Blood Talisman. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, 9 identical Jiangchen appeared at the same time, surrounding the raging Earth Devil. What a mysterious movement skill. It's actually able to create 9 different clones in the middle of a battle, disrupting the enemy's vision and mind. I know of a wolf clan beast that can unleash a powerful movement skill. Its attack is so powerful that it's impossible to defend against it. Xianxia was shocked once again. He had lost count of how many times he had been shocked when he was with Jiang Chen. Within the blood-red light, the Earth Devil, who was focused on defending against the Blood Talisman, was startled when so many clones suddenly appeared in front of it. It furiously swung its paw, smashing all the clones of Jiang Chen into pieces. At the same time, Jiang Chen's real attack arrived. Jiang Chen let out a cold shout, causing the 1,000 dragon marks on his body to violently vibrate. The sharp golden halberd was thrust forward, and the powerful perfect-ranked combat weapon pierced into the Earth Devil's body. This strike had hit its vital point. The Earth Devil became even more furious. A vast amount of energy started gushing out from its body, causing Jiang Chen's expression to change. He quickly pulled out his halberd and retreated. At the same time, he covered his body with the Firethorn combat armor. Even so, Jiang Chen was still knocked back by the tremendous energy. He was sent flying for thousands of meters before he could stabilize his body. He could feel the blood and qi in his body churning. It was an indescribable pain and his face was pale. Wu Jiao, Xianyi, and De Huang Dog immediately flew to Jiang Chen's side. "Are you all right?" Wu Jiao asked. "I'm fine. The Earth Devil is finished." The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a cold smile. Roar, roar. The Earth Devil, who was trapped by the blood-red light, had its body completely pierced through by Jiang Chen from the back to the front. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Although the Earth Devil was still as brutal as before, its aura was weakening. This is a fatal injury. If it was an ordinary person, they would be dead by now. The Earth Devil is indeed powerful. It can still unleash such terrifying power. Xianyi sighed. Haha, even so, this big guy is dead for sure. Let's see how much more blood it can shed. De Huang Dog laughed. Jiang Chen's halberd had caused unimaginable damage to the Earth Devil. But with the Earth Devil's strength, if it could escape now, it would be able to recover slowly. Unfortunately, it was trapped inside the Blood Talisman. Forget about recovering, it had to use all its energy to resist the damage from the Blood Talisman. After another 10 minutes, the Earth Devil finally couldn't hold on any longer. Its aura had completely withered, and it no longer had the energy to summon energy. The Earth Devil is finished. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He grabbed out with his hand, summoning the Blood Talisman into his hand. Jiang Chen put away the Blood Talisman. After that, the trio appeared in front of the Earth Devil. Right now, the Earth Devil could no longer pose any threat to them. Jiang Chen forcefully thrust his halberd forward, and with a poochie sound, it pierced through the Earth Devil's neck. Chapter 253. Sensing the massive energy coming from the demon soul, a gratified expression finally emerged on Jiang Chen's face. "It wasn't easy to get your hands on you. Brother Yin, when I return you will be saved." A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Thinking about how Han Yen could once again stand in front of him, full of vigor and vitality, one of his wishes had been fulfilled. Han Yen was his first brother after his reincarnation, and his sense of brotherhood had touched Jiang Chen. He had stood up for Yen Qinyu at the critical moment, and he was willing to sacrifice his own life for his brother. How many people could have such a sense of brotherhood? Brother Jiang Chen, you've become a legend in Inferno Hell. You've done something that no one has ever done before. Not only did you loot everything in Inferno City, you even killed the terrifying Earth Devil. Xianyi said with a smile on his face. Jiang Chen's actions would definitely be recorded in the history books of Inferno Hell, and he would become an existence that everyone in Inferno Hell would know about. Also, after what Jiang Chen had done, the number of robberies in Inferno City would become much more common, and there might even be some large-scale robberies. This also indicated that Inferno Hell would become even more chaotic in the future. Let's go, we'll return to Inferno City and wait for the opening of Inferno Hell in 7 days. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. After obtaining the Earth Devil's demon soul, he had finally felt relieved, and he no longer had any worries about Inferno Hell. Besides, Jiang Chen had obtained a lot of benefits from this trip to Inferno Hell. Not only had he broken through to the Divine Core Realm, he had also obtained an incredible amount of wealth. With his current wealth, he could easily establish a big sect in the Qi province. Besides that, Jiang Chen had another condition to establish a big sect, and that was the energy vein located in Red Sun Town. However, Jiang Chen didn't have any plans to establish a big sect right now. All right. Wu Jiao and Xianyi nodded their heads. When it came to leaving Inferno Hell, both of them had complicated feelings, but their excitement was obvious. One of them had been trapped in the poison miasma space for 10 years and almost lost his life, while the other had been trapped in such a harsh environment like Inferno Hell for 10 years. To them, this Inferno Hell was like a cage. Their desire to leave this place was much stronger than that of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Furthermore, Wu Jiao's cultivation had only recovered to the peak divine core realm, and he was still far from his peak condition. Once he left Inferno Hell, the first thing Wu Jiao would do was try his best to recover his cultivation. "Brother Jiao, here's your halberd." "Thank you." Jiang Chen handed the halberd to Wu Jiao. "Haha, no need to be so polite with me." Wu Jiao laughed as he received the halberd and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. 3 people and a dog soon found the exit of the Devil's Den, and they flew towards Inferno City. "Brother Jiao, I just saw you use the army battle Dao." Jiang Chen asked. "That's right. But it's getting harder and harder to cultivate this Dao." Wu Jiao shook his head. He wanted to break through to the combat soul realm, understand the dimensional laws and break through to the combat king realm. But he knew that the combat king realm was a supreme realm, and it was extremely difficult to reach it. It wasn't something that could be achieved in a short period of time, and it couldn't be forced. When Brother Jiao used the army battle Dao, you paid too much attention to the atmosphere of the battlefield. When you unleashed the army battle Dao, it was filled with an imposing aura, and you even used your yuan energy to transform into the form of a blade, a spear, a sword, and a halberd. If you can cultivate these 4 forms separately, I'm sure you'll be able to achieve a different result. The blade has the energy of a blade, the spear has the energy of a spear, the sword has the energy of a sword, and the halberd has the energy of a halberd. Jiang Chen said. Could it be that Jiang Chen brother is also proficient in the army battle Dao? Wu Jiao looked at Jiang Chen with a surprised expression. I don't know, I just had some ideas when I saw Brother Jiao using the army battle Dao. Jiang Chen replied with a smile. He had told Wu Jiao everything he needed to know, and as for whether Wu Jiao was willing to cultivate according to his instructions, that was none of Jiang Chen's business. Haha, good, Jiang Chen brother has a good idea, I'll definitely give it a try later. Wu Jiao patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. However, the indifference in his eyes couldn't be hidden from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen simply smiled at Wu Jiao's reaction, and didn't mind it at all. In fact, Wu Jiao didn't take Jiang Chen's words to heart. In his eyes, although Jiang Chen was a peerless genius, he was still just a young man, and his knowledge of cultivation was definitely not as good as Wu Jiao's. Besides, Wu Jiao had spent his entire life studying the army battle Dao, and he had his own ideas when it came to cultivation. How could Jiang Chen possibly understand that? Wu Jiao's idea was only repeated after he tried his best to break through to the combat king realm, but to no avail. Then he suddenly recalled Jiang Chen's advice and he decided to give it a try. In the end, he actually broke through to the combat king realm. Wu Jiao immediately gave himself 2 hard slaps on his face, blaming himself for not listening to Jiang Chen's advice earlier. Of course, all of this would happen in the future. Qi Province, Black Sect. On top of Guishan's mountain peak, Guishan was wearing a long gray robe, and both of his hands were placed behind his back. He was standing at the peak of his mountain, staring into the distance with a hopeful look. Brother, if you don't come back soon, something big is going to happen. Guishan let out a long sigh. Not long ago, the northern and southern dynasties in Zhao Chongyang had sent an ultimatum to the Black Sect in Valley of Happiness. They wanted these 2 sects to submit to the Burning Sky Pavilion in 7 days. When this news spread out, it immediately caused a huge storm in the entire Qi province. Before this, the Tianjin Gate submission had shocked the entire Qi province. No one had expected the Tianjin Gate to be so timid, and they didn't even put up a fight before submitting to the Burning Sky Pavilion. Now, the same ultimatum had been sent to the other 2 big sections. Everyone knew that the northern and southern dynasties had broken through to the mid-divine core realm, and they couldn't wait to attack the other 3 big sections. The goal of the northern and southern dynasties was very clear. They wanted to completely change the situation in the Qi province before they went to the martial palace to cultivate and unify the entire Qi province. Ever since the northern and southern dynasties emerged as the new force in the Qi province competition, they had become the brightest stars in the Qi province, and they were also the first geniuses who were invited by the martial palace. No one knew how strong the northern and southern dynasties were after breaking through to the mid-divine core realm, but everyone knew that the Qi province was going to be thrown into chaos, and the structure of the Qi province was going to change. The entire Black Sect had fallen into a gloomy mood. Even the Heavenly Sword sect had submitted to Nan Beiqiao. This made them subconsciously feel that Nan Beiqiao's strength was strong enough to force Duan Jianhong to submit to him. Right at this moment, the people of the Black Sect couldn't help but think about the young man in white. He was a legendary figure in the Black Sect, But too bad he had entered Inferno Hell, and he wouldn't be coming back anytime soon. Swoosh. A man flew over from afar and he landed right next to Guishan. It was you, Zihan. Zihan, you've gained a lot this time. You've actually broken through to the divine core realm. It's been a long time since we've had a core disciple in the Black Sect. When Guishan saw you, Zihan, a joyful expression emerged in his eyes. It's all thanks to the energy vein. I've been absorbing the source energies from the energy vein, and my body has been completely improved. My cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, and this time I've broken through to the divine core realm. Now that the Black Sect is in trouble, I have to do my part. Yu Zihan said. Do you think Jiang Chen will be able to come back before the great change happens? Guishan asked. I'm afraid it's going to be very difficult. Yu Zihan furrowed his brows. If Jiang Chen doesn't come back, the Black Sect will be destroyed for sure. Only Jiang Chen can fight against the northern and southern dynasties. Guishan said as he squinted his eyes. The Black Sect has a strong foundation, and it won't be easy for the northern and southern dynasties to destroy the Black Sect. Besides, that Granny Feng has arrived at the Black Sect, and she is discussing with the sect chief about a countermeasure. If both superpowers work together, they will be very powerful. Yu Zihan said. Don't underestimate the power of the northern and southern dynasties. This man is a peerless genius, and since he has given us 7 days, he isn't afraid of the two superpowers working together. Guishan said with a smile on his face. Sect Elder Gua, if the great change happens, what will you do? Yu Zihan looked at Guishan and asked. I'm a disciple of the Black Sect, and even if I die, I'll still be a ghost of the Black Sect. Guishan turned around and walked towards the courtyard. His words had made his attitude clear. Zihan, if Jiang Chen doesn't come back before the great change happens, you have to find a way to bring Yen Qinyu and Han Yen here. Guishan said with a bleak tone. Inferno Hell. After Jiang Chen and his group killed the Earth Devil, they returned to Inferno City. At this point of time, many people had returned to Inferno City as well. Except for those warriors who didn't want to leave, everyone was waiting for the opening of Inferno Hell. On a wasteland 1,000 miles away from Inferno City, a fiery red figure blocked Jiang Chen and his group's path. This man had red hair that was fluttering in the wind, and his body was covered in flames. When he saw Jiang Chen, an excited expression emerged in his eyes. Huiyuner? When Jiang Chen saw this man, he was shocked. Jiang Chen, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Huiyuner's body was filled with an intense fighting spirit. You can't defeat me, Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. I just want to die. Huiyuner didn't show any signs of fear. Of course he knew he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen. He had broken through to the mid-divine core realm, and he came to Inferno Hell with great confidence. He just wanted to fight Jiang Chen. But after he came to Inferno Hell, Jiang Chen's legend was everywhere, and it had poured a bucket of cold water on his ambition. The reality had made Huiyuner realize that Jiang Chen's progress was much greater than he had imagined. He would never be able to catch up to Jiang Chen in his entire life. But even so, Huiyuner still desired to fight Jiang Chen. Even if he had to die, he wouldn't regret it. In his mind, he had already died outside the Black Sect. Just like Yunkin running away that day was the biggest humiliation Huiyuner had ever experienced in his life, and it had left a shadow in his heart that was hard to erase. If he couldn't fight Jiang Chen, he would never be able to erase this shadow. His cultivation would stop at this level for the rest of his life, and he wouldn't be able to progress any further. If that was the case, what was the point of living? Chapter 254. This guy isn't bad. Wu Jiao and Xian Yi nodded their heads. They couldn't help but praise Huiyuner. A man who risked his life to fight deserved respect from others. It was enough to show Huiyuner's determination in cultivation. Huiyuner's fearless spirit of fighting had also won Jiang Chen's respect. That kind of fighting spirit couldn't be faked, and no one would risk their life to fake it. Huiyuner wasn't an idiot. With the current situation, he had no chance of winning against Jiang Chen, and he would definitely die. This guy is a tough guy. Little Qinzi, are you going to kill him? The Huang dog said. If he had fought with me outside the Black Sect, I would have definitely killed him. But today I won't kill him, he has earned my admiration. Besides, Huiyuner is never my enemy, he is just a martial arts fanatic. Jiang Chen said. There was no deep hatred between him and Huiyuner, it was because of the Green Sanctuary sect that Huiyuner was dragged into this mess. Besides, Huiyuner had spent his entire life studying martial arts, he was a typical martial maniac. He was willing to risk his life to fight. Jiang Chen, let's fight. Today I'll fight you to make up for what happened in the Black Sect. I've prepared myself to die here. This is a flame I've prepared in advance. If I die, use my flame to burn my body." Huiyuner flipped his palm, then a ball of red flame appeared above his palm. With a wave of his hand, it flew towards Jiang Chen. "Fine, I'll fight you." Jiang Chen caught the flame and agreed to fight Huiyuner. With a sway of his body, he appeared not far away from Huiyuner, then he unleashed his energy like a tidal wave. Sensing Jiang Chen's tidal wave-like energy, Huiyuner's expression changed. Just from this energy alone, he could tell that the gap between him and Jiang Chen was huge. "Haha, Jiang Chen, I have to say, you are the most amazing genius I, Huiyuner, have ever seen. To be able to die in your hands, I, Huiyuner, have no regrets in this life." Huiyuner wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he laughed heartily. Rays of resplendent fire shot out from Huiyuner's body, gradually forming a brilliant fire seal in front of him. "Heaven Fire Mystic Art." Huiyuner shouted and immediately used his most powerful attack. His Heavenly Flame Mystic Art had already reached the initial level, so its power was boundless. When the fire seal was used, even the air started to burn. One had to admit that Huiyuner was a rare genius. Just the attack in front of him alone was something that no ordinary late Divine Core warrior could withstand. However, this kind of power was nothing in front of Jiang Chen. With a wave of his hand, the true dragon flames transformed into a resplendent fire spear. With a shake of his arm, the fire spear pierced through the air and collided with Huiyuner's fire seal. Bang! Jiang Chen's true dragon flames were obviously much stronger than Huiyuner's magma flames. Together with Jiang Chen's abundant yuan energy and the support of the dragon marks, Huiyuner's fire seal was not something Jiang Chen could compare with. The fire spear shattered Huiyuner's fire seal in an instant, and it didn't slow down at all. With incredible speed, it pierced into Huiyuner's shoulder. "You've lost." Jiang Chen retracted the true dragon flames and said with an indifferent tone, "Why didn't you kill me?" Huiyuner looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. He knew Jiang Chen's way of doing things. He would never give his enemies any chance to kill him. But now Jiang Chen had only injured him, not killed him. "I don't want to kill you, so naturally I won't kill you. I used fire to defeat you, but that doesn't mean I'm humiliating you. There are no grudges between us. Today I fulfilled your wish to fight with me and I'll spare your life. I hope you won't provoke me again." After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he passed through Huiyuner's body and flew towards Inferno City. Wu Jiao and De Huang Dog glanced at the stunned Huiyuner, then followed behind Jiang Chen. Looking at Jiang Chen's disappearing back, Huiyuner's eyes revealed a trace of infatuation. That not-so-majestic back seemed to have some sort of magical power. Huiyuner covered the wound on his shoulder with his hand. Looking at the blood dripping down from the wound, a faint smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he had fulfilled his wish, and his mood was suddenly lightened up. His future path of cultivation would definitely be smoother. "Thank you." Huiyuner said these two words in a voice that only he could hear. Inside Inferno City? "Brother Xian, where will the portal to Inferno Hell open in 7 days?" Jiang Chen asked. "It's just outside of Inferno City. I can't tell you the exact location, as the portal will open at a different location every year. However, it won't be more than 1,000 miles away from Inferno City. Don't worry, Jiang brother, as long as you want to leave this place, you'll be able to do so when the portal opens. Furthermore, there will be tunnels that lead to different provinces in the eastern continent." Xianxia said. "Where is Jiang brother planning to go?" Wu Jiao asked. "I'm going back to the Qi province. I'm a disciple of the Black Sect, and now that I've accomplished my goal in Inferno Hell, I have to go back as soon as possible. I still have something important to do when I get back and I've already wasted a lot of time." Jiang Chen said. Saving Han Yin was an urgent matter, and he wished he could leave Inferno Hell right now and fly back to the Black Sect. Qi province. Wu Jiao and Xianxia exchanged glances. Obviously, they didn't expect a peerless genius like Jiang Chen to come from the tiny Qi province, the province that even the martial Saint dynasty had abandoned. "I never thought a small place like the Qi province could produce a genius like Jiang brother. This is really rare. I wonder if brother Jiang is interested in going to the Wu," Xianxia said. However, before he could finish his words, Wu Jiao stopped him with a glance. "Of course, my goal isn't just the Qi province. Once I'm done with the matters in the Qi province, I'll go to a bigger place," Jiang Chen said. He didn't ask where Wu Jiao and Xianxia came from, or which superpowers they were from. In his mind, there was no need to ask these questions. If Wu Jiao wanted to tell him, he would tell him himself, and if Wu Jiao didn't want to tell him, then he must have his reasons. 3 days later, within the Black Sect in the Qi province, more than 20 divine core warriors had gathered in the Palace Black. One side was from the Black Sect, and the other side was from the Valley of Happiness. Dozens of divine core sect elders from the Valley of Happiness had come. Not only that, all the disciples from the Valley of Happiness had temporarily moved to the Black Sect, and they were preparing to join forces with the Black Sect to fight against the Burning Sky Pavilion. Sitting next to Taoist Black was a woman who looked to be in her 40s. She was wearing a long silver dress and she was emanating a charming aura. She had a wonderful body, and any slight movement from her would attract any man's attention. Although she wasn't young anymore, she was still very charming. Compared to those young girls who had just left their homes, she was much more charming. Many of the Black Sect elders didn't dare to look at this woman, as they were afraid they couldn't control themselves. The aura unleashed by this woman wasn't any weaker than Taoist Black's. Clearly she was a peak divine core warrior. She was none other than the Valley of Happiness's sect chief, Granny Fong. Not only her, all the other sect elders from the Valley of Happiness were also charming and charming. However, at this moment, none of them had any intention of seducing anyone, including Granny Fong. Everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. The deadline is getting closer and closer. Looks like a fierce battle is unavoidable. Granny Fong said. We have to fight. Taoist Black will never submit to a young man. Taoist Black said with a deep voice. Brother Black, do you have any good plans? You know, once the war starts in 4 days, not only will we be facing the Burning Sky Pavilion, we will also be facing the Tianjin Gate. Tianjin Gate has already submitted to the Burning Sky Pavilion, and with the northern and southern dynasties in Zhao Chongyang's character, they won't let Duan Jianhong just stand there and watch. At that point of time, Tianjin Gate will definitely help the Burning Sky Pavilion. Granny Fong said. We'll do our best and leave it to fate. I've already prepared the Black Formation. When the time comes, all the divine core warriors from both sects will join forces and unleash the formation. Even if the Burning Sky Pavilion and Tianjin Gate join forces, it won't be easy for them to break the formation. Taoist Black said. His vision was blurred, and the figure of a young man in white appeared in his mind. He didn't know if that young man could appear at the last moment, and he also didn't know if that young man could solve the Black Sect's crisis. But that young man in white was Taoist Black's last hope. For now, that's the only thing we can do. Granny Fong will never submit to anyone. If they want to destroy us, the Burning Sky Pavilion and Tianjin Gate will have to pay a heavy price. Granny Fong was a ruthless woman, and she would never compromise at a time like this. The atmosphere in the entire palace was heavy and tense. Everyone's mind was focused on the upcoming war in 4 days, and no one noticed an old man who had a sneer in his eyes. This old man was none other than Fan Zhongtong. No one knew that he was from the northern and southern dynasties. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. On this day, the Qi province experienced a huge change. The army of the Burning Sky Pavilion had arrived. Under the leadership of the northern and southern dynasties in Zhao Chongyang, all the disciples and elders of the Burning Sky Pavilion who were at the Heavenly Core realm and above were mobilized. Dozens of divine core elders from the Tianjin Gate also followed them. It was impossible for Duan Jianhong to stay out of this. The northern and southern dynasties would never allow that. Therefore, all the divine core warriors from the Tianjin Gate were mobilized. Dong dong dong, within the Black Sect, the drums of war had been beating loudly since early in the morning. This was the sign of war. The entire Black Sect was shrouded in a layer of dark clouds. The Black Sect and Valley of Happiness had joined forces, preparing to fight the Burning Sky Pavilion to the death. Finally, a huge change had arrived. Right now in Inferno Hell, many people had gathered outside Inferno City, waiting for the portal to open. Except for those who didn't want to leave, they would continue living in this harsh environment. Chapter 255. The portal to Inferno Hell hadn't been opened yet, so everyone was waiting anxiously. Jiang Qin and his group stood on an empty ground outside of Inferno City, while the others kept some distance from them. This group of people was simply too frightening. Not to mention that combat soul warrior, none of them were qualified to compete with him. As for that Jiang Qin, he was like a devil king in Inferno Hell. Jiang Qin's name would definitely be recorded in the history of Inferno Hell. Not only that, once the portal was opened and all these people left Inferno Hell, everything that happened in Inferno Hell would be exposed. At that point of time, Jiang Qin's name would spread to every province in the eastern continent, as if it had grown wings. Brother Tian, after leaving Inferno Hell, Are you going back to the Qi province or the Jian province? Jiang Chen looked at Tianyi with a smile on his face. I've left the Black Sect for 2 years, it's time for me to go back. Besides, if I go back to the Jian province now, I'm afraid I won't have a place to live. Tianyi said with a smile. That's right, everything that happened in Inferno Hell will be known by everyone. Chief Jiang, not only did you kill Yang Shua from the Myriad Sword Sect, you also killed Xuanhuan Wei from the Xuanhuan clan. Both superpowers are superpowers in the Jian province, I'm sure they won't let you go so easily. At that point of time, our relationship with Chief Jiang will be made public as well. Yang Meng said. I'll go wherever Chief Jiang goes. My life was saved by Chief Jiang, no matter what Chief Jiang asks me to do in the future, Wang Heng will never say no. Wang Heng patted his chest and said. Right now, his admiration for Jiang Chen was as high as a mountain. Alright, if that's the case, let's head to the Qi province together. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Brother Jiang, you've killed too many people in Inferno Hell, and all of them came from superpowers in different provinces. Once what you've done here is known, I'm afraid many superpowers will treat you as their enemy. Let's not talk about the superpowers outside of the Jian province, just the Myriad Sword Sect and Xuanhuan clan alone are not to be trifled with. Therefore you have to be careful when you leave this place. Xianyu reminded. He seemed to have something else to say, but when he saw the look in Wu Jio's eyes, he forcefully swallowed his words. This was already the second time. Haha, I Jiang Chen, am never afraid of a strong enemy, I'm only afraid that they aren't strong enough. No matter if it's the Myriad Sword Sect or the Xuanhuan clan, they better not provoke me. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. There wasn't the slightest bit of worry on his face. On the journey of every leader there were bound to be enemies. Jiang Chen had been reborn, and he had to walk on his path of domination again. All the enemies on the road were just stepping stones for him. What courage! Wu Jio gave Jiang Chen a thumbs up and praised him. Then he said, Brother, why don't you ask me about my background and ask me for help? If you want to tell me, I don't have to ask. If you don't want to tell me, it's useless for me to ask, isn't it? Moreover, you've already helped me kill the Earth Devil Beast. In the future, I'd rather walk my own path. Jiang Chen shrugged. Ah, good brother. Wu Jio will definitely be your brother. Wu Jio patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. This young man in front of him, not only did he have extraordinary talent, incredible combat strength, courage and decisiveness, he was also a very intelligent man. A man like this would have limitless achievements in the future. Wu Jio could even imagine that the Eastern continent wouldn't be able to contain a genius like Jiang Chen. Dong dong dong, within the Black Sect in the Qi province, the sound of the war drums resounded throughout the entire Black Mountain range. The echoes reached the skies like rolling thunder. Right at this moment, in the sky above the Black Sect, all the Heavenly Core disciples and sect elders were hovering in the sky. This was the combined force of the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness. Just the energy unleashed by them was enough to shake the heavens and earth. At the front, Taoist Black and Granny Feng stood side by side. Behind them were all Divine Core warriors, and all of them were staring at the great army in front of them with solemn expressions. On the opposite side, the great army also had an imposing aura, and it didn't look any weaker than the combined force of the Black Sect and the Valley of Happiness. At the front of the great army, there were 3 men standing side by side. The man in the middle wore a golden robe, and his long golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His resolute face was filled with a domineering expression. He was very young, but every movement he made carried the aura of a king, and it made people want to submit to him. The golden-haired man was none other than the men from the Northern and Southern dynasties. The other 2 men standing next to the Northern and Southern dynasties also had powerful auras, and they weren't any weaker than Taoist Black and Granny Feng. They were the Burning Sky Pavilion's pavilion chief, Zhao Chongyang, and the Tianjin Gate sect chief, Duan Jianhong. Both of them were the strongest men in the Qi province, but right now they were standing next to the Northern and Southern dynasties, showing the status of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Northern and Southern dynasties, Zhao Chongyang, it won't be easy for you to destroy the Black Sect in the Valley of Happiness. If you want to change the Qi province's current situation, you'll have to pay a heavy price. Let me tell you this, today the Black Sect and the Valley of Happiness will fight to the bitter end. Taoist Black's voice was like a thunderclap, and it echoed in everyone's ears. A huge change in the current situation represents a turning point in history. Every huge change is destined to cause rivers of blood. The Northern and Southern dynasties don't care how many people will die, all I care about is whether the result is what I want or not. The men from the Northern and Southern dynasties stood with their hands behind their back. Their contemptuous tone sent chills down everyone's spines. This was an extremely domineering man, and his eyes, all living beings were just ants. It's not easy for the northern and southern dynasties to change the current situation of history. You're just a tiny junior and you're just a mid-divine core warrior. No matter how much of a genius you are, don't you think you're being too arrogant? Granny Feng let out a cold snort. My methods are not something you can imagine. Taoist Black, Granny Feng, I've given you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. You've chosen your own death. Today the army of the Burning Sky Pavilion has arrived, and will be unstoppable. Today we'll raise the Black Mountain Range to the ground. The men from the northern and southern dynasties had cold expressions on their faces. Ah, that's right. Taoist Black, Granny Feng, you shouldn't have resisted, you shouldn't have put up such a desperate struggle. Duan Jianhong burst into laughter. Coward. Granny Feng looked at Duan Jianhong and couldn't help but curse. Duan Jianhong, you're the sect chief of the Tianjin Gate, one of the most powerful men in the Qi province, but you're such a coward, surrendering to someone so easily. I really look down on you. Granny Feng, don't argue with me. I'm just adapting to the current situation. The Qi province's situation has been decided, and only those who adapt to the current situation can survive. Duan Jianhong's expression remained unchanged. He didn't feel humiliated by surrendering to the Burning Sky Pavilion. Northern and Southern dynasties, do you really think Duan Jianhong is surrendering to you? He's a cunning man and he's just waiting to reap the benefits. Don't you dare think that he'll really help you. If Duan Jianhong doesn't do his best, don't you think it's too childish for the Burning Sky Pavilion to destroy both our sects? Granny Feng stared at the Northern and Southern dynasties with a sneer on her face. Both of them knew what Duan Jianhong was thinking. What's the point of saying so much? Since we've come to this point, there's nothing more to say. Let's fight. Zhao Chongyang's energy was shaking violently, and his fighting spirit was unparalleled. Northern and Southern dynasties, let me see what you're capable of. Take a strike from me first. Taoist Black's killing intent soared into the sky. With a sway of his body, he dashed forward and struck out with his palm, unleashing a massive wave of energy towards the Northern and Southern dynasties. He wanted to personally strike and see how strong the Northern and Southern dynasties were. If the Northern and Southern dynasties were no match for him, then with just Zhao Chongyang and Duan Jianhong, who wasn't on the same side as the Burning Sky Pavilion, there was no way they could defeat the combined forces of the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness. Taoist Black, let me fight with you. Zhao Chongyang unleashed his energy as well. Just as he was about to strike, he was stopped by the Northern and Southern dynasties. The Northern and Southern dynasties let out a cold harumph. He took a step forward and gently waved his palm. Although the palm looked soft and powerless, it was actually very powerful. A bright golden palm was unleashed by him and smashed toward Taoist Black. Bang! The violent collision produced a huge amount of sparks in the air. Taoist Black's attack was instantly shattered by the Northern and Southern dynasties. Because of the tremendous backlash, Taoist Black was knocked flying backward, and he only managed to stabilize his body when he reached the same spot he was standing at. So strong. Taoist Black's expression changed dramatically. He was a peak divine core warrior, but he was no match for the Northern and Southern dynasties. The strength of the Northern and Southern dynasties was something he couldn't handle. I told you, my strength is not something you can imagine. The arrogant expressions on the faces of the Northern and Southern dynasties became even stronger. Heavens, how can the Northern and Southern dynasties be so strong? Even the sect chief is no match for him. How are we going to fight this war? That's right, just the Northern and Southern dynasties alone are so difficult to deal with, let alone Zhao Chongyang and Duan Jianhong. At this moment, all the disciples of the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness felt disheartened. Their fighting spirit had dropped by half. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they were still no match for the Northern and Southern dynasties. The Northern and Southern dynasties really do have geniuses. They are only at the mid-divine core realm, but they already have the combat strength to defeat all divine core warriors. Even the two of us are no match for them. Looks like we're in danger today. Granny Feng furrowed her brows. Both she and Taoist Black knew that the Northern and Southern dynasties were very strong, but they didn't expect them to be this strong. They thought the Northern and Southern dynasties would at most be on par with them, and that was their limit. They never expected Taoist Black to be defeated with just a single strike. Duan Jianhong, who stood next to the Northern and Southern dynasties, had an unnatural expression on his face as well. Obviously, he had underestimated the Northern and Southern dynasties. He never expected the northern and southern dynasties to be this strong, and this was not what he wanted to see. Haha, senior disciple Nanbei is mighty? The black sect in Valley of Happiness should just give up. Just surrender. Senior disciple Nanbei alone is enough to defeat all of you. Senior disciple Nanbei's mighty strength is unstoppable. When the disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion saw that the northern and southern dynasties had defeated Taoist Black with just a single strike, they all started cheering. At this moment their morale had reached its peak. Set up the Black Formation. Taoist Black shouted out with a solemn expression. Chapter 256. Everyone from the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness had a cold expression on their faces. The Black Formation was their last resort, and they were prepared to use it at the last moment. But now, Taoist Black was going to use the Black Formation right away. This showed how critical the situation was. The war hadn't even started, but it was already so urgent. How were they going to fight this war? Granny Feng had a solemn expression on her face. She knew why Taoist Black wanted to use the Black Formation right away. The northern and southern dynasties were too strong, and from the attack just now, she and Taoist Black together were no match for this abnormal monster from the northern and southern dynasties. Besides, they had Zhao Chongyang and Duan Jianhong, two great warriors, protecting them. There was no way they could fight this war. If they started the war, it would be just like what the northern and southern dynasties had said: blood would flow like a river, and they would suffer great losses. Therefore, Taoist Black wanted to use the Black Formation right away. It could minimize the losses of the Black Sect in Valley of Happiness, and they could also use the Black Formation to fight against the northern and southern dynasties. Swoosh. Right after Taoist Black's words left his mouth, everyone started moving. All the Divine Core warriors from the Black Sect in Valley of Happiness moved to their designated positions. Each of them took out a faint golden talisman. Yuan energy was injected into the talisman. In an instant, the talisman shattered and transformed into golden beams that shot up into the sky. All the golden beams connected together and formed into a huge net. With Taoist Black and Granny Feng as the center, the Black Formation was instantly deployed. At the same time, all the Heavenly Core disciples floated below the formation. With a solemn expression, they injected their Yuan energy into the formation. With this, the formation's power would increase by a huge margin. It had almost fused the combined strength of all the Heavenly Core warriors from both sects. It was a truly frightening formation. This formation was similar to the gargantuan formation of the Green Sanctuary sect. Both were defensive formations, but after being improved by Taoist Black and Granny Feng, its power was even greater. The gargantuan formation of the Green Sanctuary sect could only focus all the energy onto one person, but this Black Formation could change positions and fuse all the energy into one spot. In other words, the formation's energy was everywhere. Wherever the enemy attacked, the energy would be transferred to that spot. This formation was formed by borrowing the energy veins from the underground. It was the perfect defensive formation. Attack. Don't let them completely activate the formation. Zhao Chongyang shouted. No need, let them do it. The northern and southern dynasties sneered. If we don't use the formation, they still have some power to resist. If we use the formation, they really won't have any power to resist. Young Master Nanbei, what do you mean? Duan Jianhong looked at the northern and southern dynasties in confusion. If the formation is forced, all those Divine Core warriors will suffer the backlash, especially Taoist Black and Granny Feng, who are in the center of the formation. At that point of time, killing them will be as easy as blowing off dust. The faces of the northern and southern dynasties were filled with confidence. Nanbei, this Black Formation has obviously been modified by Taoist Black and Granny Feng. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to break it. Zhao Chongyang said. Wouldn't that be even better? However, I still want to see how strong this formation is. Don't make a move. I'll take a look at this formation. The northern and southern dynasties took a step forward. Their feet stepped into the sky, causing the air to violently tremble. Deep and muffled sounds that sounded like a sudden clap of thunder could be heard, and it could even cause one's soul to tremble. He was too strong, terrifyingly strong. A mid-divine core young man actually possessed such formidable combat strength. Furthermore, every single action of the northern and southern dynasties carried the aura of a mighty king. In front of me, no matter what you do, you'll only have one ending. The voices of the northern and southern dynasties shook the air. They attacked from above and unleashed a palm strike. The bright golden palm pressed down like a golden mountain. The northern and southern dynasties attacked the center of the Black Formation, where Taoist Black and Granny Feng were standing. Stop him. A sharp light emerged in Taoist Black's eyes. He and Granny Feng joined hands and unleashed a palm strike at the same time. Their attack was infused with the energy of the formation, unleashing a dazzling beam toward the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties shouted out loudly. The golden palm became even brighter, and under the shocked gazes of everyone, it forcefully collided with the beam of light. Rumble, the entire sky above the black sect was shaking violently. If not for the formation blocking most of the energy, this attack alone would have destroyed at least one mountain. The attacks from the northern and southern dynasties were extremely powerful, causing the entire formation to violently tremble. Fortunately, the formation had been infused with the energy of so many mighty warriors, so no matter how strong the northern and southern dynasties were, there was no way they could destroy it with just a single attack. Boom boom boom. The northern and southern dynasties were extremely arrogant. They kept unleashing their attacks, one palm strike after another, causing the black formation to violently tremble. Haha, going against the northern and southern dynasties, the only fate awaiting you is death. The energy of the northern and southern dynasties was like the sun in the middle of the sky, and their strength was beyond anyone's imagination. Taoist Black and Granny Feng's expressions were getting uglier and uglier. Following the continuous attacks from the northern and southern dynasties, their auras had become chaotic. All the divine core warriors had pale expressions on their faces. The strength of the northern and southern dynasties had completely exceeded their imagination, and it had completely overturned their common sense. A mid-divine core warrior could actually be this strong? If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Stabilize the formation. Taoist Black shouted out loudly. Right now, the black formation was their only hope. Only with this formation could they defend against the attacks from the northern and southern dynasties. If the formation was destroyed, it basically meant the destruction of the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness. It also meant the end of the old structure in the Qi province, and the arrival of a new structure. It meant the Black Mountain Range would be filled with rivers of blood, and the mountains would be stained with blood. Senior Disciple Nanbei, Senior Disciple Nanbei, Senior Disciple Nanbei. The morale of the Burning Sky Pavilion was extremely high. Under the influence of the northern and southern dynasties, all the disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion were shouting and cheering as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Zhao Chongyang, who stood aside, had a joyful expression on his face as well. In his mind, the outcome of today's battle had been decided. From today onwards, the entire Qi province would belong to the Burning Sky Pavilion. The strength of the northern and southern dynasties had also exceeded his imagination. The morale of the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness was the exact opposite. They had fallen to the bottom. Those divine core warriors who were maintaining the formation had pale faces. The strength of the northern and southern dynasties had cast a shadow in their hearts that couldn't be erased. On the other side of the black formation, Guishan was maintaining the formation with both of his hands. He couldn't help but look into the distance, then he let out a bitter smile and said, "Brother, if you don't come back soon, it will be too late." At this critical moment, not only Guishan, many people were thinking about the man who had set a one-year duel with the northern and southern dynasties. He was the only young genius in the Qi province who could fight against the northern and southern dynasties. But too bad, at this critical moment of the Black Sect's life and death, that man was nowhere to be found. This was really disappointing. Next to Guishan stood an old man. The expression on this old man's face was different from the others. In his eyes, there wasn't worry and despair like the others, but excitement. This man was none other than Fan Zhongtong. Taoist Black had too much trust in Fan Zhongtong, so much so that he had asked Fan Zhongtong to maintain a part of the formation. He had never thought that there would be a traitor in the Black Sect. The Black Formation was an integrated formation, and no accidents could be allowed to happen in any part of it. If an accident happened, the formation would collapse on its own, and all those who were maintaining the formation would suffer a backlash from the formation. The consequences would be unimaginable. Haha, the northern and southern dynasties were laughing out wildly. Fan Zhongtong was in high spirits as he continued attacking the formation. At the same time, something finally happened within Inferno Hell. Rumble? A rumbling sound came from the sky 100 miles away. The originally silent crowd immediately became agitated. The entrance is about to open, it's in that direction. Let's leave this place as soon as possible, we only have 10 minutes. Xianyi reminded. Let's go. An excited look emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes. The group was the first to fly towards the entrance. With their divine core cultivation bases, they could travel 100 miles in just a blink of an eye. Right at this moment in the sky 100 miles away, a pitch-black hole appeared. Loud explosions kept sounding out from it. This pitch-black hole was the entrance to Inferno Hell. Let's go. Jiang Chen leapt into the air. He and De Huang Dog were the first to enter the hole. The rest of the group followed suit, including Hui Yuner. He wasn't too far away from Jiang Chen, but he didn't talk to Jiang Chen. In just 7 days, Hui Yuner's injuries had fully recovered. Buzz buzz buzz, a buzzing sound could be heard in front of them. After that, many bright lights appeared in front of them. Each of these bright lights was glowing in a different color, and behind each bright light was a tunnel. Brother, these tunnels lead to every province in the eastern continent. You guys can enter first. Wu Jiao said. Jiang Chen threw his glance at one of the tunnels that had a weaker color. He could sense the Qi province's aura coming from it. He immediately cupped his fist toward Wu Jiao and Xian Yi and said, Brother Jiao, Brother Xian, we'll meet again someday. After saying that, Jiang Chen and the group entered the tunnel at the same time. Not long after they entered the tunnel, Hui Yuner entered the same tunnel as well. He didn't return to the Green Sanctuary sect, instead he followed Jiang Chen to the Qi province. After that, the rest of the group also chose different tunnels and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In just a short moment, only Wu Jiao and Xian Yi were left. Lord Jiao, why didn't you let me invite Jiang Brother to the martial palace? With Jiang Brother's talent, he will definitely become a pillar of the martial saint dynasty in the future. We should train him well. Xian Yi finally said the words that he had been holding back for a long time. This was the thing that puzzled him the most. He is a true dragon and I don't want to be his protector. Let him walk the path of domination by himself. I believe that even if I don't invite him with his ability, he will still be able to enter the martial palace by himself. Wu Jiao said with an indifferent tone. I understand now. So Lord Jiao is trying to train Jiang Brother. However, Jiang Brother has offended too many people and powers this time. Without the martial palace's protection, I'm afraid he won't be able to do anything. Xian Yi was a little worried. Don't underestimate him. Let's go, it's been 10 years. Wu Jiao looked at the center of the tunnel. It was the tunnel that led to the martial saint dynasty. Chapter 257. Swoosh, swoosh, within the tunnel strong winds were howling and colorful lights could be seen everywhere. Everyone had experienced this before, so they all stabilized their bodies and didn't dare move. Little Qinzi, you're the biggest winner of this trip to Inferno Hell. You've gained a huge harvest. I'm afraid even the combined wealth of the 4 big sects can't compare to yours. De Huang Dog said in an excited manner. Of course. Chief Jiang has robbed so many divine core warriors, the amount of wealth he has is unimaginable. I can't even estimate it. Wang Hing said. Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He had indeed gained a huge harvest this time. Not only did he obtain a huge amount of wealth, he had also broken through to the divine core realm. Most importantly, he had killed the Earth Devil and obtained its demon soul. He had achieved his most important goal of coming to Inferno Hell. But right now, Jiang Chen still had a regretful expression on his face. Junior disciple Jiang, as the biggest winner of this trip, you should be really happy, but why do you still look like you're not satisfied? Guan Yun patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. The only regret is that I couldn't bring the blood talisman out with me. That blood talisman is really mysterious and I feel like I'm connected to it by blood. What a pity. Jiang Chen shook his head. If there was anything he regretted about coming to Inferno Hell, it would be not bringing the mysterious blood talisman out with him. What? Wasn't the blood talisman with you all this time? Why didn't you bring it out? De Huang Dog's ears stood up. That's right, Brother Jiang, hasn't the blood talisman been with you ever since you got it? Tian Shan asked with a puzzled expression. It was like that, but when I entered the tunnel just now, the blood talisman left my body and went back to Inferno City. I think it's trying to protect Inferno City. Jiang Chen said. When the blood talisman left, he was the only one who sensed it. He could feel the reluctance and helplessness the blood talisman had when it left him. What's the connection between me and the blood talisman? Could it be because of the dragon transformation skill? This ancient divine skill seems to be far more than just a simple skill. Since Xue Fu isn't following me now, it must be because it's not time yet. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. He always felt that one day he would return to purgatory. That blood talisman was like something that belonged to him. He had to get it back. So that's how it is. The blood talisman has always been extremely mysterious. It seems that although junior brother Jiang has obtained the blood talisman's recognition, it is only limited to within purgatory. Once you leave purgatory, the blood talisman will automatically leave. Xuanhuan was enlightened. What a pity. That blood talisman is definitely a rare treasure. If I could bring it out and use its power, I dare not imagine how tyrannical it would be. De Huang Dog also had a look of regret on his face. As a treasure hunting expert, his love for treasures far exceeded that of ordinary people. Alright, let's not talk about purgatory anymore. Everyone calm down, don't get sucked away by the dimensional cracks. Jiang Qin reminded everyone. He didn't want to talk about the blood talisman anymore. When the time was right he would return. Chief Jiang, someone is following us. Wang Hing said. It's Huiyuner, he's from the Green Sanctuary sect. Why is he following us instead of returning to the Qian province? Could it be that he wants to fight Brother Jiang? Tian Yishan said with a frown on his face. Don't worry about him. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Boom. The war in the Black Sect was still going on. Under the continuous attacks from the northern and southern dynasties, the formation still hadn't been broken. However, everyone, including Taoist Black and Granny Feng, had ugly expressions on their faces. Their auras were in a mess and they were struggling to maintain the formation. Nanbei, this is a waste of time. Why don't we attack together and break this formation? Zhao Chongyang shouted out loudly. No need, this formation is very sturdy, but I've told you that we'll break it by itself. Now it's time. The voices of the northern and southern dynasties were heard by everyone. Many people had no idea what the northern and southern dynasties meant by breaking the formation by itself. Ha! Right after the northern and southern dynasties finished their words, a wild laughter sounded out from somewhere in the black formation. Right at this moment, everyone could feel that a huge change was happening to the formation. Boom. In the next moment, Fan Zhongtong completely withdrew all of his energy, causing a huge gap to appear in the black formation. At this critical moment, Fan Zhongtong was like a ferocious tiger, slamming his palm towards Guishan who was right next to him. Bam. Bark. The palm landed squarely on Guishan's chest, nearly shattering all of his internal organs. Guishan had focused all his attention on the formation, so he didn't expect someone on his side to suddenly attack him. Caught off guard, Guishan coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell down from the sky. Sect Elder Gua. Seeing this, Yu Zihan, who was in the middle of the formation, cried out in shock. His eyes were so furious that it felt like flames were going to shoot out from them. Fan Zhongtong's sudden betrayal and Guishan's severe injury had caused two gaps to appear in the formation. The perfect formation had suddenly shattered. Puff! When the black formation was broken, all the divine core warriors who were supporting the formation suffered a backlash. Even Taoist Black and Granny Feng were coughing out blood, let alone the rest of the people. Swoosh! Yu Zihan didn't care about the backlash. He quickly flew down and caught Guishan's body before it hit the ground. Then he landed on top of a mountain. Sect Elder Gua. Yu Zihan shouted out loudly. Cough cough. If Jiang Qin doesn't return, the Black Sect will be finished. Remember to protect Yen Qinyu and Han Yen, don't worry about me. After saying that, Guishan fainted. Fan Zhongtong's sneak attack had caused him irreversible damage. Ah! Fan Zhongtong burst out into laughter. With a sway of his body, he arrived next to the northern and southern dynasties, then he bowed toward the northern and southern dynasties. How could this happen? Everyone from the Black Sect were struck dumb. This was something they couldn't even dream of. Fan Zhongtong, why are you doing this? Taoist Black's eyes were about to burst into flames. He stared at Fan Zhongtong, who had suddenly betrayed them. Fan Zhongtong's sudden betrayal was a deadly blow to the Black Sect and the Valley of Happiness. Now that the Black Formation had been broken, all the Divine Core Warriors had suffered a backlash, and they couldn't fight back with their full strength. How could they fight against the Burning Sky Pavilion? Taoist Black, I've long sought refuge with the Northern and Southern dynasties. The Northern and Southern dynasties are born to be kings, and going against them won't end well. I didn't want to do this, but since you've been protecting that little bastard Jiang Qin, I don't even have the chance to avenge my grandson. If that's the case, I won't show any mercy anymore. I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. Fan Zhongtong's words were like a sharp thorn that pierced into the hearts of all the disciples and sect elders of the Black Sect. Why sect elder Fan Zhongtong? He is a highly respected sect elder of the Black Sect. He is only below the sect master, and when the sect chief was in secluded cultivation, he was even the acting sect chief. Why did he choose to betray us at this critical moment? I can't believe it. A highly respected sect elder of the Black Sect has betrayed us. The sect elder I respect the most is trying to kill us all. Why is this happening? We're finished, the black sect is finished. We're all going to die today. At this moment, all the disciples and sect elders of the black sect were filled with despair. They were heartbroken. If they were to die during the war with the burning sky pavilion, perhaps they would have died a worthy death. But now they were betrayed by their own people, by someone they respected. This was an unimaginable blow to their hearts. Fan Zhongtong, you bastard. You treacherous bastard. Daddy must have been blind to be with someone like you. Fuck you, Daddy will kill this old bastard. All the sect elders of the black sect were enraged. They wished they could rush forward and eat Fan Zhongtong alive. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. They had always treated Fan Zhongtong as their brother, but now their most trusted brother had betrayed them. This kind of heart-wrenching feeling was something no ordinary man could understand. They would rather die in the hands of the northern and southern dynasties than be betrayed by their own people. Let's risk it all. We have to kill this old dog. Daddy must have been blind. Why did I treat a dog as a sect elder? Oh, scum. All the disciples and sect elders of the black sect were stirred up. In an instant, the respect and friendship they had for Fan Zhongtong had turned into hatred. They wished they could tear Fan Zhongtong into pieces with their own hands. Jiang Qin, I hate myself for not listening to you. Taoist Black let out a bitter smile. Only now did he remember that Jiang Qin had warned him to pay more attention to Fan Zhongtong, but he didn't take it seriously. He would never believe that the loyal Fan Zhongtong would betray him. Looking at it now, it seemed like compared to Jiang Qin, there was a huge gap between him and Fan Zhongtong. Now that the black sect was facing destruction, the only person Taoist Black could think of was Jiang Qin. He had no idea if Jiang Qin would show up at the most critical moment. Although the chances were slim, Taoist Black was still looking forward to it. Granny Feng, I, Taoist Black, have let you down. Taoist Black bowed deeply toward Granny Feng, expressing his apologies. If he hadn't been so blind, this wouldn't have happened. With the alliance of the two big sects, they would at least be able to fight back. But now, all of their mighty warriors were injured, and they couldn't even put up a fight against these enemies. Big Brother Black, who would have thought that there would be a traitor among us? Since it has come to this, we can only accept our fate. But even if I have to die, Granny Feng, will fight until the end. Granny Feng unleashed her energy and said with a prideful expression, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Now you don't even have the chance to submit to me. Everyone listen up, kill them all. The northern and southern dynasties gave out their orders with cruel expressions. Chapter 258. Rumble. After the northern and southern dynasties gave out their orders, the morale of the burning sky pavilion reached its peak. All the disciples and sect elders had unleashed their energies perfectly. Their killing intent soared into the sky as they charged towards the men from the black sect in Valley of Happiness. Kill. All disciples and sect elders of the black sect, listen up. Use our blood to defend the dignity of the sect. Taoist Black's eyes were completely filled with blood. Right now he didn't have any feelings towards death. All he wanted was to kill Fan Zhongtong. Before he died, he wanted to kill Fan Zhongtong. This was his last wish. Kill. 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 The crowd was extremely excited. All the men from the black sect were shouting out with all their might. All of them were holding combat weapons in their hands. At this moment, their blood was boiling. They wanted to fight together with their sect chief. Even if they had to fight until the very last moment, even if they had to shed all their blood, they wanted to defend the dignity of the sect. Even though they knew they were like cornered beasts, they still had to fight. The last counterattack of a cornered beast was deadly. It was impossible for the burning sky pavilion to destroy the black sect in Valley of Happiness without any effort. Even if they had to stain the Green Mountain with their blood, they had to make their enemies pay a heavy price. Brothers, kill one and you'll break even, kill two and you'll win. The one who shouted out was Wang Yun. Ever since he was taught by Jiang Qin, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and he was now a peak mid-heavenly core warrior. He was a very courageous man, and he was the first one to charge forward with the longsword in his hand. Bam bam bam, at this moment, fighting spirits soared into the sky. Soon both sides began fighting. The battlefield stretched for hundreds of miles, and it covered the entire sky above the Black Mountain. Powerful destructive energies kept striking out, and the mountains below were shattered one after another. This was a life-and-death battle, and there were already casualties. Divine Core Warriors fought with Divine Core Warriors, and Heavenly Core Warriors fought with Heavenly Core Warriors. The Mortal Core and Chi-Hai Warriors of the Black Sect could only hide within the sect and pray. They were useless in a battle like this and they would just be cannon fodder. Praying was the only thing they could do, and they had to avoid being injured by the shockwaves of the battle. With their strength, any shockwave of the battle could easily kill them. Bai Hua Dai's white dress was fluttering in the wind, and she was holding a white ribbon in her hand. She was fighting with an early divine core sect elder. As one of the top 4 geniuses of the Qi province, Bai Hua Dai's talent was extraordinary, and she had broken through to the divine core realm. If it wasn't for the fact that she suffered a backlash from breaking the formation, no sect elder at the same level as her would be her match. Among the top 4 geniuses of the Qi province, Liang Xiao from the Tianjin Gate was killed by Jiang Qin, Guaniyun from the Black Sect was sent to Inferno Hell, and Bai Hua Dai from the Valley of Happiness had successfully broken through to the divine core realm. However, the one who had the fastest progress was still the northern and southern dynasties. With just a mid-divine core cultivation base, he was able to change the entire Qi province's situation. Perhaps only the northern and southern dynasties could achieve this. Fan Zhongtong, get your ass out here and fight me. A mid-divine core sect elder from the Black Sect roared at Fan Zhongtong. He wished he could eat Fan Zhongtong alive. Yuan Lei, since you're so stubborn, I'll personally send you to the afterlife today. Fan Zhongtong had completely lost his temper. He shouted out loudly and unleashed a palm strike toward Yuan Lei. For the Black Sect, this was a great irony. At a critical moment of life and death for the sect, a man from the same sect was fighting with another man from the same sect. This was something no one had expected. Bang! Both men instantly engaged in an intense fight. With their combat strength, they should be evenly matched, but because Yuan Lei had suffered a backlash from the formation, he couldn't unleash his full combat strength. Therefore he was at a disadvantage and he was no match for Fan Zhongtong. Arg! Miserable screams kept sounding out, and the entire sky above the Black Sect was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Both sides were engaged in an intense fight, and the number of casualties kept increasing. The Burning Sky Pavilion didn't have the upper hand in the fight between Heavenly Core disciples. After all, the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness had joined forces, and the number of Heavenly Core disciples they had wasn't something the Burning Sky Pavilion could compare with. However, the key factor in this fight was the fight between Divine Core warriors. Including the Divine Core disciples from the Tianjin Gate, both sides had almost the same number of disciples. However, because the Divine Core warriors from the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness had suffered a backlash from the Black Formation, their combat strength had dropped significantly. Therefore, there were already casualties among the Divine Core warriors. Nanbei, in my opinion, why don't we just attack and kill Daoist Black and Granny Feng? That way this fight can end right away. Zhao Chongyang looked at the northern and southern dynasties who had indifferent expressions. No, this is a change in the structure of the world, a turning point in history. A huge change is bound to be accompanied by an intense war, and the disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion can only truly grow up in such a huge change. This is a bloody history, this is a war, and blood is destined to flow like a river. The northern and southern dynasties stood with their hands behind their backs. They were enjoying the atmosphere of the battlefield. Facing those people who kept getting injured and killed, no matter if it was their enemies or their own people, their expressions remained indifferent. Not far away, Duan Jianhong sucked in a breath of cold air. Nanbei Chao's ruthlessness was far more vicious than what he had imagined. It was not an easy thing to be enemies with such a man. Everyone listen up. When you attack later you must hold back. Just put on a show. Don't forget our original intentions. Duan Jianhong used his divine sense to transmit his message to all the Divine Core Sect elders from the Tianjin Gate. Fan Zhongtong, hand over your life. Daoist Black let out a loud shout, then he leapt towards Fan Zhongtong who was fighting with Yuan Lei. Haha, Daoist Black, your opponent is me. Zhao Chongyang let out a loud laugh. He quickly stood in front of Daoist Black and unleashed a palm strike. On the other side, Duan Jianhong decisively leapt in front of Granny Feng as well. Coward! Granny Feng didn't try to hide her disdain towards Duan Jianhong. Haha, Granny Feng, I can see that you've taken good care of yourself. Why don't you follow me from now on? As long as you serve me well, I can guarantee you won't have to worry about your life. Duan Jianhong let out a loud laugh. Bastard! Granny Feng waved her hand and unleashed a strong wind toward Duan Jianhong. However, just like everyone else, Granny Feng was suffering from the backlash of the formation. As the core of the formation, she and Daoist Black were the ones who suffered the most. The overall strength of the 4 strongest men in the Qi province was almost the same, and because of the backlash, Granny Feng was no longer a match for Duan Jianhong. Bang bang bang, killing intent soared into the sky. This was the most brutal battlefield. The once green mountains and clear waters had turned into a hellish place. Slaughters were constantly being carried out, and lives were being lost every second. On the entire battlefield, there was only one man from the northern and southern dynasties who had nothing to do. He was watching all of this with an indifferent and noble expression on his face. In his eyes, this war was just a game to him, and those who were fighting with their lives on the line were just pawns to satisfy his desire as an emperor. He enjoyed this pleasure. On the other side, within the passageway leading to the Qi province from Inferno Hell, Jiang Chen and a few other men were chatting and laughing. They had no idea that the Black Sect was in a critical moment of life and death. Suddenly, dots of light appeared in front of them. For those who had entered Inferno Hell before, they knew that the appearance of these dots meant that they had reached the end of the passageway. The end is right in front of us, but I wonder where we'll land in the Qi province? Xianxia said. He hadn't been back for 2 years. The Qi province is only this big. With our current strength, even if we land in the most remote place, we'll be able to return to the Black Sect in no time. Xuanhuan said. A pulling force landed on their bodies. All of them held their breaths and didn't resist. In the next moment, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Many figures descended from the crack. Luckily, all of them were prepared, and they managed to stabilize their bodies when they landed. Who's there? A loud shout sounded out from behind. Jiang Chen and the few others turned around and saw 5 young men looking at them. When they saw Jiang Chen's face, they were startled at first, but after that, a joyful expression emerged on their faces. Young Master Jiang, it's young Master Jiang. The leading young man was extremely surprised. When the 4 of them saw Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, it was as if they had just seen their most respected friends. They quickly walked up and bowed towards them. So it's you guys. Jiang Chen smiled. He wasn't unfamiliar with these people, they were from Red Sun Town. The place in front of him was even more familiar, it was the entrance of Red Sun Town. He didn't expect they would come out from Red Sun Town. Jiang Chen raised his head and saw a huge statue in the center of Red Sun Town. The statue was none other than himself. Wow, Chief Jiang is so mighty. I can't believe there's a statue of Chief Jiang here. Wang Hing said excitedly. Kaka, you guys still don't know about this. When little Qinzi and I came to Yellowstone to kill those blood devils, we killed Lord Blood Moon and brought glory to the people of Red Sun Town. These people are very grateful to little Qinzi, and they even built a statue to worship him. De Huang Dog seemed to have recalled the scene from back then, and a prideful expression emerged on his face. Young Master Jiang, you're finally back. The Black Sect is currently in a crisis. The leading young man quickly said. What? Tianxia and Guaniyun's expressions changed. What happened? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. The northern and southern dynasties have broken through to the mid-divine core realm, and they are now attacking the Black Sect with their men from the Burning Sky Pavilion. Currently, the Black Sect has joined forces with the Valley of Happiness, but the Tianjin Gate has surrendered to the northern and southern dynasties. I'm afraid they are currently engaged in a fierce battle. I heard that the northern and southern dynasties are incredibly strong, and even if the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness join forces, I'm afraid they won't be able to stop them. The leading young man said. Everyone in the Qi province knew about what had happened during the past few days. What? I didn't expect something so serious to happen, and the situation in the Qi province has changed so much. Let's go, we need to return to the sect immediately. Jiang Chen didn't dare waste any time. He was the first one to fly back to the Black Sect. His speed was extremely fast, and besides De Huang Dog, Guaniyun and the others couldn't catch up. Chapter 259. Everyone's excited mood was instantly shrouded by a layer of gloominess, especially Guaniyun and Tianxia. Both of them were disciples of the Black Sect, and they had a deep affection for the Black Sect. Now that the Black Sect was facing a life and death crisis, it was impossible for them not to worry. Junior disciple Guan, who are those people from the northern and southern dynasties? I've never heard of them before. Tianxia asked with a frown on his face. This man appeared out of nowhere during this year's Qi province competition, and he is known as the #1 genius in the Qi province. During the Qi province competition, this man defeated all the #1 geniuses from the 3 big sects, and I couldn't even withstand a single strike from him. But I never expected the northern and southern dynasties to improve so fast, and they have already broken through to the mid-divine core realm. Guaniyun said with a bitter expression on his face. The reason why he came to Inferno Hell to cultivate was because he didn't want to be too far behind the northern and southern dynasties. But now, it looked like the gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. Although Xuanhuan was a mid-divine core warrior now, compared to those peerless geniuses from the northern and southern dynasties, he was on a completely different level. I never expected someone like this to appear in the Qi province, Tianyi said with mixed emotions. During the Qi province competition, the northern and southern dynasties weren't the only geniuses who appeared out of nowhere. Junior disciple Jiang was there as well. He was only an early mortal core warrior, but he defeated all 4 big sects and became the #1 disciple in the outer circle competition, and he even made a fight with the northern and southern dynasties a year later. Now, in just half a year, junior disciple Jiang has broken through to the early divine core realm, and he has the ability to kill late divine core warriors. Even xuanhuan is no match for him. I'm afraid his true combat strength isn't any weaker than those from the northern and southern dynasties. In other words, junior disciple Jiang's talent is even greater than those from the northern and southern dynasties. Xuanhuan said with mixed emotions. They were geniuses themselves, but compared to Jiang Chen and those peerless geniuses from the northern and southern dynasties, they didn't deserve to be called geniuses. Looks like the battle in 1 year will have to be brought forward. Today, junior brother Jiang will return, and there will definitely be a battle of life and death with the northern and southern dynasties. Let's speed up. Even if we can't catch up to junior brother Jiang, we have to hurry back to help, Xuanhuan urged. After that, the group increased their speed to the maximum, turning into a few beams of light as they flew toward the Black Sect. In the Black Sect, the horrifying war was still going on. Screams and sounds of killing could be heard everywhere. Blood splattered all over the place, and from time to time, dead bodies would fall down from the sky. The mountains below were collapsing as well. All the mortal core and Qi disciples were running in all directions until they reached the center of the Black Sect. All of them were gnashing their teeth in anger, and their faces were filled with grief and anger. The Black Sect was in a critical situation, and they couldn't do anything to help. All they could do was hide in the dark, and this was a terrible feeling. They really wanted to fight with the mortal core disciples from the Burning Sky Pavilion or even the Tianjin Gate, but too bad none of them came. Get the hell out of here. Fan Zhongtang was extremely powerful. He slammed his palm onto Yuan Lei's chest and sent him flying away. After that, Fan Zhongtang looked at a mountain far away. Guishan, I'm going to kill you today, and I'm going to destroy Yan Qinyu and Han Yan's bodies as well. I'm going to make Jiang Chen regret this for the rest of his life. Fan Zhongtang shouted out loudly. He had just seen Yu Zihan bringing the unconscious Guishan back to his mountain. Quick, stop him. Daoist Black, who was fighting with Zhao Chongyang, shouted out. Last time, because of Fan Zhongtang and his grandson, Yan Qinyu and Han Yan had suffered a lot, and he felt sorry for Jiang Chen. If he couldn't even protect Yan Qinyu and Han Yan's severely injured bodies today, Daoist Black wouldn't be able to rest in peace even if he died. Yuan Lei let out a furious roar. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he quickly stood in front of Fan Zhongtang. Right at this moment, none of the other divine core warriors from the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness had the chance to attack. They were all in a difficult situation, and they were constantly being suppressed by their opponents. If the situation continued like this, they would be killed by their opponents sooner or later. Yuan Lei, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Fan Zhongtang shouted out loudly. In an instant, a shining long sword appeared in his hand, and he swung it toward Yuan Lei. Rumble, the heavens and earth were shaking violently, and the entire battlefield was filled with blood. A divine core sect elder from the Valley of Happiness was pierced through by a warrior from the Burning Sky Pavilion, and he died on the spot. Now, even divine core warriors had started suffering casualties. For the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness, casualties like this were deadly. Once the gap between the number of warriors from both sides was widened, it would be the time for them to die. Besides, the northern and southern dynasties hadn't attacked yet. Daoist Black and Granny Feng were struggling to hold on. The only good thing was that the sect elders from the Tianjin Gate didn't seem to be fighting with all their strength. A divine core sect elder from the Black Sect let out a miserable shriek and died. The situation of the battle was getting more and more intense. Many heavenly core inner circle disciples had died, and Wang Yun's chest had a long wound, but he was still fighting while soaked in blood. Following the death of the divine core warrior, all the disciples from the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness were filled with despair. They knew that after today's battle, the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness would become history, and they would all die. This despair quickly weakened their fighting spirit. Daddy will kill you. An inner-circle disciple from the Black Sect let out a deafening roar when his opponent's long sword pierced through his body. With the last bit of his strength, he stabbed his combat weapon into his opponent's body, killing himself along with his opponent. The heavens want to destroy the Black Sect. 2 streams of tears flowed down from Taoist Black's eyes. He knew the Black Sect was finished, and the hundreds of years of foundation was going to be destroyed by his own hands. It wasn't hard to imagine what he was feeling right now. The death of every Black Sect elder and disciple was like a sharp thorn piercing his heart, making it bleed. Sadness, despair, unwillingness, anger, all sorts of negative emotions emerged in the hearts of every disciple and sect elder of the Black Sect. They had lost all hope. The deaths of their fellow disciples, the blood of their fellow disciples, the crumbling mountains, the homes they had lived in for years, and now their homes had been destroyed. Their hearts had turned gloomy, and many of them had even given up on fighting back, waiting for death to come. Puchi. On the other side, Fan Zhongtang had cut off one of Yuan Lei's arms with a single strike, then he used his energy to knock Yuan Lei away. After that, he turned into a trail of light and landed on Guishan's mountain peak. "You traitor, what are you trying to do?" When Yu Zihan saw Fan Zhongtang, his expression immediately changed. "What am I trying to do? I'm going to kill that old man Guishan, destroy Yan Qinyu and Han Yan's bodies, avenge my grandson. Yu Zihan, if you try to stop me, I'll kill you first," Fan Zhongtang said with a sneer on his face. "Fan Zhongtang, aren't you afraid that Jiang Chen will come back for revenge? You should know what he is capable of," Yu Zihan said. Lung Lung said, "Don't try to scare me with that little bastard. It's his luck that that little bastard isn't here today. If not, he would be dead for sure." Fan Zhongtang let out a cold snort. He took a step forward and unleashed a powerful energy towards Yu Zihan. Bam. Although Yu Zihan tried his best to block the attack, he was still an early divine core warrior, and the gap between him and Fan Zhongtang was huge. He immediately threw up a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. "If you want to touch Yan Qinyu and Han Yan, you'll have to do it over my dead body." Yu Zihan was a brave man. He gritted his teeth and resolutely stood in front of Guishan. "Then I'll smash you into pieces." Fan Zhongtang stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yu Zihan. If Yu Zihan was hit by this attack, he would definitely be smashed into pieces. "Brother Jiang, I've tried my best, I hope you don't blame me." A smile emerged on Yu Zihan's face as he waited for his death. Crack. A clear sound of bones breaking suddenly sounded out in front of Yu Zihan, followed by a miserable scream. Yu Zihan's expression changed drastically, and only now did he realize that there was another person standing in front of him. That miserable scream was none other than Fan Zhongtang. "Old fool, I knew you're not a good man. How dare you hurt my Jiang Chen's men? I'll make you beg for death." The man who suddenly appeared was none other than Jiang Chen, who had just returned. He crushed Fan Zhongtang's arm with his bare hand. With his current cultivation level, Fan Zhongtang was like an ant in front of him, and he could kill him anytime he wanted. Jiang Chen. Fan Zhongtang's forehead was covered with sweat. He stared at Jiang Chen, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, with fear. What frightened him even more was that Jiang Chen's current cultivation level made him feel a great fear that came from the depths of his soul. "Brother Jiang, you're back." Yu Zihan was so excited that he almost jumped up from the ground. Right now, seeing Jiang Chen made him happier than seeing his own father. Perhaps only this man in front of him could solve the Black Sect's crisis. "Zihan, I'm back. I'm sorry for making you and older brother Gui suffer," Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. He had already seen Guishan, who was lying unconscious on the ground. The flames of anger in his eyes were burning fiercely, and he couldn't control it anymore. Not late at all," Yu Zihan said with a smile on his face. He was so happy that he almost cried. "If not for that old bastard Fan Zhongtang's betrayal, our Black Formation could have lasted for a long time. Because of him, the sect chief and all the divine core warriors were hurt by the backlash of the formation." "Old dog." Jiang Chen grabbed Fan Zhongtang's other arm and smashed it into pieces. "I won't let you die so easily, I'll let the sect chief take care of your life himself." With a cruel expression, Jiang Chen crippled Fan Zhongtang's arms and legs, then he threw him onto the ground like a crippled man and said, "Zihan, stay here and watch over him. Today, an eye for an eye, anyone who has stained the Black Sect's blood will die." Chapter 260. Jiang Chen's voice was unleashed using the powerful sonic hawk cry. The violent sound waves were like the rumbling thunder from the 9 heavens, reaching the ears of everyone on the battlefield. Right at this moment, everyone couldn't help but look up into the sky. They saw a young man in white clothes standing in the sky. A pair of blood-red wings were flapping behind his back, and the energy he was unleashing was enough to make anyone's heart tremble. Look, it's senior disciple Jiang. Senior disciple Jiang is back. So strong, such a powerful energy. Senior disciple Jiang's energy is no weaker than those from the northern and southern dynasties. Senior disciple Jiang has broken through to the divine core realm. The black sect is saved. Only senior disciple Jiang can fight against the northern and southern dynasties. Senior disciple Jiang has returned at such a critical moment, ha! When the black sect disciples who had fallen into despair saw Jiang Chen suddenly appear, a flame of hope was ignited in their hearts. All of them became excited, and their fighting spirit that had disappeared was once again restored. Finally he's back. Ah! Taoist Black was laughing out loud into the sky as well. He was laughing so hard that tears were flowing down his cheeks. He had placed all his hopes on Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen didn't show up, the black sect would have turned into a living hell, and many people would have died tragically. Roar! A loud roar that shook the skies suddenly landed on the battlefield. It was a Dahuang dog that looked even bigger than a yak. His entire body was covered in a golden light, and he looked extremely ferocious. Right when he arrived on the battlefield, he immediately headbutted an early divine core sect elder from the burning sky pavilion, killing him on the spot. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. The true dragon palm appeared out of nowhere, and the blood-red dragon claw struck down like a heavenly barrier, smashing a mid-divine core sect elder into pieces. Good. Taoist Black shouted out. Jiang Chen really didn't disappoint him. After returning from Inferno Hell, he had killed a mid-divine core warrior with his bare hands, and it was as easy as killing an ant. Taoist Black, die now. While Taoist Black was still in a daze, Zhao Chongyang struck with lightning speed and slammed his palm onto Taoist Black's chest. Pooh! Taoist Black spat out a mouthful of blood. Courting death. Jiang Chen was startled. With a sway of his body, he arrived behind Taoist Black and held Taoist Black's body with his hand. Rumble. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen once again struck out with the true dragon palm, slapping it toward Zhao Chongyang. You're just a tiny Jiang Chen, what can you do? Even if you come back, you won't be able to change the fate of the black sect, you're just going to die. As a peak divine core warrior, there was no way Zhao Chongyang would take an early divine core warrior, Jiang Chen, seriously. Without hesitation, he unleashed a bright beam, which transformed into a huge bright palm and blocked the true dragon palm. Rumble. The dazzling big hand shattered with a sound. Jiang Chen's overwhelming power pressed down. Feeling that suffocating feeling, Zhao Chongyang's expression finally changed. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated Jiang Chen. Bang! The true dragon palm smashed onto Zhao Chongyang's body, knocking him more than 300 meters away before he could stabilize his body. Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy. The bloodthirsty sword appeared in his hand, and with incredible speed, he arrived in front of Zhao Chongyang in the blink of an eye. He swung his long sword down. Fast, too fast. Even the mighty Zhao Chongyang couldn't block this strike. Puchi. Blood splattered everywhere. Jiang Chen had chopped off one of Zhao Chongyang's arms with just a single strike. Zhao Chongyang couldn't fight back at all. Although there was still a gap between them at that time, she had never expected that in just half a year's time, the gap between them would become so huge. Senior disciple Jiang is so ferocious, even Zhao Chongyang is no match for him. Senior disciple Jiang is the real #1 genius in the Qi province. Even those northern and southern dynasties are no match for him. It's hard to say who will die today. Fight. Damn it, weren't they so arrogant just now? Now that senior disciple Jiang is back, and even the Burning Sky Pavilion's master was severely injured, let's see how they can still be arrogant. The disciples of the Black Sect were extremely excited. The gloomy atmosphere from before had been swept away, and their fighting spirits were rising. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. No one knew who started the chant, but in the next moment, Jiang Chen's name was being chanted everywhere. All the disciples of the Black Sect raised their arms and started chanting. Those disciples from the Valley of Happiness were affected as well, and they started chanting Jiang Chen's name as well. This was a magical name, and as long as they shouted it out, they would be able to gain more confidence. This name could bring them endless hope and light. Duan Jianhong had an ugly expression on his face. The Tianjin Gate had fallen into a dilemma. The strength of the northern and southern dynasties had exceeded his expectations and imagination, and now, another man who was just like the northern and southern dynasties had appeared. The situation was completely out of his control, and the little plan he had in his mind was now gone. Attack, kill them all. The Huang Dog shouted out loudly. He was the first one to attack, and he started rampaging through the enemy's group. In an instant, many of them were thrown off their feet. Compared to the slaughter in Inferno City, this was just a small scene. Even a few hundred Divine Core warriors from Inferno City had been defeated by him, let alone these few Divine Core warriors. To put it bluntly, the Huang Dog couldn't even kill them all by himself. Kill, kill, kill. Their killing intent soared into the sky. Under the lead of the Huang Dog, all the disciples of the Black Sect in Valley of Happiness became excited. They waved their weapons towards their enemies. On the other hand, because of the mighty appearance of Jiang Chen, and the fact that their master was severely injured, the Burning Sky Pavilion's previously high morale had started to drop. Tianishan am back. Guaniyun am back. Right when the intense battle had just started, another 5 or 6 powerful energies descended from the distance and instantly joined the battlefield. Huiyuner is here to lend the Black Sect a hand. Huiyuner also appeared. Everywhere he went, a sea of flames was left behind. He was a living person, and he brought with him a sea of flames as he descended from the distance. The addition of these people caused the already incomparably intense battlefield to once again explode into a frenzy. Look, so many Divine Core warriors have arrived. That senior disciple Guaniyun has broken through to the Divine Core realm as well. That's Tianishan, I've heard about him before. 2 years ago he was the #1 genius of the Black Sect, but he left the Qi province after that. I never expected to see him here today. Isn't that Huiyuner from the Green Sanctuary sect? Why is he helping us now? Who cares about him? Brothers, senior disciple Jiang has returned, together with senior disciple Guaniyun and Tianishan, our overall strength has increased. Let's kill them all, let's make them piss their pants in terror. Fuck them, Daddy is going to make those bastards from the Burning Sky Pavilion piss their pants today. The entire battlefield had gone berserk. The morale of both sides had taken a drastic turn. The disciples of the Black Sect in Valley of Happiness who had lost all hope were now filled with vigor, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. High up in the sky, Jiang Chen and the northern and southern dynasties were still standing opposite each other, completely ignoring the battlefield. Jiang Chen, you've really surprised me. I never expected you to improve so quickly, it looks like I've underestimated you. The northern and southern dynasties finally spoke. Jiang Chen's speed of improvement had indeed exceeded their imagination. Although the northern and southern dynasties were extremely arrogant, they had no choice but to take Jiang Chen seriously now. There weren't many enemies that could make them take seriously. Northern and southern dynasties, what you've done today has pushed the Burning Sky Pavilion into an abyss. Looks like the 1-year duel between us will have to be carried out in advance. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. He had been looking forward to the duel between the northern and southern dynasties. It looked like the 1-year duel between them couldn't wait any longer. I was thinking of letting you live for another 6 months, but since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish today. Chapter 261. Let's talk about who will live and who will die after we fight. Jiang Chen unleashed his energy as well. He immediately unleashed the true dragon palm towards the northern and southern dynasties. He dared not underestimate the northern and southern dynasties. If they were at the same cultivation realm, he could totally ignore the northern and southern dynasties. But now that they were at the same cultivation realm, it was a different story. Although Jiang Chen could easily kill late Divine Core warriors, the northern and southern dynasties couldn't be compared with ordinary warriors. Fist of 3 pure energy. The northern and southern dynasties both shouted out and unleashed their fists. Both men flew up into the sky and started their own fight. The northern and southern dynasties were cultivating the unique Monarch Heaven skill, and they were walking the path of an emperor. The Fist of 3 pure energy was one of the combat skills from the Monarch Heaven skill, and it was a frightening combat skill. Rumble. Both men were extremely ferocious men. When the true dragon palm and the Fist of 3 pure energy collided with each other, a frightening energy shockwave swept across the entire place. Even the sun in the sky was covered by the shockwave. The violent shockwave swept across the entire sky, and the powerful shockwave shook the hearts of the onlookers, casting a shadow over their souls. After the collision, both men stood at the same spot, still calm and composed. They were neck and neck. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes and stared at the northern and southern dynasties with his razor-sharp gaze. He thought to himself, this man is indeed a rare genius, he didn't disappoint me. If he lived in the same era as I did in my previous life, his achievement wouldn't be any lower than mine. This was Jiang Chen's evaluation of the northern and southern dynasties, and it was a very high evaluation. On the other hand, the northern and southern dynasties were extremely shocked. What an amazing young man. In just half a year's time he has grown to such a level. He can actually fight me to a draw. Furthermore, he is only an early divine core warrior. If we were in the same cultivation realm, doesn't that mean I'm no match for him? How is this possible? The northern and southern dynasties were shocked, so much so that they couldn't accept this reality. In their minds, they were the number one genius under the heavens, they were the number one genius who could shake the world. But now, someone with greater talent than them had suddenly appeared. How could they accept this? I can't allow anyone to bully the northern and southern dynasties. I have to kill him today. I want everyone to know that we, the northern and southern dynasties, are the true kings. The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties revealed ferocious and vicious expressions. They would never allow anyone to surpass them in terms of talent, this was something they couldn't tolerate. Jiang Qin, you have indeed surprised me, and you are qualified to be valued by the northern and southern dynasties. But I have to kill you today. You're lucky to be killed by me. The energy of the northern and southern dynasties kept rising like a tidal wave. With a loud bang, they unleashed the triple purities fist once again. The gigantic fist smashed toward Jiang Qin like a huge mountain. Haha, come. You want to kill me and I want to kill you as well. Let's fight to the death. Jiang Qin was extremely arrogant. The arrogance in his heart came from his bones, and it was no weaker than the northern and southern dynasties. Once again, the true dragon palm was unleashed, and a fierce battle broke out between the northern and southern dynasties. Bang bang bang, two peerless madmen had opened up a new battlefield on the battlefield. Both of them were fighting back and forth, and the entire heavenly realm was almost destroyed. Energies were tumbling everywhere, and it was hard to tell who would win. Too strong, this is too strong. These are the true peerless geniuses. Our tiny Qi province actually has two geniuses like this. This is really frightening. I wonder who will be the winner. Senior disciple Jiang will definitely win. Ever since senior disciple Jiang came to the Black Sect, he has created many miracles. Everyone were shocked. This was the ultimate battle between two dazzling stars, and no one could remain calm. How could this be? Why is that Jiang Qin so strong? It has only been half a year. Zhao Chongyang felt like crying. He had lost an arm and his combat strength had been greatly reduced. Taoist Black and Granny Feng had joined forces to deal with Duan Jianhong, and Duan Jianhong had his own selfish motives. Now the Burning Sky Pavilion's only hope, the northern and southern dynasties, had been entangled by Jiang Qin. It looked like it was still unknown whether or not the northern and southern dynasties would be able to win. However, the battlefield in front of them had brought doomsday to the Burning Sky Pavilion. All those divine core warriors who had suddenly appeared were geniuses, and their combat strengths were incredible. That De Huang dog was the most ferocious of them all, and it was rampaging across the battlefield in a brutal manner. All the disciples and elders of the Burning Sky Pavilion were crying and screaming. They were being slaughtered so many times that they couldn't even fight back. If this continued, the Burning Sky Pavilion would be destroyed. Zhao Chongyang's heart was bleeding. When he attacked the Black Sect, he never thought this would happen. In his mind, with their overall strength, they could easily deal with the Black Sect in Valley of Happiness, then they could rule the entire Qi province, and he would become the new ruler of the entire Qi province. But the plans of man were always better than the plans of God. The sudden appearance of Jiang Qin had shattered all of Zhao Chongyang's plans, and the tables had turned. The one who was going to be destroyed was no longer the Black Sect in Valley of Happiness, but the Burning Sky Pavilion. Stop fighting, I surrender, I surrender. The divine core elder who was fighting with Guaniyun suddenly roared out. There was no way they could fight this battle, the tables had turned too quickly, and they were no match for Guaniyun at all. Their biggest hope, the northern and southern dynasties, had been completely pinned down by Jiang Qin, and it looked like killing Jiang Qin was going to be an extremely difficult task. Even if the northern and southern dynasties had the strength to do so, once they killed Jiang Qin, all the men of the Burning Sky Pavilion would be dead. Who gave you the right to surrender? Guaniyun coldly harumphed. He attacked without any mercy. The long sword in his hand pierced through the elder's chest, piercing through his body. How can the blood of the black sect's disciples and sect elders be spilled in vain? A debt of blood must be paid with blood. You want to save your life by surrendering? No way. Xuanhuan unleashed his energy. He didn't give his opponent any chance to surrender. With a swing of his long sword, the elder's body was sliced in half. Blood splashed across the sky and he died on the spot. Haha, young buddy Xuanhuan, well done. It's impossible for these people to surrender, and little Qinzi won't give them that chance. The Huang dog burst into laughter. With his head held high, he continued rampaging around, and screams could be heard everywhere he went. If it was the old Xuanhuan, perhaps he would not be so ruthless. At the very least, he would give people a chance to surrender. However, after staying in Inferno Purgatory for such a long time, his methods had changed a long time ago. Those who came out from Inferno Purgatory were all ruthless and merciless, and they would kill without batting an eyelid. At this moment, everyone from the Burning Sky Pavilion had fallen into despair. They weren't even given a chance to surrender. It was obvious that they were going to die. Just now, when they were in a dominant position, they didn't even bat an eyelid when they killed those from the Black Sect in Valley of Happiness. Now that the tables had turned, it was impossible for them to ask their opponents to let them go. Although the Northern and Southern dynasties were arrogant, there was one thing he was right about. A turning point in history, the end of an era, would always be followed by a storm of blood. Today was the day of the Qi province's upheaval. The battlefield of the Black Sect was destined to become an Azura hell. This war was destined to be filled with rivers of blood, and if it wasn't their enemies, then it would be their own. This was the cruelty of the cultivation world. Life and death was a normal thing. There weren't many rules here, strength was everything. The Burning Sky Pavilion's camp was completely routed. There was no need to mention the Huang dog's ferocity. Xuanhuan, Tianyishan, and Huiyuner, which one of them wasn't a powerful expert? Even Yang Meng, Wang Heng, and the others didn't even blink when they killed. The battles in Purgatory were 100 times more terrifying than here. Ah! Blood-curdling screams filled the air. The number of disciples and elders of the Burning Sky Pavilion was decreasing rapidly. More than half of the elders from the Tianjin Gate had died, and the remaining ones were severely injured, struggling to hold on. This time Duan Jianhong had really miscalculated. If he had chosen to join hands with the Black Sect in Valley of Happiness to fight against the Northern and Southern dynasties and the Burning Sky Pavilion, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Rumble, high up in the sky, Jiang Chen and the Northern and Southern dynasties were still locked in a fierce battle. Both of them were extremely monstrous geniuses, and no one could tell who would win in a short period of time. This situation had made the people from the Burning Sky Pavilion and Tianjin Gate feel even more despair. The Northern and Southern dynasties were their only hope, but it looked like they couldn't count on the Northern and Southern dynasties anymore. Stop. Duan Jianhong, who was fighting with Daoist Black and Granny Feng, suddenly shouted out. Daoist Black, Granny Feng, you should know that I didn't sincerely pledge my allegiance to the Northern and Southern dynasties. Now I, the Tianjin Gate, sincerely want to join hands with you and kill those from the Burning Sky Pavilion. Let's bury the hatchet, what do you think? Duan Jianhong said. He could tell that the Burning Sky Pavilion was doomed today. If he persisted, he would end up just like the Burning Sky Pavilion. Once Jiang Chen was freed, he would be dead for sure. Haha, Duan Jianhong, are you out of your mind? That's not what you said just now. Daoist Black let out a loud laugh. He had never laughed in such a carefree manner before. All the gloominess in his heart had been released. Duan Jianhong, this is your own choice, it was your decision that pushed the Tianjin Gate into a pit of fire. Now you want to join hands with us? Even if we agree, do you really think Jiang Chen will let you go? Granny Feng said with a sneer on her face. She threw a ribbon toward Duan Jianhong. With the current situation, there was no need for them to accept Duan Jianhong's offer. With Duan Jianhong's character, they wouldn't be able to accept him. It was better for them to fight to the death. Daoist Black, Granny Feng, you need to think this through. Although Jiang Chen is formidable, he is currently being held back by the Northern and Southern dynasties. Both of you are severely injured, and even if you join hands, you won't be a match for me. In this battlefield, no one is a match for me, and I didn't use my full strength just now. If you insist on fighting to the death, I'll use my full strength to kill you first. Duan Jianhong's expression turned cold as he threatened. Damn you. Damn fatty, why don't you try using your full strength? This master dog will smash you to death. Chapter 262. Duan Jianhong let out a cold snort. With a quick reaction, he gently struck out with his palm towards De Huang Dog's head. As a mighty peak divine core warrior, how could Duan Jianhong take a mid-divine core dog seriously? In his mind, with just this palm strike, De Huang Dog's head would be smashed into pieces. But too bad, the reality was completely different from what he had imagined. When his palm landed on the dog's head, a metallic sound immediately sounded out. Duan Jianhong felt as if his palm had landed on a hard cold iron. Not only didn't he manage to smash the dog's head into pieces, his palm had actually been left with a bloody wound, and blood was dripping down from it. What? Duan Jianhong's face turned pale with fright. He didn't dare underestimate this dog anymore. This dog's strength was beyond his imagination. It was just a mid-divine core dog, and it was able to injure him. Taoist Black and Granny Feng, who stood next to Duan Jianhong, were stunned as well. They exchanged glances, and they could see the shock and helplessness in each other's eyes. Not only was Jiang Chen ferocious, even a random dog following him was so strong. This was simply heaven-defying. Let's attack together, don't give Duan Jianhong any chance to fight back. Taoist Black Lung Lung said. He was severely injured, but Granny Feng's condition was relatively better. With the help of De Huang Dog, there was no way Duan Jianhong could defend against them. Bam bam, powerful energy ripples kept raging in the air. 3 men and a dog were fighting fiercely, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Duan Jianhong, who was full of vigor, was immediately overwhelmed by the crazy attacks, and soon fell into a disadvantageous position. On the other battlefields, miserable screams from the Burning Sky Pavilion disciples could be heard everywhere. 80% of the Heavenly Core disciples and Divine Core elders from the Burning Sky Pavilion had been killed, and the rest were severely injured and had lost their will to fight. On the other hand, the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness were fighting fiercely. If this situation continued, in just a few minutes, all the men from the Burning Sky Pavilion and Tianjian Gate would be killed. Soon, the last Divine Core Sect elder of Tianjian Gate let out a miserable shriek, and he was killed by Hui Yuner. At this point, only Duan Jianhong was left in the Tianjian Gate. But right now, Duan Jianhong's mentality had completely changed. His original plan had gone up in smoke. Not only did he fail to achieve his goal of ruling the Qi province, but he had also caused the fall of all the higher-ups of the Tianjian Gate, and he himself was in deep danger. Why is this happening? Why did someone like Jiang Chen appear? Duan Jianhong roared with bloodshot eyes. Haha, Duan Jianhong, you guys are finished? The Burning Sky Pavilion is finished. Your Tianjian Gate is finished too. This is your decision. Taoist Black let out a wild laugh. Now that the situation had changed, the situation had completely reversed. Soul-extinguishing melody, die. De Huang Dog suddenly let out a loud roar. The sound wave swept across Duan Jianhong like a tidal wave. After De Huang Dog broke through to the mid-divine core realm, he could use the soul-extinguishing melody once every 7 days. Duan Jianhong was after all a peak divine core warrior. With De Huang Dog's abilities, he could at most fight Duan Jianhong. If he had used the soul-extinguishing melody right from the beginning, it would have been very difficult for him to achieve any good results. But right now, Duan Jianhong's mind was in a complete mess, and he was filled with despair. Since they had been fighting for so long, he thought De Huang Dog had used all his skills, and he never expected De Huang Dog to still have such a powerful trump card. Puff De Huang Dog's soul-extinguishing melody was extremely powerful. It could directly injure one's soul. Back in Inferno Hell, even a combat soul evil devil had been killed by it, let alone Duan Jianhong right now. Duan Jianhong was hit by the soul-extinguishing melody head-on, causing him to throw up a mouthful of blood. He felt as if the deepest part of his soul was being torn apart. Taoist Black and Granny Feng were even more shocked. They never expected De Huang Dog to have such a powerful skill. The frightening sound wave wasn't aimed directly at them, but it had almost made them lose their minds. Although they were shocked, Taoist Black and Granny Feng didn't hesitate at all. Right when Duan Jianhong was throwing up blood, both of them attacked at the same time. 2 slashing sounds were heard, and both of Duan Jianhong's arms were chopped off by Taoist Black and Granny Feng. This was also the reason why both of them showed mercy. If not, Duan Jianhong would have been chopped in half by both of them. Of course, the reason why Taoist Black and Granny Feng didn't kill Duan Jianhong wasn't because they were compassionate towards him. Duan Jianhong had to die, but as one of the strongest men in the Qi province, they couldn't let him die so easily. Taoist Black, Granny Feng, please don't kill me. Duan Jianhong let out a miserable scream. Thinking that he was about to die, he immediately begged for mercy. He had been attacked by De Huang Dog's soul-extinguishing melody, and his soul was suffering from a tearing pain. Now that he had lost both of his arms, he had completely lost his ability to fight. He was no match for Taoist Black and Granny Foam. "I'll kill you for sure, but not now." Taoist Black extended his hand and grabbed forward. His powerful Yuan energy transformed into a cage and trapped Duan Jianhong within it. The miserable screams kept ringing out. The battle was coming to an end. All the disciples of the Burning Sky Pavilion were fleeing in all directions, but the men from the Black Sect caught up with them in just a blink of an eye. Blood splashed across the sky, and in just a few minutes, all the disciples and elders of the Burning Sky Pavilion had been killed. None of them could even breathe. In the distance, Zhao Chongyang, who had lost an arm, had a stunned expression on his face. The battle had ended in a way that he had never even dreamt of. He glanced at the battlefield that was filled with the smell of blood, and when he saw the dead bodies of the disciples and elders of the Burning Sky Pavilion, he felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on his heart, causing him to be unable to breathe. Zhao Chongyang, just surrender. The Burning Sky Pavilion has lost. From today onwards, there will be no more Burning Sky Pavilion or Tianjin Gate in the Qi province. Taoist Black arrived in front of Zhao Chongyang. Ha! Zhao Chongyang suddenly threw his head back and let out a loud laugh. His laughter was filled with blood and tears. It was extremely miserable. Despair had completely occupied his heart, and all his fantasies were shattered mercilessly like bubbles. This was the reality. War had always been like this. Until the very last moment, no one could tell what the ending would be. Zhao Chongyang didn't have the last laugh, and neither did Duan Jianhong. Taoist Black had the last laugh. The entire Black Mountain was filled with dead bodies. The beautiful scenery had now been stained with blood, and the pungent smell of blood had stimulated everyone's heartstrings. Zhao Chongyang didn't choose to run away. Of course, he knew that with his current condition, there was no way he could run away. Taoist Black struck once again and trapped Zhao Chongyang. At this point, both superpowers of the Qi province had been trapped. Zhao Chongyang, Duan Jianhong, the reason why I've spared your lives for now is to show you my vision. Let's witness the battle between Jiang Chen and the Northern and Southern dynasties, and see who is the #1 genius who can shake the world. Today, if Jiang Chen is defeated, with the abilities of the Northern and Southern dynasties, you might still be able to survive, but the Black Sect and the Valley of Happiness will still be destroyed. But if the Northern and Southern dynasties are defeated, the Burning Sky Pavilion and Tianjin Gate will become history in the Qi province. Taoist Black threw his glance at the sky. Energies were raging in the sky, and both men were still fighting intensely. Taoist Black had expected that the Qi province would face a huge change, and the power structure would be changed, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Taoist Black had placed all his hopes on Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen didn't disappoint him. Although it had only been half a year, Jiang Chen had already possessed the strength to fight against the Northern and Southern dynasties. This was something that Taoist Black had never expected. The war had come to an end, but it wasn't over yet. Everyone were staring into the sky, holding their breaths as they watched the battle between the two geniuses. Everyone knew that the outcome of this battle was the key that would decide the future of the Qi province. Therefore, the people from the Black Sect and the Valley of Happiness hoped that Jiang Chen would win. As for Zhao Chongyang and Duan Jianhong, they placed all their hopes on the Northern and Southern dynasties. If the Northern and Southern dynasties won, they might still have a chance. But, if the Northern and Southern dynasties lost to Jiang Chen, it would mean they were finished. Rumble, in the sky, Jiang Chen and the Northern and Southern dynasties once again exchanged blows, and both of them were knocked back nearly 30 meters. Both of them had been fighting for such a long time, but both of them were still filled with fighting spirit and energy. They didn't seem to be tired at all, and their yuan energies were extremely dense. Just this alone was enough to make any ordinary geniuses feel inferior. I never expected your growth to be so fast. It looks like I should have killed you during the Qi province competition. The eyes of the Northern and Southern dynasties had turned red. Jiang Chen's growth was too fast, and his formidable abilities had truly shocked him. As a prideful man, he had never paid so much attention to an opponent. Now he was even starting to regret giving Jiang Chen a chance. Are you afraid? Jiang Chen said with a faint smile on his face. What a joke. We, the Northern and Southern dynasties, are the #1 geniuses under the heavens. Why would I be afraid of you? Jiang Chen, I have to admit that you are a rare genius as well, but if you want to fight me, you are still far from enough. The Northern and Southern dynasties burst out laughing. As you can see, the war down there has already ended. The Burning Sky Pavilion and Tianjin Gate have both lost. So many people have died and it's all because of you. Jiang Qin glanced down at the battlefield. Haha, so what if they are dead? As long as I kill you, I will still be able to dominate the Qi province and achieve my goal. The northern and southern dynasties laughed madly. All living beings were nothing in his eyes. He didn't care how many people died as long as he could achieve his goal and satisfy his desire to be a king. I am different from you. I, Jiang Qin, am only cruel to my enemies. I have my own righteousness in my heart. That is the difference between you and me. Jiang Qin laughed. Your righteousness is just a joke in my eyes. Jiang Qin, next I'm going to get serious. If you don't have any more powerful abilities, you are destined to be killed by me. The northern and southern dynasties' auras once again increased. Killing intent soared into the sky. It was as if the battle just now was just a warm-up, and the real critical moment was coming. Whatever abilities you have, just use them. There was no fear on Jiang Qin's face. In this world there was nothing that could scare him. Chapter 263. Shockwaves swept across the sky. Everyone held their breaths. They knew that Jiang Qin and the northern and southern dynasties were going to fight for real. The upcoming battle was going to be even more intense and ferocious than before. This was a battle of life and death between the two of them. Both of them would try their best to kill their opponent, because they both knew that they were now formidable enemies. If they didn't get rid of each other as soon as possible, they would face even more troubles in the future. Wisdom King's Fist. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties danced wildly in the wind. With a loud shout, the sky started trembling and the dark clouds in the sky were dispersed. A bright light burst out from between his fists, and with a hint of wisdom, he punched out. Rumble, a thunderous sound could be heard. The giant fist was as huge as a mountain, and it looked like it had come alive. Its speed was extremely fast as it flew towards Jiang Qin. So powerful. Granny Wind said with a sigh. I didn't expect the northern and southern dynasties to have a fist technique like this, the Wisdom King's Fist. Every punch is filled with wisdom, and once it locks onto its target, the opponent won't even have the chance to dodge it. No matter where the opponent tries to dodge, the Wisdom King's Fist will follow. This is wisdom. This fist is a combination of all the energy attacks from the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Qin has to face it head-on. Daoist Black's eyes flickered. A fist technique like this was rarely seen in the northern and southern dynasties, and it was extremely frightening. Normally, if the opponent was able to react fast enough, he or she might be able to dodge the core attack. However, this Wisdom King's Fist contained great wisdom. No matter how the opponent tried to dodge, he or she would still have to face the full power of this fist. What a great Wisdom King's Fist. Since your attack is so powerful, I'll use an even more powerful energy to defeat it. Jiang Qin's eyes were glowing, and there was no sign of fear on his face. Facing the Wisdom King's Fist from the northern and southern dynasties, he had no intention of dodging it. 6 solar fingers. A golden light danced on Jiang Qin's fingertips. He pointed his fingers forward like a sword, and 6 huge fingers that were as thick as the pillars supporting the sky appeared. The 6 solar fingers came from the profound 9 solar fingers, and it was the strongest combat skill of the profound 9 solar energies. It was not something any ordinary combat skill could compare with. Currently, Jiang Qin had mastered the 6 solar fingers and it was extremely powerful. Even when facing the Wisdom King Fist from the northern and southern dynasties, it wouldn't be any weaker. If Jiang Qin was a mid-divine core warrior like the northern and southern dynasties, perhaps the northern and southern dynasties would be no match for him, and the Wisdom King Fist would be instantly shattered by the 6 solar fingers. The 6 giant fingers fused together in the blink of an eye, forming a giant finger that collided with the mountain-like Wisdom King's Fist. Rumble, the sky and earth were spinning. The energy ripples brought about by the powerful collision had disturbed the entire space, and even the ground below was trembling. Even though they were standing far away from the collision, many people could feel their minds shaking. Some of the weaker ones almost lost their minds, and they felt a tightness in their chests as if they were suffocating. So strong. Are these two still human? They are all young men, but why is the gap between them so huge? If I could have even 10% of senior disciple Jiang's abilities, it would be my dream come true. Keep dreaming then. Compared to senior disciple Jiang, we are just tarnishing the word genius. Senior disciple Jiang has only used half a year to break through from the early mortal core realm to the early divine core realm, and he can even fight against those mid-divine core warriors from the northern and southern dynasties. Such an abnormal talent, he is definitely unparalleled in this world. Everyone were shocked. Jiang Chen's image was getting bigger and bigger in the hearts of all the disciples and sect elders of the Black Sect in Valley of Happiness. He had become the idol of all the young disciples. All the young and beautiful girls from the Valley of Happiness were staring at Jiang Chen with infatuated looks, and their eyes were about to burst into flames. He's so handsome. I'm willing to give everything I have to Jiang Chen, including my body. A female disciple from the Valley of Happiness immediately became infatuated with Jiang Chen. Hey girl, wake up. Although you do have a pretty face, senior disciple Jiang will never like you. Why don't you give me everything you have first? Of course, that includes your body as well. I'll be very gentle. A disciple from the Black Sect teased. Get lost. The girl glared at the disciple, then she turned her head back and stared at Jiang Chen. 3 punches of wisdom. The northern and southern dynasties were like peerless kings. They instantly unleashed 3 punches. 3 gigantic fists appeared out of nowhere and flew towards Jiang Chen at the same time. The 3 punches of wisdom was the highest level of the King of Wisdom fist. It allowed the user to unleash 3 punches in an instant. The 3 gigantic fists were equally powerful, and their offensive strength had increased by a lot. Firethorn combat armor. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. Swoosh. A layer of golden armor appeared on the surface of his body. There were sharp protrusions on the surface of the armor, and under Jiang Chen's control, a series of golden beams shot out from the protrusions like sharp swords towards the 3 punches of wisdom. True Dragon Palm. At the same time, Jiang Chen unleashed the True Dragon Palm. With the combination of the Firethorn combat armor and the True Dragon Palm, Jiang Chen struck towards the 3 punches of wisdom. Rumble. The True Dragon Palm slammed onto one of the fists, instantly destroying it. Jiang Chen's reaction was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed another True Dragon Palm, shattering the other fist. As for the last fist, Jiang Chen's attack was even more brutal. It had shocked everyone. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Jiang Chen wore the Firethorn combat armor and charged towards the fist. Rumble. At the moment when the fist collided with Jiang Chen's body, Jiang Chen's entire body was like a shining fountain. Countless golden beams weaved into a huge net, and countless sharp beams turned into indestructible long swords, riddling the fist with holes. After that, Jiang Chen used his terrifying strength and rammed into the fist. Rumble. Even the air was trembling. The defensive power of the Firethorn combat armor was too shocking. Moreover, it was a combination of attack and defense. After shattering the fist, Jiang Chen's body was not injured at all. His aura fluctuated, and the Firethorn combat armor was absorbed into his body. He stood in the air in a white robe, his face was filled with coldness. Northern and southern dynasties, if this is all you have, then it's too disappointing. Jiang Chen pointed towards the northern and southern dynasties. His entire body was emitting a domineering aura, as if he was a true king, looking down on all living beings. The northern and southern dynasties were extremely arrogant. How could they stand Jiang Chen's look of disdain? In his heart, only he could despise others. He would never allow others to despise him. That would be a form of disrespect. Seems like it's going to be difficult for us to determine who is stronger in terms of combat strength. The northern and southern dynasties said with an indifferent tone. Northern and southern dynasties, what do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? Don't forget the gap between our cultivation levels. I'm only an early divine core warrior, but you're a mid-divine core warrior. Being able to fight me to a draw with a cultivation level higher than mine should be an ironic thing, but I never expected you to be so arrogant. You really don't know what shame is. If we were at the same level, I could kill you with a single finger just like killing an ant, am I right? Jiang Chen's words were like a sharp thorn that pierced into the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties. This was what he couldn't stand. He was a mighty warrior, someone who was going to become a king, but now he was being looked down upon by someone. This feeling was worse than eating a fly. Right now he really regretted not killing Jiang Chen back in Whirling Sun City. Jiang Chen, I'm going to kill you today no matter what. The eyes of the northern and southern dynasties were about to burst into flames. Kill me? What? Do you really think you can kill me with just this little ability? Jiang Chen continued ridiculing them. This was a psychological attack. He was attacking the weak spot of the northern and southern dynasties. Ridicule was the biggest weakness of the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen's combat experience and judgment of his opponent were incomparable to ordinary people. He could tell that with his current combat strength, he could only fight the northern and southern dynasties at full strength. It was impossible for him to kill them. Therefore, Jiang Qin decided to attack the minds of the northern and southern dynasties first. After that, he would switch to other tactics such as the Great Illusion Realm. Jiang Qin, I'm sure you can tell that if we continue fighting like this, we won't be able to determine a victor even if we fight for 10 days and 10 nights. The northern and southern dynasties cultivate the imperial tyrannical heaven art. We are born with the physique of a king, a high and mighty king. I will use my king's aura to defeat you. The bodies of the northern and southern dynasties trembled. A towering aura transformed into a pillar of light that shot up into the sky. Their auras contained a strong king's might, causing people to involuntarily submit to them. You think you're a king just because you cultivate a divine art? What a joke. I'll let you see who's the real king. Jiang Qin coldly snorted. Above his head, a similarly valiant aura appeared. The two auras continuously rose in the sky, trying to suppress each other. The northern and southern dynasties' auras were golden, while Jiang Qin's aura was blood-red, with the shadow of a dragon flickering in it. The northern and southern dynasties indeed had the physique of a king, but Jiang Qin was once the world's first saint. He was a true king, high and mighty, looking down on the entire world. No one dared to disobey him. Imperial tyrannical heaven art, aura fusion. The northern and southern dynasties' eyes were ferocious. They crazily circulated the imperial tyrannical heaven art and fused their minds into their auras. Their auras seemed to come to life, constantly swaying in the sky. Jiang Qin's face was cold. He circulated the great soul derivation technique and fused his king's aura completely into the blood-red aura. What a strong aura. Both of their auras contain a strong might. It's like two high and mighty kings are standing there, causing our souls to tremble. That's right. The northern and southern dynasties cultivated the imperial tyrannical heaven art and are filled with the king's aura from head to toe. Senior brother Jiang Qin seems to be a natural king. That's the aura of a king that comes from his bones. The northern and southern dynasties' auras contain a sense of nobility, but senior brother Jiang's king's aura seems to be innate. It's like he's a king who walked to the top step by step. It's so terrifying that it's terrifying. This is a competition of auras. Let's see who's the real king of the young. Chapter 264. Rumble. Both of their auras let out a thunderous sound. Two beams of light filled the sky, just like two pillars supporting the sky, dazzling and eye-catching. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at the sky without blinking. This was a different kind of battle. There were no large sparks from the collision, but this kind of aura competition was very dangerous, because the aura fused all of the two's mind and even soul power, and also carried the arrogance in their bones. No one was willing to admit defeat. Once one side's aura was completely surpassed, he would suffer a great backlash, and the injuries he would suffer would be more serious than if they collided head-on. Both of their auras were like waves, one layer higher than the other and one layer higher than the other. As the northern and southern dynasties' aura rose by a little, Jiang Qin's aura rose by a little. The competition between the two soon entered a white-hot state. These northern and southern dynasties seem to have a high and mighty aura supporting them. It actually gives me a feeling that they are not ordinary people. Ordinary people, even if they cultivate a powerful emperor's cultivation method, can't have such a noble aura in their aura. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes slightly. The noble aura in the northern and southern dynasties' aura surprised him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the reincarnation of a great sage and was once a high and mighty person with a great king's aura, he would probably be subdued by the noble aura of the northern and southern dynasties. Compared to Jiang Qin's surprise, the shock in the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties had reached a point of no return. What's going on? I'm an immortal soul, a true immortal soul physique. I'm not immortal. My chi is the noblest, not something these mortals can compare with. However, this Jiang Qin seems like a natural-born king. That invisible superior chi is even stronger than mine. My chi is innate, it comes from the source. But, other than the noble chi that Jiang Qin gives me, he also gives me the bearing of a king who is walking step by step towards the peak. The northern and southern dynasties couldn't imagine how a person's noble aura could give people two different illusions. This made the northern and southern dynasties very uncomfortable. He knew his own origin very well. As a celestial physique, he had a noble aura that surpassed this world, but now he had a faint feeling that he was being suppressed by Jiang Qin. Northern and southern dynasties, you have lost. Suddenly Jiang Qin's voice reached the ears of the northern and southern dynasties. This voice was like thunder in the clear sky. Jiang Qin used the great soul derivation technique to transmit his voice to the ears of the northern and southern dynasties. What a joke. How can I lose to you? I am a natural noble. What are you? Just an ant. The northern and southern dynasties snorted coldly and also used divine thoughts to transmit their voice to Jiang Qin. In the northern and southern dynasties, no matter how noble you are, you can't compare to me. I am the real king. Let me tell you what is called a real king. A real superior is 30% talent and 70% hard work. You are at best a genius. If you want to become a real superior, there is still a long way to go. As for me, I have long set foot on the top of the world. After Jiang Qin finished speaking, he suddenly shouted, I am the king. These 4 words were like thunder in the clear sky, shaking the void. The powerful sound waves turned into ripples that constantly rotated in the void. When Jiang Qin shouted these 4 words, the great soul derivation technique directly shocked the minds of the northern and southern dynasties. At the same time, Jiang Qin completely released his original aura. At this moment he seemed to return to the holy cliff 100 years ago. The high and mighty aura of the great sage suddenly flashed. Rumble. This aura that contained the power of the holy flashed and disappeared, making people feel as if they had entered a dream for a moment. But even if it was only for a moment, it had already destroyed the aura of the northern and southern dynasties. The golden light pillar above Nanbei Chao's head shattered with a huala sound. Nanbei Chao's entire body suffered a tremendous backlash. He could only feel a buzzing sound in his head as he spurted out a mouthful of blood. The northern and southern dynasties indeed had the immortal physique. They came from the high and mighty immortal world. They were born to be noble, but there was one thing they didn't understand. This was the Saint Origin world, an independent world with its own world system, completely separated from the immortal world. Jiang Qin stood at the peak of this world 100 years ago. He was the real king of this world. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon can't suppress a snake in its own territory. Even the nobles of the northern and southern dynasties couldn't do it. At the moment when Jiang Qin briefly released his holy aura, all the nobility of the northern and southern dynasties was shattered. Look, the northern and southern dynasties were defeated. The northern and southern dynasties were injured. Their aura was completely shattered by senior disciple Jiang Qin. Oh heavens, what did I just see? The early divine core Jiang Qin actually defeated the mid-divine core warriors of the northern and southern dynasties. In that split second, I actually felt a great illusion from senior disciple Jiang Qin. It was as if senior disciple Jiang Qin wasn't a human anymore, but a mighty saint. There will always be someone stronger than you, and there will always be someone stronger than you. The northern and southern dynasties were so arrogant, they thought they were the #1 genius under the heavens. But they never expected that there would be a peerless genius like senior disciple Jiang Qin. Senior disciple Jiang Qin defeated the northern and southern dynasties. He is the real king of all young men. All the disciples of the Black Sect started cheering. This was the result they wanted to see the most. Although the northern and southern dynasties hadn't suffered any serious injuries, in a battle like the one between them and Jiang Qin, being injured meant defeat. Once their combat strength weakened, they would soon be killed by Jiang Qin. None of them doubted Jiang Qin's abilities. Impossible, this is impossible. How could my aura be shattered? Jiang Qin, there's no way you can suppress me. The disciples of the northern and southern dynasties were panicking. They felt like they had just suffered an unprecedented blow. The scene in front of them made them feel like they were in a dream. Your arrogance is not worth mentioning in front of me. Nanbei Chao, you're already injured. You're no match for me. Surrender now. Jiang Qin coldly harumphed. He took a step forward and unleashed the true dragon palm once again, sweeping towards the northern and southern dynasties. The dragon-shaped aura above his head hadn't disappeared yet. Right at this moment, Jiang Qin was extremely ferocious. He was like a god of war descending from the heavens, slaughtering everything in his way. I won't lose. The disciples of the northern and southern dynasties roared out and struck out with the Wisdom King fist. Rumble. Too bad, the current northern and southern dynasties were no longer strong enough to fight against Jiang Qin. The Wisdom King fist couldn't withstand the true dragon palm, and it was instantly destroyed. The disciples of the northern and southern dynasties were knocked a few hundred meters away. In the northern and southern dynasties, once a man's aura is shattered, there's no way he can get it back up again. I've left a shadow in your heart that can never be erased. Today I'll just kill you and set you free. Jiang Qin was extremely ferocious. He stepped in the air and arrived in front of the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye, then he struck out with the true dragon palm once again. Bam bam bam, high up in the sky, frightening blood-red dragon claws kept appearing. Every time they clashed with the claws, the northern and southern dynasties would be knocked a few hundred meters away. Jiangchen was like a ferocious tiger, he kept striking and bombarding the northern and southern dynasties. This is too ferocious. Senior disciple Jiangchen is a peerless man. Everyone from the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness were extremely excited. Wang Yun and those who followed Jiangchen even jumped up from their seats. All of them could tell that the northern and southern dynasties were done for. Ha! On Guishan's mountain peak, Xuanhuan was laughing out loudly. He stepped on Fan Zhongtang's face and said without any hesitation, "Old fool, do you see this? This is the consequence of offending Jiangchen. Do you really think the northern and southern dynasties are the strongest under the heavens? Look at you now, Jiangchen is beating you like a dog and you can't even fight back." Fan Zhongtang's face turned pale. He knew he had lost, completely lost. He hated himself for not killing Jiangchen when he was still weak, and now he had become such a huge threat. Huayuner, who was standing far away, had a faint smile on his face. Only now did he realize that choosing to be Jiangchen's enemy was a huge mistake. Both of them were on two completely different levels. Puff, every time the northern and southern dynasties suffered a heavy attack from Jiangchen, they would throw up a mouthful of blood. Both of their eyes had turned blood red, and their hearts were filled with a huge grievance that they couldn't release. Just like Fan Zhongtang, their biggest regret was that they didn't kill Jiangchen with a single slap during the Qi province competition. Northern and southern dynasties, let's end this. 9 phantom wolves. Jiangchen's aura soared into the sky. With a sway of his body, 9 Jiangchens appeared at the same time, instantly surrounding the northern and southern dynasties. If they were at their peak, the northern and southern dynasties would definitely be able to see through Jiangchen's real body. But now, the northern and southern dynasties had completely lost their minds. Swoosh! A sharp long sword appeared in Jiangchen's hand. 9 Jiangchens raised their swords at the same time and slashed at the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties' reaction was extremely fast. At the last moment they still sensed Jiangchen's real body, but it was too late for them to resist. They could only move their bodies horizontally, trying their best to avoid Jiangchen's longsword. Puchi! It was too fast. One of the northern and southern dynasties' arm was cut off, and blood splattered everywhere. Jiangchen, I will not let today's matter go. The northern and southern dynasties let out a furious roar and fled frantically. Still want to leave? How could Jiangchen let the northern and southern dynasties go so easily? The true dragon palm turned into a blood-colored cage that descended from the sky, enveloping the northern and southern dynasties completely. With a poochie sound, the other arm of the northern and southern dynasties was crushed. Arg! The northern and southern dynasties let out miserable screams. At this moment, a layer of formless light rushed out from the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties, wrapping around the injured bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. Under the cover of the faint light, the northern and southern dynasties turned into a silver-white light and escaped from the gap of the true dragon palm, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What was that light just now? Jiangchen was stunned. That light gave him a very familiar feeling. Immediately, Jiangchen's expression changed. 100 years ago, I slashed open the gate to the immortal realm. Before I died, I saw an immortal light descending from the immortal realm. That light just now was the aura of immortal light. The northern and southern dynasties are not humans. They are formed from immortal spirits. Jiangchen's face turned even darker. He had never known where the nobility of the northern and southern dynasties came from. Now he understood. Chapter 265. 100 years ago, when Jiangchen slashed open the gate to the realm of immortals, an immortal light descended from the sky. In other words, it was Jiangchen who brought the northern and southern dynasties to this world. But now both of them had become mortal enemies. A powerful immortal physique couldn't be killed easily. Today Jiangchen had severely injured the northern and southern dynasties, but at the last moment they still managed to escape. He didn't kill the northern and southern dynasties. I don't care if you have an immortal physique or immortal. If I, Jiangchen, can defeat you once, I can defeat you twice and thrice. If you provoke me, your path to becoming an emperor will become a beggar. Jiangchen said with a stern look in his eyes. He had no idea how strong an immortal physique would become in the future, but he wasn't afraid of it. Besides, today's battle had left an unforgettable shadow in the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties. The Qi province was just the first stop on the path to becoming an emperor for the northern and southern dynasties, and it had ended in failure. It had been ruthlessly killed by Jiang Qin. This would have a huge impact on the northern and southern dynasties' cultivation of the monarch heaven skill in the future, and it would become an obstacle on their path of cultivation. Are the northern and southern dynasties dead? I don't think so. I think they escaped. He still managed to escape. Looks like he does have some abilities. According to the rumors, the northern and southern dynasties are formed by immortal souls, but I wonder if it's true. Bullshit immortal souls, they were still killed by senior disciple Jiang Qin. No matter how strong they are just a stepping stone for senior disciple Jiang Qin. The northern and southern dynasties had escaped with severe injuries. The entire Black Sect and Valley of Happiness were cheering, and everyone's faces were filled with excitement. Jiang Qin, Jiang Qin, Jiang Qin. No one knew who shouted out, but after that, everyone started shouting out Jiang Qin's name one after another. Even those divine core sect elders were shouting out his name. They circulated their yuan energy and exerted all their strength, causing their voices to shake the skies. It was as if they wanted to spread this name to every single inch of the Qi province. Everyone's shouts were filled with respect. At this moment, Jiang Qin's image was magnified infinitely in everyone's hearts. It had already reached the point where they could only look up to him. Respect, that's right, it was respect. From today onwards, even Taoist Black and Granny Feng would respect Jiang Qin from the bottom of their hearts. Today was a day of great change in the Qi province, and it would definitely be recorded in the Qi province's history. The name Jiang Qin would be spread far and wide, and he would become the most influential man in the Black Sect. For the Black Sect's sect elders and disciples, the sudden change in the situation today had caused them to feel extremely emotional. If not for Jiang Qin's timely appearance, they had no idea how many of them would still be standing here cheering. Perhaps, it wouldn't be them who would be standing here cheering, it would be the people from the Burning Sky Pavilion, and the corpses from the Burning Sky Pavilion would be their ending. This was a life-saving grace, the greatest kindness under the heavens. Not only had Jiang Qin saved the Black Sect, he had also saved their lives. Compared to the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness's excitement, there were three men whose faces had turned pale. These three men were Zhao Chongyang, Duan Jianhong and Fan Zhongtong, who had been crippled by Jiang Qin. Sigh, since he was born in the northern and southern dynasties, why did he give birth to Jiang Qin? Zhao Chongyang raised his head and let out a long sigh. The northern and southern dynasties were filled with peerless geniuses, but living in the same era as Jiang Qin was a great misfortune. Jiang Qin pulled back his thoughts. With a sway of his body, he flew down and arrived at the front of the Black Sect's group. He threw his glance at Duan Jianhong and Zhao Chongyang, who were both severely injured. I wonder what are the two of you thinking right now? A faint smile emerged on Jiang Qin's face. Jiang Qin, you've really surprised us. I, Zhao Chongyang, have never taken you seriously even in my dreams. If I had taken you seriously earlier, the Burning Sky Pavilion wouldn't have ended up like this. Zhao Chongyang said with a bitter smile on his face. What he said was true. If he had known that Jiang Qin would become such a huge threat, perhaps he would have attacked Jiang Qin half a year ago. Duan Jianhong, who was standing next to Zhao Chongyang, was filled with regret. His first regret was the same as Zhao Chongyang's, not paying attention to Jiang Qin earlier. His second regret was that he shouldn't have surrendered to the Burning Sky Pavilion. If he had made the same decision as the Valley of Happiness and joined forces with the other three big sects to fight against the northern and southern dynasties, he wouldn't be in this situation now. Winner takes all, loser takes all. This is a war where lives are the price, losing means death. Zhao Chongyang, no matter what, you're one of the strongest men in the Qi province, I'll give you a chance to kill yourself. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. Ha ha ha. Zhao Chongyang laughed out loud, his laughter was filled with desolation. Suddenly, his screams came to an abrupt stop, as firecracker-like sounds rang out from his body. Streams of blood shot out from his body like arrows. The master of the Burning Sky Pavilion, one of the strongest men in the Qi province, had killed himself. Regarding Zhao Chongyang's death, Jiang Qin's expression didn't change at all. He then looked at Duan Jianhong. Feeling Jiang Qin's gaze, Duan Jianhong's heart couldn't help but tremble. He didn't want to die. The more intelligent a person was, the more they feared death. When death approached them, it was an extremely terrifying thing. Jiang Qin, can you spare my life? From now on, I, the Tianjin Gate, am willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Duan Jianhong's face turned pale as he begged for mercy. Do you think I care about the Tianjin Gate? Duan Jianhong, you're a very intelligent person, but too intelligent, you'll be the victim of your own ingenuity. If you do something wrong, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. I'll also give you a chance to kill yourself. Jiang Qin said that he was like a high and mighty king, deciding the life and death of a person. No, I don't want to die. Duan Jianhong's body was trembling. He knew death was coming, and his heart was filled with endless despair. Duan Jianhong, a single mistake can cause everlasting sorrow, and when you look back it will be 100 years later. If you don't want to kill yourself, I'll send you on your way. Jiang Qin waved his palm forward, unleashing a bright beam that quickly sliced through Duan Jianhong's neck. Duan Jianhong's fat head flew up into the air, and a stream of bright red blood shot out from his neck. It was a beautiful scene. This was Jiang Qin's way of doing things. He would never show any mercy to his enemies. The people from the Black Sect had long since known about Jiang Qin's ruthless and decisive character, so they didn't react too badly. However, the people from the Valley of Happiness were shocked. This young man in front of them was too ruthless. 2 of the Qi province's strongest men were killed without even blinking his eyes. At the same time, the Valley of Happiness's elders and disciples felt lucky that they were able to ally with the Black Sect. If they had chosen the wrong side, their fates might not be any better than the other 2 sections. Jiang Qin, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me, but I didn't expect you to grow so fast. Taoist Black said with a smile on his face. Although he was severely injured, he still had an excited expression on his face. The situation in the Qi province had changed and he had become the biggest winner. Obviously, Jiang Qin's ambition wasn't in this small Qi province. He was now the strongest man in the Qi province, and there was no reason for him to stay here any longer. Jiang Qin would definitely head to a bigger place, and he would become the Qi province's strongest man. Right at this moment, Tian Yishan and Guan Yiyun flew over and arrived in front of Taoist Black. Greetings, sect chief. Both men bowed toward Taoist Black at the same time. As disciples of the Black Sect, just like all the other disciples, Taoist Black had an irreplaceable position in their hearts. Good, Yishan, you're back as well, and Yiyun has broken through to the divine core realm. The Black Sect is destined to be glorious. Taoist Black looked at the 2 proud disciples in front of him with a smile on his face. It's all thanks to junior disciple Jiang. If not for him, I'm afraid we would have died in Inferno Hell by now. Guan Yiyun said. Taoist Black nodded his head. He absolutely believed Guan Yiyun's words. Jiang Qin had only been in Inferno Hell for 3 months, and he had grown so much. Without even thinking about it, he knew Jiang Qin must have obtained some great benefits in Inferno Hell. Young Master Jiang is a talented young man, I really admire you. I have to thank young Master Jiang for saving our Valley of Happiness in time. Granny Feng arrived in front of Jiang Qin and bowed slightly. With her status, the fact that she was bowing to a young man showed how important Jiang Qin was. This is Granny Feng, the Valley Chief of the Valley of Happiness. If not for both our sects working together, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to hold on until you showed up. Taoist Black said. After this battle, the relationship between the Black Sect and the Valley of Happiness had become much closer. Alright, from today onwards, the Valley of Happiness will be the Black Sect's ally. I promise you, the Valley of Happiness's homeland will never be invaded, and there will always be a place for you in the Qi province. Jiang Qin said. His words had put Granny Feng's mind at ease. Hearing this, Granny Feng was overjoyed. She finally felt relieved. She was really worried before this. After all, although Jiang Qin had defeated the northern and southern dynasties, it didn't mean he wouldn't rule the entire Qi province like the northern and southern dynasties. If Jiang Qin really wanted to do that, the Valley of Happiness would have no way to resist. However, Jiang Qin's words had made his attitude clear. Granny Feng had never thought of sharing the world with the Black Sect as long as the Black Sect could give the Valley of Happiness a place to live. Buddy Huayuner has left. The Huang Dog said. Jiang Qin turned his head around and saw a flaming light flying far away. Seeing this, a smile emerged on Jiang Qin's face. He knew that the reason why Huayuner came today was because he didn't want to owe Jiang Qin a favor. Huayuner was a martial maniac and in some ways Jiang Qin admired him. Jiang Qin, what about the headquarters of the Burning Sky Pavilion and Tianjin Gate? Taoist Black asked. Sect Chief, I'll leave the rest to you, I have something more important to attend to. After saying that, Jiang Qin flew straight towards Guishan's mountain peak. Taoist Black's expression turned cold upon seeing this. He immediately followed behind Jiang Qin. Those severely injured Divine Core Sect elders and many Heavenly Core disciples also followed behind Taoist Black. It was time for them to settle the score with Fan Zhongtong. A traitor had to pay for what he did, and because of Fan Zhongtong, the Black Sect had lost so many sect elders and disciples. Chapter 266. Old Fool, Get Up. Xuanhuan moved his foot away from Fan Zhongtong's face, then he grabbed the back of Fan Zhongtong's collar and forcefully lifted him up from the ground. Kill him. This old bastard, we can't let him die so easily. Throw him into a pig's cage and throw him into a cesspool. Damn it, how many of us have died because of him? Let's cut him into 1,000 pieces. All the elders and disciples of the Black Sect were extremely agitated. They wished they could tear Fan Zhongtong into pieces right now. The hatred they had for Fan Zhongtong was far greater than the hatred they had for the Burning Sky Pavilion and Tianjin Gate. The Burning Sky Pavilion and Tianjin Gate were enemies, and there was a life and death battle going on between them. Life and death were determined by fate, and riches and honor were determined by the heavens. However, traitors like Fan Zhongtong were looked down upon the most, and they hated him the most. Daoist Black raised his arm, signaling everyone to calm down. Elder Fan, you know I trust you the most. In the past, Jiang Chen had warned me that there was something wrong with you, but I didn't believe him at all. I never thought that because of my trust, the Black Sect and Valley of Happiness were almost plunged into eternal damnation. You've really disappointed me. Daoist Black's body was trembling. His eyes were filled with ferociousness, disappointment, hatred, anger, all sorts of emotions were surging within him. Fan Zhongtong had betrayed the Black Sect, and the one who suffered the most was Daoist Black. Being betrayed by someone he trusted the most, someone he treated as a brother, was something no ordinary man could imagine. Who asked you to protect Jiang Chen? He killed my grandson and you're still protecting him? You forced me to do this. Fan Zhongtong shouted out loudly. Fan Kuan was the one who did the wrong thing, I have to give Jiang Chen an explanation. But that's not a reason for you to betray the Black Sect. Daoist Black shouted out loudly. Fan Zhongtang, if I'm not wrong, before the incident with Fan Kuan, you and your grandson had already submitted to the Northern and Southern dynasties. I have no grudge against you, but Fan Kuan took the initiative to kill me. At that time, I had set a 1-year agreement with the Northern and Southern dynasties. You and your grandson just wanted to kill me and claim credit in front of the Northern and Southern dynasties. In the future, when the Northern and Southern dynasties rule the entire Qi province, you and your grandson would have a good position. Am I right, Elder Fan? Jiang Chen sneered as he looked at Fan Zhongtong. He was very shrewd and had already seen through the crux of the matter. Fan Zhongtang's betrayal was not something that happened in a day or two. Fan Zhongtang's expression changed and he was momentarily speechless. He could only look at Jiang Chen in shock. His expression undoubtedly proved that Jiang Chen's words were correct. Damn it, this traitorous bastard. He took the Black Sect's resources and submitted to the enemy. He deserves to die. Damn it. This old fool has been waiting for the day when the Northern and Southern dynasties attacked the Black Sect. He wanted to be a spy and help the Northern and Southern dynasties, putting the Black Sect in a hopeless situation. Damn it, this is too damn it. We have to cut this old fool into 1,000 pieces. All the people of the Black Sect were furious. It turned out that this old fool had submitted to the enemy, but he was still putting up an act of blaming Jiang Chen and Daoist Black. Looking at it now, it seemed like Jiang Chen had done the right thing by killing Fan Kuan. If not, there would be more than one traitor today. Sect Chief, can you give me a chance? For the sake of all the hard work I've put into the Black Sect for so many years, please spare my life. Fan Zhongtang's face turned pale. He knew he had completely lost, he was completely defeated by Jiang Chen. Just like Duan Jianhong, he was a man who was afraid of death. Even at this moment, he didn't forget to play the emotional card, hoping that Daoist Black would spare his life for the sake of their past relationship. Sins caused by the heavens can be forgiven, but the sins caused by oneself cannot be forgiven. Zihan, kill him. Before Daoist Black could make a decision, Jiang Chen said to Lung Lung. He didn't want to put Daoist Black in a difficult position. After all, asking Daoist Black to kill Fan Zhongtang with his own hands was too cruel for Daoist Black. All right. Yu Zihan didn't show any mercy. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely appearance, he would have been killed by Fan Zhongtang. Senior disciple Zihan, skin him alive. That's right, don't let him die so easily. All the disciples of the Black Sect hated Fan Zhongtang to the core. Yu Zihan slowly raised the razor-sharp longsword in his hand and placed it on Fan Zhongtang's neck. Under Fan Zhongtang's terrified gaze, the tip of the sword penetrated deep into his neck. Yu Zihan's speed was very slow. He slowly cut off Fan Zhongtang's head, allowing Fan Zhongtang to enjoy the process of his death. Sigh. Taoist Black let out a long sigh. He turned around and stopped looking at Fan Zhongtang's dead body. Big Brother Black, now that everything is over, from now on, the Qi province will belong to the Black sect. The Valley of Happiness doesn't ask for anything else, we just want to enjoy our current peaceful life. This time the Valley of Happiness suffered quite a bit of damage, so I'll bring all the sect elders and disciples back to rest. As for the aftermath of the Tianjin Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion, the Valley of Happiness won't get involved. Granny Feng said. She was a smart person and what she did was the wisest choice. With Jiang Chen's help, the Qi province would belong to the Black sect in the future. The Valley of Happiness didn't think about getting a share of the pie, they just hoped that the Valley of Happiness could live peacefully. As for the aftermath of the Burning Sky Pavilion and the Tianjin Gate, the Valley of Happiness wouldn't get involved either. All the wealth and resources they obtained would belong to the Black sect. Alright, thanks for the support from the Valley of Happiness. Once the Black sect's matter is settled, I'll definitely pay a visit to the Valley of Happiness myself. Taoist Black said. After that, Granny Feng brought all the people from the Valley of Happiness and left. For them, the chaos in the Qi province was over, and a new situation would soon emerge. What was left was the Black sect's problem, and it had nothing to do with the Valley of Happiness. Tianishan, bring some men and head to the Tianjin Gate. Guaniyun, bring some men and head to the Burning Sky Pavilion. Tell all the disciples from both sects, those who are willing to surrender will become disciples of the Black sect from now on, and those who don't want to surrender will be dismissed. If anyone dares to resist, kill them on the spot. Taoist Black's expression changed as he told Tianishan and Guaniyun. He had a lot of trust in these two disciples. Disciple obeys. Tianishan and Guaniyun cupped their fists toward Taoist Black. After that, they led a large group of inner circle disciples and flew towards the Burning Sky Pavilion and the Tianjin Gate. Brother Jiang, quick, take a look at Sect Elder Guishan. He was sneak attacked by Fan Zhongtang and he is severely injured. Seeing the situation had been settled, Yu Zihan hurriedly said. Jiang Chen's expression changed. He immediately walked in front of Guishan, bent down and placed his finger on Guishan's wrist, then he sent a stream of pure yuan energy into Guishan's body. Jiang Chen, is Guishan alright? Taoist Black was a bit nervous. Guishan was severely injured and he felt guilty about it. If he hadn't trusted Fan Zhongtang so much, Guishan wouldn't have ended up like this. His injuries are pretty serious but his source is still there. Compared to little Yu and Brother Yan's injuries, his injuries are much worse. This is Brother Guo's great fortune. Not only can I save his life, I can also help him improve his cultivation by leaps and bounds, and improve his potential. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Buddy, what other tricks do you have? Da Huang Dog asked. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at Taoist Black, then he said, Sect Chief, can you retrieve the energy vein's heart underneath the Black Mountain? As long as Brother Guo consumes the energy vein's heart, I have a way to quickly heal his injuries. What? Energy vein's heart? Taoist Black's expression changed. Jiang Chen, this energy vein is the Black sect's foundation and fortune. The reason why the Black sect has been able to prosper all these years is because of this energy vein's support. The energy vein's heart is the essence of the energy vein. If you take it away, the entire energy vein will wither very quickly. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew Taoist Black would say something like this. Sect Chief, the energy vein underneath the Black Mountain has been absorbing energy for so many years, and it has almost been depleted. Even the energy vein's heart is not as good as it used to be. Besides, after today's battle, more than half of the Black sect has been destroyed. Instead of rebuilding it, why don't we just move the mountain? Under Yellowstone's Red Sun Town, there is a brand new energy vein. I found it when I killed those blood devils and I've already used it. The reason why Yu Zihan and Guishan were able to improve their cultivation so quickly was because they had absorbed the energy vein's essence. Jiang Chen said. What? There is a new energy vein under Red Sun Town? Taoist Black was even more shocked. Sect Chief, this is great news. If what Jiang Chen said is true, why don't we just move the Black sect to Red Sun Town? Because of the war, the Black sect has turned into a bloody battlefield, and it's going to be very difficult to rebuild it. Since Jiang Chen is going to use the energy vein's heart to save Sect Elder Guishan, this is the perfect opportunity for us to move the Black sect. That's right, the Qi province's structure has been stabilized, and the Black sect is the only overlord here. After today the Qi province will have a new structure, and since it's a new structure we must have a new atmosphere. The appearance of a new energy vein represents the new fortune of the Black Sect. All the Divine Core Sect elders said one after another. They all knew how valuable a new energy vein was, and it was definitely not something the Black Sect's old energy vein could compare to. Alright, if that's the case, the Black Sect will move to another place. Jiang Qin is the biggest contributor to the Black Sect, let alone the energy vein's heart. Even if he wants my life, I won't hesitate. Besides, Jiang Qin has found a new energy vein, and he has made a great contribution to the Black Sect. Taoist Black said. The more he looked at Jiang Qin, the more he liked him. Having a disciple like this was the Black Sect's fortune. Everyone has suffered serious injuries. Let's use all the healing pills we have in the Black Sect to heal our injuries. After that, we'll start reorganizing the Black Sect. Besides, after we've conquered the Burning Sky Pavilion and Tianjin Gate, we need to consolidate all the resources and make good use of them. The energy veins of those two sects will belong to the Black Sect as well. Jiang Qin said. Chapter 267. Following Jiang Qin's arrangement, the entire Black Sect became busy. In the previous battles, most of the people had suffered from either light or severe injuries. Some of the Divine Core Sect elders were severely injured. For example, Yuan Lei had lost an arm, and it would take him at least 2 to 3 months to fully recover. Even if he could fully recover, his cultivation would probably be stuck at the mid-Divine Core realm. After the battles, the first step was to recover. Taoist Black took out all the healing pills in the Black Sect and distributed them to everyone. Besides, there were corpses everywhere in the Black Sect, and each of the corpses had a storage ring on them. The wealth contained within these storage rings was incredible. After going through this huge change, the entire Black Sect would go through a qualitative change, and its overall strength would reach a new level. Currently, Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan had brought their men to the headquarters of the Burning Sky Pavilion and Tianjin Gate to reorganize the situation. Over at the Black Sect, after collecting all the wealth from the corpses, it was time for the Outer Circle disciples to show up. They would collect the corpses of their own men and bury them, and burn the corpses of their enemies. Those who were injured were treated, and those who were injured were dealt with. Everyone in the Black Sect was once again busy with their work. Jiang Qin didn't have the time to worry about these trivial matters. He was focusing all his attention on Guishan. On Guishan's mountain peak, Jiang Qin placed Guishan's body in a room. After returning from Inferno Hell, he had obtained the Earth Devil's demon soul, but he didn't go and heal Han Yen right away. Han Yen possessed Gu Tianma's bloodline, and with the help of the Blood Banner, he was temporarily in a stable state, and nothing bad would happen to him. However, Guishan's injuries couldn't wait any longer. If he wasn't treated soon, he might get even more serious than Han Yen. After all, Han Yen had Gu Tianma's bloodline in his body, while Guishan was just a mortal. Brother Jiang, is Sect Elder Gu alright? Yu Zihan asked. Don't worry, he is much weaker than little Yu and I Yen. Jiang Qin smiled. As long as he could get the energy vein's heart, not only would Guishan be fine, he would also obtain a great fortune. Not long after that, Taoist Black returned with a fist-sized transparent crystal in his hand. This crystal was the heart of an energy vein, and it contained the essence of an energy vein. After the energy vein's heart was taken out, the crowd could clearly feel the heaven and earth yuan energy above the Black Mountain range was slowly dispersing. According to this speed, it would take at most 1 month for the energy vein's energy to completely disappear, and the Black Mountain range would become no different from an ordinary mountain range. Jiang Qin, the heart of the spiritual vein is out. Taoist Black placed the energy vein's heart in front of Jiang Qin. Spirit veins are formed by the condensation of the world's essence. Aside from the extremely dense spirit chi it contains, it is also the symbol of luck. If I combine the heart of the spirit vein with some healing pills for Brother Gua, not only will it heal his wounds, but it will also completely improve his physique, allowing his cultivation to improve by leaps and bounds. Jiang Qin said. As the greatest saint in the world, he knew better than anyone else how to save people. Since that's the case, let's hurry up and save Elder Gua. Taoist Black said. Sect Chief, I can see that you've suffered some serious injuries as well. You should go rest first, you don't have to worry about anything here. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. He could tell that Taoist Black was in a bad condition right now, and he wouldn't be of much help even if he stayed here. Alright. Taoist Black nodded his head, then he turned around and left. De Huang, Yu and Zihan will guard outside, I'll help Brother Guo absorb the energy vein's heart. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog and Yu Zihan. Damn it, you want Daddy to guard you again? De Huang Dog mumbled as he walked towards the door. De Huang, you're so powerful this time. Even the sect chief of Tianjin Gate, Duan Jianhong, was killed by you. I really admire you. Outside the door, Yu Zihan cupped his fist towards De Huang Dog, expressing his admiration. Wow, Yu Zihan, you've got good eyes. This master dog hasn't shown his true power yet. Come, let this master dog tell you about what happened in Inferno Hell. De Huang Dog could take any flattery under the heavens. Yu Zihan's flattery immediately made De Huang Dog feel extremely happy. He pulled Yu Zihan aside and started telling him all the heroic deeds he had done in Inferno Hell. Inside the room, Jiang Chen was holding the energy vein's heart in his hand. He took out 5 healing pills from his storage ring and placed them together with the energy vein's heart. Ah! Jiang Chen let out a light shout. A powerful force burst out from between his palms. Under the pressure of this force, both the energy vein's heart and the pills were crushed into pieces, turning into bright lights. Jiang Chen waved his hand and unleashed a yuan energy barrier, completely covering Guishan's body. The bright light from the pill and the energy vein's heart was completely covered by the barrier as well, not letting any of it spread out. Buzz buzz buzz, a buzzing sound could be heard coming from within the barrier. Under Jiang Chen's control, the essence of the pills and the energy vein's heart began to seep into Guishan's body bit by bit. Jiang Chen's speed was very slow, because Guishan was currently unconscious. He had no consciousness, and if Jiang Chen injected all the medicinal strength and energies into Guishan's body, Guishan might not be able to withstand the violent impact. Even so, Guishan's body started to tremble slightly. This trembling lasted for about 20 minutes, after which Guishan let out a groan and slowly opened his eyes. All he could see was a dazzling light in front of him, and then he could feel that his body was brimming with energy. He was shocked. He didn't know what was happening to him, but one thing was for sure, the energy in his body was helping him heal his wounds. Don't move, focus on controlling the energy, absorb as much as you can. Jiang Chen's voice came into Guishan's ears. Brother, it's you. Hearing Jiang Chen's voice, Guishan immediately became excited. He knew Jiang Chen would show up. Now that Jiang Chen was helping him recover, it meant that the Black Sect's crisis had been resolved, and he had survived. Guishan was very curious about what happened after he fell unconscious. However, he knew that Jiang Chen was helping him recover, and this was the most crucial moment. Therefore, he didn't ask anything. He would wait until his injuries were fully recovered before asking. After Guishan regained his consciousness and was able to control the energy in his body, Jiang Chen's speed became faster. The energy and pills started crazily rushing into Guishan's body. What energy is this? Not only does it contain such a strong medicinal energy, it also contains a powerful source of energy. Not only is it healing my injuries at a speed visible to the naked eye, it is also improving my physique. If this continues, my physique will go through a tremendous transformation. Guishan became really excited. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He kept unleashing beams of light from both of his palms, forming a barrier that wrapped Guishan up into a huge cocoon. After that, Jiang Chen removed his palms. Older brother Guo, take your time to absorb the energy and pills, I'll go check on brother Yen. Jiang Chen said. After that, he stood up. Guishan's condition was no longer serious, all he needed to do was slowly absorb the energy and pills. Alright, thank you brother for saving me. Guishan's voice sounded out from the cocoon. You don't need to thank me. Jiang Chen smiled and walked out of the room. He had treated Guishan as one of his own, he would save him no matter what. This was the righteousness in his heart, the righteousness that belonged to him. This was also the difference between him and the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties were too arrogant. Their arrogant hearts could only contain themselves. They thought of themselves as the kings of the world, and all other living beings should submit to them. Therefore people like them were destined to have no friends. Jiang Chen didn't envy their nobility at all. Instead, he felt sad for them, even though the northern and southern dynasties all had powerful bodies of immortal souls. Guishan placed Han Yan in a sealed secret chamber. When Jiang Chen entered the secret chamber, he saw the huge blood banner was surrounded by demonic energy and the roars of evil spirits. Han Yan's body was inside the blood banner. Jiang Chen made a grabbing motion with his hand, and the blood banner flew into Jiang Chen's hand as if it was summoned. Jiang Chen flipped his palm and put the blood banner into his storage ring, then he walked towards Han Yan. Beneath Han Yan was a round praying mat. Han Yan was quietly lying on it with his eyes closed. Even though he was asleep, his handsome appearance still gave off a threatening heroic aura. "Good brother, sorry to keep you waiting." Jiang Chen looked at Han Yen with a gentle smile on his face. This was the first brother he had made since he was reincarnated, a brother who was willing to put his life in his hands. "Buddy, your nickname is the Little Devil King. From now on you'll be a real Devil King." Jiang Chen smiled, then he took out the Earth Devil's demon soul from his storage ring. Healing Han Yen was much easier than healing Guishan and Yen Qinyu. All he needed was the Earth Devil's demon soul, and he could just feed it to Han Yen. With the powerful devilish energy contained in the Earth Devil's demon soul, it would definitely be able to completely awaken Gu Qianma's bloodline. At that point of time, under the impact of the two devilish energies, Han Yan's broken internal organs would be completely healed, and he would be reborn. "A combat soul Earth Devil, I wonder how strong you'll become after you absorb it," Jiang Chen said with mixed emotions. A combat soul Earth Devil's demon soul and Gu Qianma's complete bloodline, it was really hard to imagine how strong Han Yen would become after he wakes up. However, Jiang Chen guessed that once Han Yen wakes up, he would at least be at the late divine core realm. The impact of this was just too strong. Furthermore, if any ordinary man were to directly consume the combat soul Earth Devil's demon soul, just the enormous energy contained within the demon soul alone would cause his body to explode. But Han Yen was different. He possessed Gu Qianma's inheritance, and his body carried Gu Qianma's will. That allowed him to freely control the enormous energy contained within the Earth Devil's demon soul. By absorbing the energy and source of the Earth Devil's demon soul into his body, he would definitely become a real Devil King in the future, and not just a little Devil King. Chapter 268. The Earth Demon Beast's demon spirit emitted a black demonic aura, emitting a buzzing sound in the air. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he sent the demon spirit into Han Yan's body, allowing him to consume it. Suddenly, a violent buzzing sound burst out from Han Yan's body. Strands of black demonic aura were emitted from his body. In an instant, the entire chamber was covered in dense demonic aura. Jiang Chen seemed to hear a muffled roar coming from Han Yan's body. That's the roar of the Earth Demon Beast, as if it came from the depths of hell, filled with intense unwillingness. Before this, Jiang Chen didn't use the true dragon flames to purify the Earth Demon Beast's demon spirit. That's because it was the powerful demonic aura that could awaken the bloodline of Gu Qianma within Han Yan's body and help Han Yan awaken. Jiang Chen unblinkingly stared at Han Yan, who was lying on the ground, in case something unexpected happened, so that he could think of a way to control it. However, after what happened next, Jiang Chen knew that his worries were unnecessary. The bloodline of Gu Qianma within Han Yan's body was far stronger than he had imagined. As the demonic aura emitted from Han Yan's body became stronger and denser, Han Yan's body also started to tremble. At the same time, an extremely ancient, extremely noble, extremely majestic aura was emitted from the depths of Han Yan's body. This aura was completely different from the Earth Demon Beast's aura, but it was the same as the Earth Demon Beast's aura, a king amongst demons. That aura seemed to have sensed the provocation of the Earth Demon Beast's aura. Furthermore, it was awakening very quickly. That's Gu Qianma's aura. Jiang Chen's expression stiffened. Gu Qianma's bloodline was completely awakened, and when Gu Qianma's aura was awakened, the Earth Devil Beast's aura actually showed fear. It wanted to flee, but because of Gu Qianma's bloodline, it couldn't escape from Han Yan's body. Good, Gu Qianma's bloodline is indeed powerful, the ancestor of all devils. With such a miraculous physique, Yan will definitely become a peerless Devil King in the future, shaking the heavens and earth. If this continues, it won't be long before Gu Qianma's bloodline completely devours the demonic nature contained within the Earth Demon Beast's demon spirit, becoming a part of Yan. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. From the looks of it, the Earth Demon Beast's demon spirit was of great help to him. Rumble, devilish energy soared into the sky. The entire secret chamber was filled with a dark and gloomy devilish energy, and thunderous sounds could be heard. However, the devilish energy that was leaking out from Han Yan's body carried a noble aura. It wasn't something any ordinary devilish energy could compare with. A black beam that was completely formed by devilish energies suddenly shot up from Guishan's mountain peak, causing the entire Black Mountain range to shake. Look, what is that? Such a powerful devilish energy. It contains a supreme aura. It's like a peerless Devil King has descended from the heavens. Just a trace of his aura is enough to make my soul tremble. This beam is coming from sect elder Guishan's mountain peak. It must be senior disciple Han Yen. That's right, only senior disciple Han Yen has Gu Qinma's bloodline in his body. Last time, senior disciple Han Yen was severely injured, and we didn't even know if he was still alive. But now, it looks like senior disciple Jiang Qin has saved senior disciple Han Yan's life, and he has even awakened the powerful Gu Qinma's bloodline in his body. Another heaven-defying genius has appeared in the Black Sect. All the disciples of the Black Sect were shocked, but then they became overjoyed. The small Qi province had given birth to Jiang Qin, and now there was Han Yen. Both of them were geniuses of the Black Sect, and as disciples of the Black Sect, all of them felt extremely proud. Within the secret chamber, the devilish energy of the Earth Devil had been completely absorbed by Gu Tianma's bloodline, and it had merged with Han Yan's body. At the same time, Gu Tianma's bloodline was flowing into every single part of Han Yan's body, especially his internal organs. Crack crack, cracking sounds could be heard from Han Yan's body as his bones, flesh, and blood underwent heaven-shaking, earth-toppling transformations. His shattered internal organs were being reconstructed by his bloodline. This is what it means to be reborn, to be completely transformed. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Being reborn was an extremely painful process. As his internal organs were being reconstructed, Han Yan's face started twisting in pain, and his body started trembling even more violently. 2 hours later, a bright light was emitting from Han Yan's body. Jiang Qin knew that this light wasn't Han Yan's devilish energy, it was a new life, the light of a new life. As the saying goes, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. Han Yan could be considered to have profited from a disaster, as he had welcomed a new life. Han Yan's life force had been completely awakened, and his consciousness had been awakened as well. However, he didn't have the time to pay attention to his surroundings, he didn't even pay attention to the people around him. All his thoughts were focused on Gu Tianma's bloodline and the massive energy within his body. That was the energy contained within a combat soul demon beast's demon soul. It was so massive that no ordinary man could withstand it. Han Yan couldn't afford to be distracted. He had to use Gu Tianma's bloodline to absorb all the energy. Looks like Han Yan will need at least 2 days to completely absorb all the energy. 2 days later, another dazzling genius will be born. A smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. Then he pushed open the door of the secret chamber and left. Han Yan's current situation didn't require him to do anything. He could just rely on Gu Tianma's bloodline to deal with the energy within his body. After leaving Han Yan's secret chamber, Jiang Chen looked at the other room. His expression instantly became gloomy, but the gentleness in his eyes became even stronger. Jiang Chen slowly walked forward and arrived in front of the tightly shut door. He opened the door very quietly, as he was afraid that he would wake up the person who was sleeping soundly in the room. In his heart, Yan Xinyu was only sleeping. It was a very unique room with a soft bed placed beside it. It was obvious that Guishan was a very serious person. On top of the soft bed, a young girl in white clothes was lying quietly. Although her face was slightly pale, she was still a sleeping beauty just like Snow White. Even when she was motionless, she was still so beautiful that it could take one's breath away. Jiang Qin walked in front of the bed and suddenly felt a pain in his heart. He reached out his hand and gently caressed Yan Xinyu's face. Jiang Qin still remembered that he had promised Yan Zhanyun that he would protect Yan Xinyu and not let any harm come to her. But now Yan Xinyu had been lying here for a few months. For the first time, Jiang Qin felt that he hadn't kept his promise. Furthermore, Yan Xinyu was the person he loved the most, the only girl who had touched his heart in both his previous and current life. Little Yu, after I'm done with the matters of the sect, I'll wait for Han Yan to wake up. I'll go look for the 9 solar holy water. Chen Gij will definitely wake you up soon, and I won't let anyone hurt you anymore, no matter who it is. Jiang Qin said with a gentle voice. After consuming the profound 6 solar pill, Yan Xinyu's condition had stabilized. She just needed to find the 9 solar holy water, and she would be able to fully recover. After returning from Inferno Hell, Jiang Chen's next step was to look for the 9 solar holy water. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to make Yan Xinyu recover. Besides, for Jiang Chen, no matter if it was the search for Firethorn Savage's demon soul or the Earth Devil's demon soul, or the 9 solar holy water, the process itself was a good training. From Firethorn Savage to the Earth Devil, Jiang Chen had grown tremendously during this process, and the benefits he had obtained were unimaginable. For the next 2 days, Jiang Chen stayed in his room and accompanied Yan Xinyu. He didn't care about what was happening outside as he wasn't interested in the matters of the sect. During these 2 days, everyone in the Black Sect was busy. Guan Yiyun and Tian Yishan had conquered the Burning Sky Pavilion and Tianjin Gate, and they didn't face any resistance. They had completely unified the Qi province. Many sect elders and disciples who were injured had almost fully recovered with the help of all sorts of pills and medicines. Even Taoist Black had decided to come out from his secluded cultivation. Now that the Black Sect was in a post-war state as the sect chief, he had to come out and take charge. Since he had obtained Jiang Chen's approval, Taoist Black personally led some sect elders and disciples to Yellowstone's Red Sun town. Rebuilding the Black Sect was a very troublesome task, and they needed to have a good plan. Guishan's mountain peak had become the quietest place in the entire Black Sect, and it was also the place that attracted the most attention. On the second day, Guishan had fully recovered. Guishan walked out from his room, and a powerful aura was unleashed from his body. With the help of the energy vein's heart, not only had his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, he had broken through to the late divine core realm, his potential had also been improved. He had a bright future ahead of him and he wouldn't have any problems becoming an advanced alchemist. Sect Elder Gua, this is a blessing in disguise. Congratulations on breaking through to the late divine core realm. When he saw Guishan, Xuanhuan immediately cupped his fist and congratulated him. For the entire day the Huang dog had brought him around the courtyard, and he had been boasting and talking about all sorts of things. However, Xuanhuan was still listening to Inferno Hell stories with great interest. He was imagining how exciting it would be if he could be a part of it. Where is Jiang brother? What miraculous elixir did he give me to make such an earth-shattering change happen to me? This was the biggest question in Guishan's mind right now. Old man, meeting little Qinzi is your greatest fortune. He gave you the Black Sect's energy vein's heart, and he also gave you some pills. If not, how could you have such a great fortune? The Huang dog said. What? Energy vein's heart? Guishan was shocked. That was the foundation of a Black Sect. That's right. Brother Jiang asked Sect Chief to take out the energy vein's heart, then he moved the Black Sect to Red Sun Town. From now on, the Black Sect will be established in Red Sun Town, and it will become the strongest place in the entire Qi province. Xuanhuan said. Where is Jiang brother? Guishan asked. He's in little Yu's room, you better not disturb him. Xuanhuan said. Chapter 269. Hearing this, Guishan threw a glance at Yan Qinyu's room, then he nodded his head. He knew how important Yan Qinyu was to Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen had returned from Inferno Hell and changed the entire Qi province, it was rare for him to have time to spend with Yan Qinyu. Therefore, Guishan didn't want to disturb her. De Huang Zihan, quickly tell me what happened after that. How did you manage to come back? Also, what about the northern and southern dynasties? Where are the northern and southern dynasties now? What is the current situation of the Burning Sky Pavilion and Tianjin Gate? Guishan sat down in front of the stone table and asked a series of questions. All of these questions were what he wanted to know the most. That goes without saying. Zhao Chongyang and Duan Jianhong are both dead, and none of those who attacked the Black Sect survived. All of them were killed. The northern and southern dynasties were defeated by Brother Jiang as well, and both of their arms were chopped off by him. The only regret is that the northern and southern dynasties still managed to escape in the end. However, in my opinion, Brother Jiang has left an unforgettable shadow in the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties, and it will definitely affect the cultivation of the northern and southern dynasties in the future. Xuanhuan said. Whenever he thought about the battle between Jiang Chen and the northern and southern dynasties, even though he was just a bystander, he couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. What? All of them are dead? Even Zhao Chongyang and Duan Jianhong are dead? Brother Jiang's progress is just too fast. I was worried about him when he made the agreement with the northern and southern dynasties a year ago, but I never expected that he would defeat the northern and southern dynasties in just half a year. This is unbelievable. Guishan sighed. In fact, when the Black Sect was still around, he had already guessed this would happen. But when he heard it with his own eyes, he still couldn't help but feel shocked. That's right, Brother Jiang is a peerless genius. He's only an early Divine Core warrior, but he's able to defeat mid-Divine Core warriors from the northern and southern dynasties. He's practically invincible in the Divine Core realm. Unless it's a late Divine Core genius from a big sect like the Jian province, or a peerless genius from the Martial Palace, only then would they be able to fight Brother Jiang. When Brother Jiang breaks through to the mid or late Divine Core realm, I really can't imagine how strong he will become. At that point of time, perhaps even combat soul warriors won't have to fear him. Xuanhuan sighed as well. They were both geniuses of the younger generation, but the existence of Jiangchen gave him too much pressure. Now, the Qi province's situation has been decided. The Black Sect has become the biggest winner. From now on, the entire Qi province will belong to the Black Sect. Guishan laughed. In my opinion, the next sect master will be Brother Jiang. Xuanhuan said. Haha Zihan, you're wrong. Do you really think Brother Jiang will care about the Qi province? He's a real dragon and sooner or later he'll soar into the sky. This tiny Qi province can't contain him. Guishan burst into laughter. That's true. With Brother Jiang's abilities he will definitely become a big shot in the future. Why would he care about a tiny Black Sect chief? Xuanhuan said with a smile on his face. You guys are right. Not to mention this tiny Black Sect chief, even if it's the Martial Saint Dynasty's emperor, little Qinzi won't care about him. De Huang Dog said with an arrogant tone. He knew Jiangchen better than these two. Jiangchen's ambition was not something that Guishan and Xuanhuan could imagine. Oh right, where is that bastard Fan Zhongtong? How did he deal with him? When Guishan thought about Fan Zhongtong, a fierce look emerged in his eyes. Putting aside the fact that his sect was almost destroyed because of Fan Zhongtong's betrayal, his own life was almost taken by Fan Zhongtong. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's timely appearance, perhaps he would have met the King of Hell by now. He was killed by me. Xuanhuan said with an indifferent tone. Thinking about how he was able to kill the traitor with his own hands, he felt really happy. Brat, you're lucky. Guishan glared at Xuanhuan. Rumble. Suddenly, another muffled explosion sounded out. Guishan raised his head and looked at the source of the explosion. He saw the black light beam vibrating even more violently, and the explosion came from within. Guishan had noticed the black light beam when he came out, but he didn't have the time to ask about it. It's like a demon king has arrived. Its energy is getting stronger and stronger. I wonder how powerful he will become when he wakes up. Xuanhuan sighed. For the entire day he and De Huang Dog had been paying close attention to the black light beam. Looks like younger brother Jiang has found the Earth Devil's demon soul. It won't take long for Han Yen to fully recover, and Gu Qinma's bloodline will be fully awakened as well. Guishan nodded his head. He could already imagine that when Han Yen fully recovered, another peerless genius would be born. On the second day the entire Black Sect was busy as usual. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded out, and a devilish wave spread out like a tidal wave from Guishan's mountain peak, covering the entire Black Mountain range. What a powerful devilish energy. Is senior disciple Han Yen going to wake up? It's like a demon king has arrived. It's really shocking. Everyone were shocked. Under the impact of the devilish wave, many disciples' souls were trembling. Swoosh. In the next moment, the devilish wave retreated like a tidal wave, disappearing into a secret chamber on top of the mountain peak. Boom. A powerful force suddenly came out from the secret chamber, and a hole was created in the sturdy secret chamber. Then, a muscular figure flew up into the sky. Everyone immediately threw their gazes onto the figure. They could feel the powerful aura that was being unleashed from the figure, and it sent chills down their spines. The young man had a handsome face and he was wearing a long blue robe. His black hair was fluttering in the wind, and his sharp eyes were glowing with a cold light. Just a simple look from him could make anyone feel fearful. The young man in blue was none other than Han Yen, who had fully recovered. Right now, Gu Qinma's bloodline had been completely awakened, and he had also absorbed the Earth Devil's source devilish energy. Although he hadn't broken through to the late Divine Core Realm yet, he had reached the peak mid-Divine Core Realm. More importantly, the massive energy contained within the Earth Devil's demon soul hadn't been completely absorbed. It was stored in Gu Qinma's bloodline, and he could slowly absorb it in the future. Even so, such progress could still be described as shocking. When Han Yen participated in the Qi province competition half a year ago, he was only a late mortal core warrior, and when he was injured and unconscious, he had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. But now, in just a blink of an eye, he had broken through to the peak mid-divine core realm. Such a terrifying progress was simply unbelievable. Oh heavens, senior disciple Han Yan's cultivation has actually reached the peak mid-divine core realm. This is terrifying. This is really shocking. From the early heavenly core realm to the peak mid-divine core realm, Gu Qinma's bloodline is really terrifying. Another peerless genius has appeared in the Black Sect. He has a unique body type. This is really enviable. He was born a genius. We have been cultivating day and night, but we can't even compare to his improvement in the blink of an eye. All the disciples of the Black Sect were staring at Han Yan, who was hovering in the sky. Han Yan's performance had really shocked them. Junior disciple Han is really terrifying. Looks like the Earth Devil's demon soul really helped him a lot. Xuanhuan, who was standing far away, sighed. He was one of the top 4 geniuses in the Qi province, the #1 genius in the Black Sect's inner circle, but now he had been completely surpassed by Jiang Chen and Han Yan. On Guishan's mountain peak, Jiang Chen had sensed Han Yan's energy, so he pushed open Yin Qinyu's door and walked out. Peak mid-divine core realm, that's not bad. Besides, Gu Qinma's bloodline has been completely awakened, and his progress will be really fast in the future. He can break through to the late divine core realm at any time. With Han Yan's current combat strength at the peak mid-divine core realm, I'm afraid he is no weaker than me and De Huang Dog. Gu Qinma's bloodline is no joke. Jiang Chen murmured. He had great confidence in Han Yan's current combat strength. After Gu Qinma's bloodline was completely awakened, Han Yan must have awakened some powerful innate abilities, and he might even obtain the powerful abilities of the Earth Devil. For God's sake, another freak has been born. De Huang Dog couldn't help but say. In the sky above, Han Yan's eyes were flickering. In the end, he landed on Guishan's mountain peak. When he saw Jiang Chen, a smile immediately emerged on his face. After that, with a sway of his body, he landed in front of Jiang Chen. My good brother. Han Yan stretched his arms and gave Jiang Chen a big bear hug. Although he was unconscious, he knew what Jiang Chen had done for him in his subconscious mind. Not only had Jiang Chen saved his life, he had also helped him achieve great things. Han Yan had a lot of gratitude in his heart, but he didn't say much. A hug was enough. This was what a brother was like. Get lost, Daddy has no interest in men. Jiang Chen pushed Han Yan away and joked. Damn you, I have no interest in you. Han Yan said in an impatient manner. After that, both men looked at each other and laughed out loud. On the same night, everyone gathered in the courtyard. Guishan took out all the good wines he brewed. Han Yan's recovery had made Jiang Chen very happy, and it could be said that one of his worries had been taken care of. Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog, Han Yan, Guishan, Guanhyun, Tianishan, and a few others were drinking and laughing to their heart's content. They told Han Yan everything that had happened during this period of time. Just when they were talking about what happened in Inferno Hell, Taoist Black came over. You guys are so mean, you didn't even invite me to come here to drink. Taoist Black came without being invited, and he didn't show any politeness. He sat right next to Han Yan, picked up a wine pot and started drinking. Hey, De Huang drank this pot before. Han Yan reminded Taoist Black in a serious manner. Puff, Taoist Black immediately spat out all the wine he had just drunk. After violently coughing, he stared at Han Yan with an angry gaze. Why didn't you tell me earlier? After all, without Jiang Chen there wouldn't be a Black Sect. Besides, with Jiang Chen's current strength, he could definitely be considered as the strongest man in the Qi province. I'm not interested in the matters of the Black Sect. I'll leave everything up to Sect Chief. Once everything is settled, I still have some important matters to attend to. Jiang Chen said. What he said was to let Taoist Black understand that he, Taoist Black, would still be the overlord of the Qi province from now on. He, Jiang Chen, had no interest in the Qi province. In the next few days, the Black Sect was undergoing a huge transformation. Red Sun Town was bustling with noise and excitement. In just 3 days, half of a brand new Black Sect was built. 4 cultivators with incredible abilities. Building a new Black Sect was a piece of cake. On this particular day, Jiang Chen was accompanying Yin Qinyu in her room. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. When he was accompanying Yin Qinyu, no one in the Black Sect dared disturb him. But now someone was knocking on the door. It looked like something had happened. Jiang Chen stood up and saw Taoist Black knocking on the door. Sect Chief, what's the matter? Jiang Chen sounded displeased. Taoist Black better give him a good reason. If not, Jiang Chen would definitely get really angry even if the person who called him was the Sect Chief. Jiang Chen, someone wants to see you. Taoist Black had a solemn expression on his face. Clearly, the person who wanted to see Jiang Chen was not an ordinary person. Who is it? Jiang Chen asked. It's me. A voice sounded out from behind Taoist Black. After that, a figure appeared in front of Jiang Chen. Brother Xian. Jiang Chen was startled. The man was none other than Xianyi. No wonder Taoist Black was so nervous. A combat soul warrior had come to see him. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous. Brother Jiang, can I go in and have a look at sister-in-law? Xianyi said with a smile on his face. Brother Xian, please come in. Jiang Chen smiled. It looked like Xianyi had found out about his situation, and he was here for Yan Qinyu. There was no way Xianyi could solve Yan Qinyu's problem, but since Taoist Black had good intentions, Jiang Chen couldn't just ignore it. Xianyi walked into the room, but Taoist Black didn't follow him. He just closed the door behind him. Taoist Black was really excited. He didn't know who Xianyi was, but he knew he was a powerful combat soul warrior, and he was also Jiang Chen's friend. If the Black Sect could befriend a combat soul warrior in the future, it would bring them great benefits. Xianyi walked into the room and threw his glance at Yan Qinyu. Just by looking at Yan Qinyu's bearing and beautiful face, Xianyi couldn't help but nod his head. Sister-in-law is really like a fairy. Jiang brother, Lord Jiu has learned about what happened to you, and he asked me to bring you some herbs. I hope they can help sister-in-law. Xianyi turned to Jiang Chen and flipped his palm. A storage ring appeared in his palm, then he said, there are some pills and herbs in here, Jiang brother, please take a look. Xianyi handed the storage ring over to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen took the storage ring and sent his divine sense into it. All the herbs inside appeared in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. Resurrection pill, heavenly frost grass, 1,000-year-old dragon ginseng, blood fleece flower root. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Any of these pills and herbs were priceless, and each of them had a very high level in age. Even in the martial Saint dynasty they were the best of the best. There was no way they could be found in a small place like the Qi province. When all these herbs were put together they could save a person from death, or even resurrect a skeleton. The fact that Wu Jiu could casually bring all these things to Jiang Chen showed his status and identity. Unfortunately these herbs were useless to Yan Qinyu. However, Wu Jiu's actions still touched Jiang Chen's heart. Jiang brother, these herbs should be able to cure sister-in-law, right? Xianyi said with a smile. He was very confident in these things. Brother Xian, these things are priceless. I'll thank Brother Jiu for this, but too bad these herbs are useless to little use injuries. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Impossible. With all these herbs, as long as a person doesn't die, there is no injury that can't be cured. Xianyi was shocked. He was very confident in these herbs. To be honest, Little Yu has the 9 meridians, a rare 9 body. Her injuries can only be cured with the 9 solar holy water. Jiang Chen shook his head. What? 9 meridians? Xianyi cried out in surprise. He never thought that the girl on the bed would have such a rare and powerful body. The 9 solar holy water is too rare. Even Lord Jiu doesn't have such a treasure. As far as I know, in all the 28 provinces of the eastern continent, I've never heard of any sects that have the 9 solar holy water. What should we do? Xianyi frowned. You really didn't? Jiang Chen's heart sank. With Yan Qinyu's current condition, she needed the 9 solar holy water to cure her injuries. His next target was the 9 solar holy water. Although his target was clear, he didn't know where to start. When he was looking for the Firethorn Savage and the Earth Devil, he knew where these 2 demonic beasts could be found. But now Xianyi's words made him feel like a headless fly. Alright, there is a place where we can find the 9 solar holy water. Xianyi suddenly said. Where? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The Blissful Manor. Xianyi said. Where is the Blissful Manor? Jiang Chen hurriedly asked. It's not within the 28 provinces. The Blissful Manor is built on an island in the ocean called the Blissful Island. It's located to the north of the eastern continent, and the Blissful Island is located on the ocean. Every year, a trade fair will be held on the Blissful Island. During that time, there will be a lot of strange people, rogue cultivators, and powerful demons from the ocean will participate. All kinds of rare treasures will appear there. You can go there and try your luck. If I'm not mistaken, there is still 1 month left until the trade fair. With your speed, you should be able to make it there. Xianyi said. Blissful Island, Blissful Manor. Alright, I'll go to the ocean. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know if the Blissful Island would have the 9 solar holy water, it was definitely a ray of hope. It was better to go there than to have no goal. The ocean is filled with demonic beasts and pirates. If Jiang brother goes there, you have to be careful. Xianyi reminded. No matter how dangerous it can't be more dangerous than Inferno Hell. Jiang Chen smiled. He had even come out from a place like Inferno Hell, so the blissful island was nothing to him. He had decided that he would head to the blissful island in a few days. Rumble. Right at this moment, a loud explosion sounded out from outside the Black Sect's main gate. A few powerful energies carrying killing intent swept across the entire Black Sect. Chapter 271. These powerful energies were filled with hostility. Obviously, they didn't come with good intentions. This caused Jiang Chen to furrow his brows. Judging from their energies, all of them were late Divine Core warriors, and many of them were like Taoist Black. In the current Qi province, Zhao Chongyang and Duan Jianhong were both dead, and it was impossible to find someone like them. Also, it was impossible for so many late Divine Core warriors to appear all of a sudden. We are the 6 heroes of Mount Mang, and we are here to kill Jiang Chen. A thunderous voice echoed throughout the entire Black Mountain, echoing in everyone's ears. Many people's expressions changed, but at the same time, they felt it was ridiculous. Ever since Jiang Chen arrived at the Black Sect, this was the 3rd time someone had come looking for trouble. Who are these 6 heroes of Mount Mang? Since when did I offend them? Jiang Chen was startled. Brother Jiang, don't forget how many people you killed in Inferno Hell. I'm afraid the news about what happened in Inferno Hell has spread far and wide, and I think it's normal for people to come looking for revenge. Xianyi said with a smile on his face as if he had expected this to happen. However, he looked relaxed and it didn't seem like he had any intention of helping Jiang Chen. Are you just here to watch a show? Jiang Chen glared at Xianyi. Lord Zhou said you have to solve your own problems by yourself. You have too many enemies and this is just the beginning. Xianyi shrugged his shoulders, then he turned around and walked towards the door. Jiang Chen pointed his middle finger at Xianyi's back. After that, he took a step forward and arrived at the entrance of the sect. Right at this moment, all the warriors of the Black Sect had come out, and they were looking at the 6 formidable figures standing outside the entrance. Swoosh swoosh. Han Yin and De Huang Dog arrived next to Jiang Chen. Han Yin looked at the 6 men and asked, Little Qinzi, who are these 6 heroes of Mount Mang? They look really strong. When did you offend them? 6 people appeared in front of them, 5 men and 1 woman. All of them were late Divine Core warriors, and the leading old man who looked to be in his 50s had reached the peak Divine Core realm. He was no weaker than Taoist Black. With a combat strength like this, they could do whatever they wanted in the Eastern continent. Furthermore, all 6 of them were dressed in strange and bewitching ways. The woman was carrying a pipa in her arms, and she had a braid on her head, which reminded Jiang Chen of Murong Xiaoro. However, this woman was much better looking than Murong Xiaoro. At least, she had an exquisite and graceful body. Her beautiful face was painted with a large mark of a pipa, which made her look ferocious, but at the same time, she had a wild beauty to her. The rest of them were also dressed strangely. With one look, one could tell that they were not decent people. Who are these people? They are dressed so strangely and their killing intent is soaring. I wonder how Senior Brother Jiang Chen offended them. Senior Brother Jiang Chen's ability to offend people is just like his abilities, they are both top-notch. But these few men are really strong, but I think Senior Brother Jiang Chen should be able to handle them. With Senior Brother Jiang Chen's current abilities, ordinary late Divine Core warriors are no match for him. All the disciples of the Black Sect were discussing among themselves. If it was in the past, when such a powerful force suddenly appeared in the Black Sect, they would definitely be terrified. But now, with Jiang Chen here, no matter how strong their enemies were, they wouldn't have to be afraid. Which one of you is Jiang Chen? The woman spoke. Her voice was extremely sharp and ear-piercing. The pipa in her hand was emitting purple ripples under the sunlight. Obviously, it was a powerful combat weapon. I am. What do you want from me? Jiang Chen took a step forward. You're the one who killed Mang 7th. We brothers have come here today to kill you to avenge Mang 7th. A short and fat man said in an eerie manner. For God's sake, who the hell is Mang 7th? Have you guys come to the wrong place? The Huang Dog couldn't help but ask. Don't try to deny it. We're the 7 heroes of Mount Mang, and Mang 7th has been sent to Inferno Hell. We've received the news that he was killed by you. Eldest Mang shouted at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and the Huang Dog immediately understood what was going on. Sure enough, it was the hatred from Inferno Hell. They had no idea who this Mang 7th was because they had killed too many people in Inferno Hell. If this Mang 7th was really dead, he might have been killed by them. Jiang Chen, I've heard about these 7 weirdos of Mount Mang. They are from the 5th biggest province in the Eastern continent, the Qing province. They are extremely strong and no one dares offend them. They've been acting like tyrants in the Qing province. I heard one of them offended a combat soul warrior from a big sect in the Qing province, and that combat soul warrior was so angry that he sent the guy into inferno hell. The rest of the 6 weirdos fled the Qing province and they've disappeared for quite some time. I didn't expect to see them again today. Taoist Black said. As the Black Sect's sect chief, he had some knowledge about the situation in all the provinces in the eastern continent. So you're the 6 weirdos of Mount Mang. How dare you call yourself a hero? You really have no sense of shame. Jiang Qin burst into laughter. How presumptuous. We're the 7 weirdos of Mount Mang. No, we're the 7 heroes. We're all peerless geniuses. How dare you disrespect us? You're courting death. Today we're going to avenge our 7th brother. Not only will we kill you, we'll also destroy this entire sect. Third Mang had a pair of crossed eyes, and when he spoke he blinked his eyes, giving people the impression that he had a mental problem. When the 6 heroes of Mount Mang found out that their 7th brother was killed by Jiang Qin from the Black Sect, they immediately rushed over here. As for what happened in the Qi province, they had no idea about it. In their eyes, although Jiang Qin was extremely strong with the 6 of them working together, apart from a combat soul warrior, no divine core warrior would be a match for them. Since you've done so many evil things, there's no need for me to be polite. It's fine if you didn't come looking for me, but since you've come, I'll just kill you all. Jiang Qin let out a cold snort. Jiang Qin, you have to be careful when dealing with them. These 6 weirdos of Mount Mang aren't ordinary warriors. Individually, none of them are a match for you, but when they work together, they're extremely powerful. I heard that their teamwork is flawless, and they can unleash all sorts of attacks that their enemies can't defend against. They're said to be invincible beneath the combat soul realm. Taoist Black reminded. Little Qinzi, let's fight side by side, shall we? Han Yin said with a smile on his face. Sure. Jiang Qin nodded his head. If these 6 weirdos of Mount Mang had a perfect teamwork, it wouldn't be easy to kill them all. After all, when 6 late divine core warriors worked together, their combat strength would reach a very high level. Han Yin was a peak mid-divine core warrior, and together with Gu Tianma's bloodline, his combat strength wasn't any weaker than Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's. Kaka, how can I, De Huang, miss out on such a good thing? De Huang Dog let out a loud laugh. With his majestic body, he dashed forward and became the first one to ram into the 6 weirdos of Mount Mang. Where did this dog come from? It's been a long time since Master Fourth ate meat, and this dog looks pretty fat. I'll kill him and make some dog meat later. When Mang Fourth saw De Huang Dog, he couldn't help but stick out his tongue. How dare you eat this, Master Dog? De Huang Dog gnashed his teeth in anger. A golden light flashed above his head, then he dashed toward Mang Fourth with incredible speed. Jejia. Mang Fourth let out an evil laugh. He raised his arm and a sharp dagger appeared in his hand. With that, he forcefully thrust it toward De Huang Dog's head. The other 5 weirdos had smiles on their faces as if they were watching a good show. They knew Mang Fourth's strength the best, and if the dagger hit him, De Huang Dog's head would definitely be smashed. Clang. But too bad, something shocking happened. When the dagger hit De Huang Dog's head, it produced a metal clanging sound and a large amount of sparks were produced. The dog's head wasn't smashed into pieces, but Mang Fourth had suffered a huge backlash. The dagger nearly flew out of his hand, and he was knocked back dozens of meters before he could stabilize his body. What a tough head. Mang Fourth's expression changed dramatically. He was a late divine core warrior, and the dagger in his hand was a real high-ranked combat weapon. But a high-ranked combat weapon couldn't even stab a dog's head. This was really shocking. Kaka, you want to fight this master dog with just this little ability? You're too weak. De Huang Dog threw his head back and let out a loud laugh. His majestic body was trembling, and he was showing off his proud expression. Let's attack together, this dog isn't easy to deal with. Eldest Mang said with a serious expression. All 6 of them moved and appeared in different directions, and their auras were connected. Even Jiang Chen's eyes lit up when he saw them standing in this position. He couldn't help but wonder why the 7 weirdos of Mount Mang could run amok in the Qing province. It turned out that their teamwork had reached such a perfect level. Ding! The girl raised the pipa in her hand. With a slight shake of her hand, a sound wave immediately burst out from the pipa and swept toward De Huang Dog. When the sound of the pipa was heard, many people from the Black Sect immediately felt nauseous, and they couldn't describe how they felt. The sound of the pipa was like a demonic tune, it made them feel really uncomfortable. De Huang, be careful, this sound wave isn't easy to deal with. Han Yin reminded. However, Jiang Chen didn't mind at all. Playing with sound waves in front of De Huang Dog was like playing with a sword in front of Guanyu. De Huang Dog's soul-crunching tune was many times more frightening than this demonic pipa tune. Indeed, under the shocked gazes of the 6 weirdos of Mount Mang, De Huang Dog suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed all the demonic pipa tune. After swallowing it, De Huang Dog didn't forget to burp and said, "Not bad, give me some more." De Huang Dog looked refreshed and he didn't look like he had been hurt at all. "What?" The girl immediately let out a shrill cry. Only she knew how powerful her demonic pipa tune was. All these years she had been running amok in the Qing province, and her reputation as the lute female devil had frightened everyone who heard her name. However, this dog in front of her had swallowed her demonic pipa tune with just a single bite. "Die now." Eldest Mang attacked. He was the strongest among all of them. He unleashed an illusory hand and slapped it toward De Huang Dog. At the same time, the other weirdos also attacked. It looked like they wanted to kill De Huang Dog with a single strike. Attack. Chapter 272. Rumble. Jiang Chen unleashed the true dragon palm, shattering Eldest Mang's attack in an instant. At the same time, Han Yen unleashed a black beam. The devilish energy shot up into the sky like a devil dragon, causing the air to tremble. With just a single attack, the 6 weirdos of Mount Mang's formation was nearly thrown into chaos. Damn it, where did these abnormal monsters come from? These 2 guys' cultivation bases are weaker than ours, but their combat strengths are so strong. Fourth Mang said in a gloomy manner. Our opponents aren't simple, but we still need to avenge our 7th brother. Let's work together and crush these 2 men and a dog. Eldest Mang said with a vicious look in his eyes. A huge silver blade appeared in his hand, and it was glowing with an eerie cold light. At the same time, the other 5 weirdos also took out their combat weapons. The 6 of them were working together seamlessly, and their combat strengths were perfectly combined. Brother Yen, attack them from all directions. Use your strongest attack to break their formation. Jiang Chen told Han Yen. His eyes were glowing brightly. He, Han Yen, and De Huang Dog were working together, and they were determined to cripple these 6 weirdos of Mount Mang. All right. Han Yen replied. With a sway of his body, he retreated. Gu Tianma's bloodline had completely awakened, and he had just broken through to the peak mid-divine core realm. This was the time where he was proud and arrogant, and he wanted to find someone to test his combat strength against. The 6 weirdos of Mount Mang had arrived at the perfect time. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen, Han Yen, and De Huang Dog had surrounded the 6 weirdos of Mount Mang in 3 different directions. Originally, it was supposed to be the 6 weirdos surrounding 2 men and a dog, but now, it had turned into a reverse encirclement. However, the 6 weirdos of Mount Mang weren't afraid at all. They had gone through countless battles together, and they had encountered many powerful enemies. They didn't believe that the 6 of them couldn't defeat 3 juniors who were weaker than them. Attack. Eldest Mang was the first one to shout out, Mountain-splitting blade. Bang. With a swoosh, Eldest Mang swung the blade in his hand toward Jiang Chen. The power of this slash was extremely powerful, and it nearly tore open a crack in the void. The powerful sound of the blade resonated in the air, and the power of this slash was enough to split a mountain. Rainstorm beads. Mang second launched an attack at the same time. He was holding a long and narrow sword in his hand. With a wave of his sword, a resplendent sword light appeared everywhere as it rushed towards De Huang Dog. Heaven overturning earth overturning seal. Thunderbolt sword art. Raging inferno. Demonic lute music. The remaining 4 monsters also launched their most powerful attacks at the same time. In an instant, all the attacks shot out, stirring up the void and causing it to be out of shape. 7 colored energy waves wreaked havoc. What was surprising was that when the 6 of them executed their own attacks, they were able to borrow each other's essence power. Even 6 completely different types of attack power were combined together. However, at the same time, all 6 of them had their own targets. Eldest Mang's mountain-splitting blade and the female disciple's demonic lute music flew toward Jiang Chen. The demonic lute music was extremely powerful, but the female disciple didn't dare use it on De Huang Dog anymore. De Huang Dog was able to devour her demonic lute music, and that was extremely frightening. However, she didn't believe that Jiang Chen would be able to defend against her demonic lute music. The rainstorm beads and the heaven overturning earth overturning seal attacked De Huang Dog at the same time, while the remaining lightning sword light and the ball of raging inferno flew toward Han Yen. These 6 men have great teamwork. If it were 6 against 1, it would be really difficult to find a match for them under the combat soul realm. However, with Jiang brother and De Huang dog's abilities, I don't think it'll be a problem for them to deal with them. What surprised me was that young man named Han Yen. He is so powerful as well. I never expected the Black Sect to have such a peerless genius. In the far distance, Xianyi had his arms crossed in front of his chest. His eyes were glowing brightly, and when he looked at Han Yen, his eyes were filled with praise. Amazing. These 6 freaks are so frightening. Did you guys notice this? If it were a one-on-one fight, none of these 6 freaks would be a match for senior disciple Jiang Qin, but their teamwork is flawless, and their combat strength has increased tremendously. Don't worry, with senior disciple Jiang Qin and senior disciple Han Yan's abilities, these 6 freaks are no match for them. In the end, they will be killed by senior disciple Jiang Qin, just like that Mang 7th. All the disciples of the Black Sect were watching the battle in the distance with a serious expression. For them, being able to witness a battle of this level was a rare opportunity. Not only could it increase their knowledge, it was also beneficial to their cultivation. Jiang Qin coldly harumphed, then he unleashed the true dragon palm. Along with the improvement of his cultivation, the power of the true dragon palm had become stronger as well. The gigantic blood-red dragon claw grabbed onto the blade beam unleashed by eldest Mang and forcefully crushed it. At the same time, Jiang Qin let out a loud roar and unleashed his innate ability, the sonic hawk cry. A tremendous sound wave collided with the demonic lute tune of the lady. 2 different sound waves collided with each other and produced a large amount of sparks. Clang clang clang. On the other side, De Huang dog was even more ferocious. He was surrounded by countless blade beams and sword beams, and with just his head, he smashed all the sword beams into pieces. Then De Huang dog leapt into the air and attacked like a flood dragon. Even the sky-shaking and earth-shaking seal was smashed into pieces. The toughness of a dog's head really made everyone speechless, and they felt helpless. 9 devil waves. Han Yen was like a devil king that had descended into the world. His entire body was shrouded in a demonic aura. Layer after layer of waves smashed forward. The 9 devil waves were simply unstoppable, and completely destroyed his opponent's powerful attack. Damn it! How can these 3 guys be so strong? Even our combined attack was shattered by them. While attacking, Mang 4th couldn't help but curse. Damn it! My demonic lute tune has always been invincible. Wherever I go, people will tremble in fear upon hearing my name. But today I've actually bumped into 2 freaks. The lady with the lute was so angry that she almost coughed out blood. Sound wave attacks were the hardest to defend against. Under normal circumstances, no cultivator would be willing to fight against someone who could unleash sound waves, not to mention the fact that the sound waves unleashed by combat weapons were much more powerful. Speaking of the 6 weirdos of Mount Mang, who didn't know about the lute female devil. However, today's battle had given this lady a huge blow. She had bumped into a dog that could directly devour her sound waves, and now, a young man was also able to unleash a powerful sound wave that could destroy her sound waves. This Jiang Qin is much stronger than we thought. Focus your attacks, don't split up. Eldest Mang reminded everyone with a solemn expression. He was starting to regret coming to the Black Sect without knowing the real situation. Not only was Jiang Qin's strength beyond his expectation, the other 2 were so strong that it made him speechless. Rumble. The 6 weirdos of Mount Mang kept unleashing their attacks, trying to find an opportunity to kill one of them. Furthermore, with eldest Mang's reminder, all 6 of them were extremely cautious, not daring to split up. They knew that their opponent was too strong, and once they split up, they would immediately fall into a disadvantageous position, and be killed one by their opponent. Jiang Qin and the other 2 were attacking crazily as well. At this moment, the entire battlefield was violently shaking. The powerful energy waves had formed into dark clouds, and the colorful energy waves were spreading in all directions. It was a dazzling scene. The brilliance of the combat skills was gorgeous, but behind this gorgeous brilliance was a destructive force. If anyone was caught in the center of the shock waves, they would immediately be torn into pieces. This is incredible. This is the first time I've ever seen a fight like this. That's right. 6 late Divine Core warriors. I've never seen so many late Divine Core warriors in the Qi province. Senior disciple Jiang Qin, senior disciple Han Yen, and De Huang dog are fighting 6 of them, and they aren't in a disadvantageous position at all. This is also because the 6 weirdos have great teamwork, and their combined combat strength is incredible. If not, they wouldn't be a match for the 3 of them. Let's just wait and see. Senior disciple Jiang Chen will destroy their alliance sooner or later, and kill them one by one. All the disciples of the Black Sect had excited expressions on their faces. Watching a fight like this, it was impossible for them not to be excited. Let's destroy them. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. He was furious as well. He pointed his finger like a sword, and with a loud bang, the 6 solar fingers shot out. 6 huge fingers merged into one, and it shone brightly like a pillar that could support the heavens. It destroyed all the incoming attacks, and it continued flying forward. De Huang Dog let out a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. His body was covered by a layer of golden light, and like a mad yak, he dashed forward with his head glowing. Wherever he went, all the powerful attacks would be shattered. De Huang Dog was in the center of the energy vortex, and he wasn't affected at all. 9 heavenly devil waves, life-seizing strike. Han Yin was furious as well. His black hair was dancing in the wind, and his devilish energy was overwhelming. He really looked like a peerless devil, and he was the source of devilish energy. The 9 heavenly devil waves were getting stronger and stronger, and the powerful attacks were like waves after waves, crashing towards the 6 weirdos of Mount Mang. Bang! Facing such a fierce attack, the 6 weirdos of Mount Mang finally couldn't hold on any longer. All the attacks unleashed by the 6 of them were destroyed. The combined attacks of Jiang Chen, Han Yin, and De Huang Dog were too powerful, and they struck down in a crushing manner. Bang bang bang! Under such a fierce attack, the 6 weirdos of Mount Mang finally couldn't hold on any longer. The formation that they had formed was directly shattered, and the 6 of them were sent flying in different directions like cannonballs. Each of them had a pale complexion and had suffered serious injuries. Kill them. Jiang Chen's tone was cold, and his eyes were even colder. His body flashed, and he appeared in front of the woman who was holding the pipa. The woman was greatly shocked, and she hastily raised her pipa to attack. However, Jiang Chen snatched the pipa from her at lightning speed. Before the woman could react, Jiang Chen's attack was as fast as lightning, and he punched the woman's head. The woman's head exploded with a loud bang and turned into a mist of blood. Chapter 273. Aya, senior disciple Jiang Chen really doesn't know how to show mercy to the fairer sex. No matter what, she is still a woman. That's right, he's too brutal, not gentle at all. Many disciples of the Black Sect teased. But in their minds they really didn't consider this lewd female devil as a real woman. 6th brother. Eldest Mang let out a furious roar. Sparks almost shot out from his eyes. He immediately swung the blade in his hand and drew an arc in the air, slashing it toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. The bloodthirsty sword immediately appeared in his hand. With a swing of his arm, the bloodthirsty sword dashed out like a poisonous snake and stabbed right into Eldest Mang's blade. With such a powerful impact, Eldest Mang couldn't even hold the blade in his hand, and it was knocked away by Jiang Chen's sword. Puchi. Jiang Chen's speed was too fast, and the sword left no trace behind. In just a split second, the sword had pierced through Eldest Mang's chest, piercing through his entire body. Eldest Mang stared at the young man in front of him with great shock. His mind was filled with great waves of shock. He was a peak divine core warrior, but never in his wildest dreams had he ever thought he would be killed by an early divine core young man. Eldest Mang had suffered quite a severe impact from the previous battle, and he was no match for Jiang Chen right now. Therefore, it was normal for him to be pierced through by Jiang Chen's sword. 7 weirdos of Mount Mang, it's none of my business that you've done all sorts of evil things in the Qing province. We should have gone our separate ways, but you've given up on your own path and came to provoke me. Since that's the case, don't blame me for what I'm going to do to you. Since you 7 weirdos have such a good relationship with each other, why don't you accompany them in hell? Jiang Chen said with a cold voice. He exerted some force with his wrist and swung the sword horizontally, slicing Eldest Mang's body in half. Just like the lewd female devil, he died on the spot. On the other side, De Huang Dog had a powerful attack. He killed the cross-eyed man with his head, then he dragged his huge body and rammed into another man. With the 9 heavenly devilish waves he killed another man. After that, he unleashed an eerie devilish claw and grabbed towards the last weirdo. In the end, along with the last 2 miserable screams, the 6 weirdos of Mount Mang all died tragically. Jiang Chen and the other 2 had killed 2 of them each. It was a miserable death. From then on, the legend of the 7 weirdos of Mount Mang would no longer exist in the eastern continent. Everyone from the Black Sect were holding their breaths. Their eyes were filled with strange expressions as they stared at the two men and dog who were hovering in the sky. These men were too strong, they had never seen such abnormal existences before. 6 late Divine Core warriors were killed just like that, and they couldn't even fight back. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly as well. His gaze moved back and forth between Jiang Chen and Han Yan as he nodded. Such talent, even those geniuses from the Martial Palace can't compare with them. With Jiang Chen and Han Yan's current cultivation level, amongst all Divine Core warriors, perhaps only those late Divine Core geniuses from the Martial Palace and the dynasty have a chance of fighting them. Xianyi sighed in his mind. Han Yan was still fine, after all he was a peak mid-Divine Core warrior, and with his special body, it was normal for him to fight and kill people with higher cultivation levels. What really shocked Xianyi was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen looked like he was only 17 years old. Not only was he young, he was only at the early Divine Core realm. With just an early Divine Core cultivation, he was able to defeat all Divine Core warriors. Such formidable combat strength was something he had never seen before. In the following 2 days, the Black Sect couldn't stay in peace. More and more people who wanted to kill Jiang Chen kept coming to the Black Sect. Most of these people were just acting on impulse, and they didn't know what was going on before they came here. But in the end, all of them were killed by Jiang Chen. If they knew that Jiang Chen had just killed the 6 weirdos of Mount Mang, they wouldn't have come here so recklessly. At least they would have made some preparations. During these 2 days, the people of the Black Sect had finally witnessed Jiang Chen's ability to offend people. Everyone was sighing at the number of enemies Jiang Chen had. It had reached an unimaginable level. It was hard to imagine what Jiang Chen had done in Inferno Hell. After killing someone, there would always be someone who would come for revenge. When the person who wanted revenge was killed, there would definitely be more people coming for revenge. Many of these people came from superpowers in other provinces, and they all had powerful backgrounds. If this continued, no one knew when the revenge would end. Within the Black Sect, on Guishan's mountain peak. Brother Jiang Chen, this is just the beginning. There are too many superpowers and people who want to kill you now. Those people you killed in Inferno Hell came from almost every province in the eastern continent, and many of them were from superpowers. News about what happened in Inferno Hell has spread like wildfire, and I'm afraid your name, Jiang Chen, has spread far and wide. Countless people and superpowers have heard about it, and the people who have been trying to kill you in the past 2 days are the proof. However, I believe there won't be any more idiots who will come here recklessly. I'm sure they will come up with a plan to kill you. Xianyi said. Brother Xian, you're right. I'm almost at the point where I'll be surrounded by enemies from all over the world. I don't care how many enemies there are, but if this continues, the Black Sect will be affected, and the Black Sect won't be able to live in peace. This isn't something I want to see. Jiang Chen said with a frown on his face. Right now, the Black Sect had just unified the Qi province, and its status had just stabilized. However, the Qi province was still the Qi province, and the Black Sect didn't have any combat soul warriors, so they couldn't compare with those superpowers from the other provinces. That's right, as long as you're in the Black Sect will never be able to stay out of this. Among your enemies, there are the Myriad Sword Sect and Xuanhuan clan from the Jian province. Both of them are superpowers, and even the Martial Saint dynasty has to give them some face. If these superpowers want to destroy the Black Sect, it'll be as easy as blowing off dust. Xianyi reminded. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Although the Black Sect was fighting for supremacy in the Qi province, compared to superpowers like the Xuanhuan clan and Myriad Sword Sect from the Jian province, there was still a huge gap between the Black Sect and the Xuanhuan clan. It could be said that the difference between the two superpowers was like the difference between heaven and earth. If these two superpowers wanted to destroy the Black Sect, it would be as easy as moving their fingers. In the end, Jiang Chen made a decision. I'll announce to the public that from today onwards, I'll leave the Black Sect. From now on, I'll cut off all ties with the Black Sect, and I'll direct all the hatred towards me. I'll give the Black Sect some peace. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. For him, it didn't make a difference whether he stayed in the Black Sect or not. The Black Sect's situation had been settled, and he needed to go to a bigger place. He was ready to depart for the Blissful Island tomorrow, participate in the trade fair, and look for the 9 solar holy water. However, after he left, he had to ensure the Black Sect's safety. After all his friends were in the Black Sect. If Brother Jiang makes this decision, I'll help the Black Sect as well. When I return to the Black Sect, I'll announce that from now on, the Black Sect will be under the Martial Palace's protection. Also, when I return, I'll bring 2 men with me to the martial palace to cultivate. With this, the martial palace's protection of the black sect will be justified. Xianyi said. Hearing what Xianyi said, the expressions of the few men who hadn't spoken a word immediately changed, including Taoist Black. The way they looked at Xianyi had changed. Oh heavens! He was actually from the martial palace. The martial palace was the holy land for cultivators that was directly under the jurisdiction of the martial Saint dynasty. It was a place that countless geniuses dreamed of coming to. The Qi province had been out of the martial Saint dynasty's sight for many years, but who would have thought that a combat soul warrior from the martial palace would personally bring 2 men to the martial palace to cultivate? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xuanhuan and Tianxia were standing next to him as well. Both of them knew Xianyi back in Inferno Hell, but they never thought he was from the martial palace. Now it looked like Wu Jiao was from the martial palace as well. Jiang Chen was the only one who remained calm. He had long since guessed that Wu Jiao was from the martial Saint dynasty. Xianyi coming here to help him and the black sect, and even making an exception to bring 2 men with him, was most likely Wu Jiao's idea. Xianyi was trying to repay Jiang Chen for saving his life. If that's the case, I'll have to thank Brother Xian. Jiang Chen cupped his fist toward Xianyi. Brother Jiang, you can pick 2 men for me to bring with me. As for you, Lord Jiao hopes that you can enter the martial palace with your own abilities, and maybe even reach a higher position in the future. Xianyi said. Wu Jiao's intention was very clear. Jiang Chen had a lot of enemies, but he didn't want to protect him in the martial palace. He wanted Jiang Chen to gain more experience. Regarding this, Jiang Chen just laughed it off. He wasn't a young man who lacked experience in Wu Jiao's eyes. He was the reincarnation of the greatest saint beneath the heavens. Of course, Wu Jiao was doing this for his own good, so Jiang Chen couldn't say anything about it. Jiang Chen turned to Han Yan, but before he could say anything, Han Yan immediately waved his hand and said, Little Chenzi, I still want to explore the world with you. I don't want to enter the martial palace so soon. Han Yan was a restless man. Besides, Jiang Chen wasn't in a good situation right now. In a situation where he was surrounded by enemies, as his brother Han Yan should fight side by side with him. Brother Yan, you have to think about it carefully. It's a rare opportunity to enter the martial palace, and the environment and conditions for cultivation are not something the black sect can compare with. Jiang Chen reminded. That's right, Han Yan. Being able to enter the martial palace is a great honor, and it's also the pride of the black sect. Taoist Black quickly said. You guys don't need to say anything more, I've made up my mind. Han Yan's attitude was firm. After that, Jiang Chen looked at the other 3 men, Xuanhuan, Tianxia, and Yu Zihan. Brother Shen, can you add 1 more spot? I want 3 men to enter the martial palace. Jiang Chen said. No problem. Xianyi agreed without any hesitation. Senior disciple Guan, Brother Tian Zihan, you 3 follow Brother Shen and enter the martial palace to cultivate. This is a great opportunity that only comes once in a blue moon. Jiang Chen said to the 3 men. These 3 men were very close to him, and since there was such a great opportunity, Jiang Chen would definitely fight for it for them. Chapter 274. Hearing what Xianyi said, the 3 men's expressions suddenly changed, then they became excited. Entering the martial palace to cultivate was the dream of every young man, especially Tianxia. He had left the sect for 2 years, and he had never thought that he would be able to enter the legendary martial palace to cultivate. Brother Shen, you've met Xuanhuan and Tianxia, both of them have great potential. If they are given proper training, they will definitely become geniuses. Xuanhuan has absorbed a lot of essence energy from the energy veins, and his body has been greatly improved. Besides, he has an extraordinary talent, so he is qualified to enter the martial palace. Jiang Chen said to Xianyi. Brother Jiang, of course the people you recommend won't be bad. But I have to remind you 3, although you are geniuses in the black sect, once you enter the martial palace, you will just be ordinary mortals. There are a lot of geniuses there, and I'm sure you have heard about them. Besides, the competition in the martial palace is very intense, and if you want to obtain better cultivation resources, you will have to rely on your own hard work and stand out from the competition. Therefore, don't think that you will have a meteoric rise once you enter the martial palace. The truth is the exact opposite. You have to be mentally prepared. Xianyi looked at Yu Zihan and the other 2 men and said word by word. We won't neglect it. The 3 of them said at the same time. The martial palace was the gathering place for all the geniuses in the entire eastern continent, and those who were able to join the martial palace were all geniuses of the martial Saint dynasty. Therefore, being able to join the martial palace was just stepping into a higher level. In order to survive in the martial palace, one would have to rely on their own hard work. However, the three of them would never let go of such a great opportunity. As Jiang Chen's friends, they had watched Jiang Chen grow stronger day by day, and they didn't want to be left behind by Jiang Chen. After all, they didn't have an abnormal body like Han Yen, and Gu Tianma's body was blessed by the heavens. They could only rely on their own hard work to prove themselves. You three listen carefully. When you arrive at the martial palace, you must not bring shame to the Black Sect. Taoist Black reminded them in a serious manner. Once they arrived at the martial palace, they would represent the Black Sect's face. If they were too weak, they would become a laughing stock. On the same day, Xianyi brought the three of them and left. Under the envious gazes of countless Black Sect disciples, the four of them soon disappeared. On the same day, Jiang Chen announced to the public that he would leave the Black Sect. From now on, he would no longer be a disciple of the Black Sect, and he would be leaving the Qi province in a few days. Jiang Chen also announced that if anyone wanted to kill him for revenge, they could just do it. He would take on all the revenge himself. In the evening, Jiang Chen walked out from Yan Qinyu's room and looked at Guishan, who was waiting for him outside. Older brother Gua, I don't know when I'll be able to come back from the Blissful Island. The Blissful Island is a long journey, and I'm afraid it'll take me 2 months to go back and forth. Also, it'll be a very dangerous journey. I'll leave little Yu to you. Jiang Chen said in a serious manner. He didn't know if he would be able to find the 9 solar holy water during his trip to the Blissful Island, but he could imagine how dangerous it would be. Putting aside the complicated situation in the ocean, he was surrounded by enemies, and no matter where he went, he wouldn't be able to find peace. After leaving, Jiang Chen was still worried about Yan Qinyu. No matter where he went, she would always be his concern. Brother, don't worry. Guishan will protect little Yu with my life. As long as I'm still breathing, I won't let anyone touch her. Guishan patted his chest and promised. His life was saved by Jiang Chen, so he had to make sure that Jiang Chen wouldn't have to worry about anything. Alright, I believe Sect Chief will take care of the Black Sect. The Red Sun Town is almost ready, and it won't take long for us to move. Brother Yen and I will leave tonight and head to the Blissful Island. Jiang Chen patted Guishan's shoulder. Now that Fan Zhongtang had been killed, the Qi province had been unified, and the Black Sect had gained the support of the Martial Palace, Jiang Chen had no worries about Yan Qinyu's safety. On the same night, Jiang Chen brought Han Yen and De Huang Dog and left the Black Sect, flying towards the ocean. With our current speed, it'll take us at least 20 days to fly across the eastern continent to the ocean, and it'll take us a few more days to get to the Blissful Island. Looks like we have to hurry up, otherwise we'll miss the trade fair. Jiang Chen said. Little Chinzi, what you said is the best case scenario, but from the Qi province to the ocean, we'll have to cross more than a dozen provinces. With our current group, I'm afraid we'll run into a lot of trouble. Han Yen said. That's right, there are people everywhere who want to kill me. If we run into any obstacles along the way, we'll definitely delay our journey. And if we run into a combat soul warrior, I'm afraid it'll be even worse. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He felt that Han Yan's words made sense. What's there to worry about? Those enemies only know the name Jiang Chen, but they've never seen you before. Even if you're standing right in front of them, they won't be able to recognize you. De Huang Dog said while wagging his tail. Indeed, they don't know me, but if you're following me, I'm sure you'll be able to recognize me. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog and said. There were many young geniuses like him in the eastern continent, but he was the only one who had a dog following him all the time. Besides, De Huang Dog had a unique appearance, it was very easy to recognize him. As long as he recognized De Huang Dog, even an idiot would be able to tell that he was Jiang Chen. The fuck, what do you mean by that? Are you going to leave me behind? Without me, do you think you'll be able to sense any good treasures? De Huang Dog was instantly annoyed. What are you getting excited for? I didn't say I'm going to leave you behind. Jiang Chen glared at De Huang Dog. Even if De Huang Dog wanted to leave him, he would drag him back by force. With his eyesight, he would be able to identify ordinary treasures with just a glance. However, De Huang Dog could sense the true treasures. There would definitely be a lot of rare treasures appearing in this overseas trade fair. With this dog following him, he might be able to find a great opportunity. Little Chinzi just wants you to disguise yourself. Han Yin said with a smile. The fuck, why me? De Huang Dog glared at him. Because you're easy to recognize. Jiang Chen shrugged. Motherfucker, how do you want me to disguise myself? Looking at Jiang Chen and Han Yan's attitude, De Huang Dog knew that it was impossible for him to not change his appearance. That's up to you. You just need to disguise yourself so that no one can tell you're a dog. Han Yan said with a smile. Fuck you, Han Yan. You're the dog. Your whole family are dogs. De Huang Dog gnashed his teeth and stared at Han Yan's butt. The fuck, you're the one who keeps calling me Master Dog, okay? Besides, you should take a look in the mirror and see if you're a dog or not. Han Yan almost coughed out blood. This dog was too fucked up. He kept calling him Master Dog and then said he wasn't a dog. I'm not doing it. I can't change my heroic image at all. De Huang Dog shook his head firmly. If you don't disguise yourself, even if we reach the blissful island, I'm afraid we won't have time to attend the trade fair. Instead, we'll have to run for our lives. Jiang Chen said seriously. The Blissful Islands trade fair was very famous. Many powerful martial artists from the big sects would go there. De Huang, with your ability, it shouldn't be a problem for you to transform into a smaller one, right? Han Yan looked at De Huang Dog. What? Transform into a smaller one? The big yellow dog was startled on the spot. Han, I'm so heroic and heroic. You actually want me to transform into a small dog? That's a humiliation to me. De Huang Dog gnashed his teeth. It seemed like he was going to pounce on Han Yan's butt. Big Yellow, I think Yan's suggestion is good. If you turn into a puppy, your symbol won't be so obvious. If you turn into a pig or a mouse, wouldn't it affect your heroic image even more? Unless you can transform into a human, Big Yellow said with a smile. Jiang Chen said. No, I won't do it. De Huang Dog jumped up. He would never do anything that would damage his image. He couldn't bear to transform into a small dog. Unfortunately, De Huang Dog was a powerful divine beast. It was very difficult for him to transform into a human. With his current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to transform into a human. De Huang, why don't you transform into a smaller one first? Perhaps you'll look even more powerful. Han Yan said. He already knew the true identity of De Huang Dog. Therefore, he knew that De Huang Dog definitely had the ability to transform into a smaller one. No. De Huang Dog's attitude was firm. Damn you, Yan, let's go. We'll part ways with this dog. Jiang Chen widened his eyes. He turned around and flew away. Han Yan followed closely behind him. He really threw De Huang Dog down. Fuck. You two rascals. Without Grandpa Dog here, can you find the treasure? Big Yellow kept shouting, but Jiang Chen and Han Yan didn't pay any attention to him. They just kept flying. Fuck you two bastards. I'll transform. De Huang Dog compromised. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen and Han Yan returned to De Huang Dog's side at lightning speed with a faint smile on their faces. De Huang Dog gritted his teeth and mumbled. A layer of golden light appeared on the surface of his body. Under the flickering light, the originally majestic De Huang Dog's body began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, De Huang Dog turned into a small dog about 2 feet long. He glared at Jiang Chen and Han Yan with his big eyes. However, his current appearance was really cute. Puff ha! Jiang Chen and Han Yan couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. Both of them laughed so hard that their stomachs almost cramped. The ferocious Big Yellow had turned into an adorable puppy. The puppy in front of them now looked like a big yellow kitten. It didn't look ferocious at all, and even when it was angry it still looked very cute. Chapter 275. Motherfucker, are you two done laughing? De Huang Dog's gaze was as if he was about to eat someone alive. He felt that his current image was simply a humiliation to his noble image. No, let me laugh for a while more. Han Yan was laughing so hard that he was rocking back and forth. He was extremely happy, but soon after he let out a shrill scream. Ouch, my butt. Han Yan only felt a sharp pain coming from his butt. De Huang Dog's movements were too fast. He didn't even have time to react before he was hit. Damn dog, let go of me. It hurts so much. Han Yan cursed. He turned around and slapped De Huang Dog's head. Not only did he fail to scare De Huang Dog away, but his palm was also hurt from the impact. Fuck, what is this damn dog's head made of? It's too hard. Ouch, let go of me. My butt is about to blossom. Han Yan grimaced in pain, but De Huang Dog just wouldn't let go. Following that, the most intense battle between the man and the dog unfolded. Seeing this, Jiang Chen covered his eyes with his hands and secretly prayed for Han Yan. The man and the dog in front of him couldn't help but remind him of the first time he met De Huang Dog, and he knew very well how difficult this dog was to deal with. Motherfucker, damn dog, if you don't let go, I'm going to fart. Han Yen roared. This move was indeed effective. Hearing that Han Yen was about to fart, De Huang dog quickly let go and retreated to the side. At this moment, De Huang had already grown back to his original size. How dare you bite my butt? Han Yen was furious. He pounced on De Huang dog, but De Huang dog didn't let him go. It seemed that he needed to bite a few more times to vent his anger. He had actually transformed his stalwart image into that of a little dog. This was really intolerable. Bang bang bang, it was another fierce hand-to-hand combat. One man and one dog were locked in a fierce battle in the wilderness. It was hard to tell who was winning. Jiang Qin stood on the side and watched the show with a smile. The man and the dog fought for a full 10 minutes. In the end, neither of them could do anything to the other. However, both of them looked quite miserable. Han Yan's clothes were torn to shreds by the dog's teeth, and the golden fur on De Huang dog's body was no longer glowing. It looked like a dog with mixed fur. Alright, the two of you have fought enough. It's time to get going. Jiang Qin shrugged and said, Little Qinzi, is it really okay for you to stand aside and watch the show? Han Yan was speechless. Neither of you are good people. De Huang dog glared at Jiang Qin and Han Yan. When he thought of how he had to hide his tall and mighty image in the future and appear in front of people in the form of a little dog, the anger in his heart couldn't be restrained. In my opinion, even if he becomes smaller, he still looks like a dog. Why don't we use a piece of cloth to cover De Huang's head, leaving only his eyes open? I guarantee that others won't be able to see it. Han Yan suggested. Fuck. De Huang dog opened his mouth and bit Han Yan's butt again. Fuck, it's still coming. Han Yan's body flickered, turning into a ray of light and flying forward. He wasn't willing to get entangled with this dog anymore. He had thoroughly experienced how difficult it was to deal with De Huang dog. There would be no end to it once it started. Jiang Qin laughed out loud and quickly caught up with the two in front. He could imagine that with these two following him in the future, he wouldn't be lonely on his path of cultivation. A few days later, Jiang Qin and the other two arrived at the boundary of the Qing province. This should be the Qing province. Our speed isn't slow, I'm sure we'll be able to arrive before the trade fair starts. Jiang Qin said. The Qing province is the fifth biggest province in the eastern continent, it's really extraordinary. Just the landscape and aura alone is incomparable to the Qi province. The natural yuan energy here is much denser than the Qi province. No wonder it's ranked fifth in the eastern continent. For the black sect, the big sects here are like giants. Han Yen sighed. Let's go, we'll cross the Qing province and try our best not to cause any trouble. Jiang Qin said. After that, he looked at De Huang dog who was following behind him. To be exact, he was now a golden puppy. De Huang, why haven't you said anything along the way? Jiang Qin said with a teasing smile. Get lost. De Huang dog had been feeling gloomy for the entire journey. He was extremely depressed about his current image. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't change his current image, he would have changed back to his original appearance. Jiang Qin and Han Yan looked at each other and smiled. Both of them knew that De Huang dog was in a bad mood, so they didn't bother him anymore. They immediately unleashed their speed and flew deeper into the Qing province. Jiang Qin didn't stay idle during the journey. He kept absorbing demon souls, and in just a few days, he had formed another 100 dragon marks, and his cultivation had improved again. Little Qinzi, the skill you're cultivating is really terrifying. You can absorb as many demon souls as you want. It's only been a few days, but I can feel that your aura has become stronger, and you're getting closer and closer to the mid-divine core realm. Han Yen looked at Jiang Qin with a surprised expression. This method of breaking through is indeed terrifying, but I can't use it for an unlimited amount of time, as it will affect my foundation. I still have a lot of demon souls that I can absorb, but with my current condition I can't continue absorbing them. If not, it will affect my foundation and I'll lose more than I gain. Jiang Qin said. He kept throwing glances at De Huang dog. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and it had reached its limit. If he wanted to strengthen his foundation, the best way was to evolve the dragon transformation skill once again. If he could obtain De Huang dog's blood, he would definitely be able to push the dragon transformation skill to the next level. However, Jiang Qin was just thinking about it. Looking at the dark expression on De Huang dog's face, if he dared to make such a request, De Huang dog would definitely go berserk. More importantly, extracting De Huang dog's blood would have a huge impact on De Huang dog's body. Jiang Qin didn't want to hurt his brothers just for his own benefit. In his mind, De Huang dog and Han Yen were his brothers who had gone through life and death together. Besides, as Jiang Chen's cultivation level continued to improve, the amount of blood he needed was also increasing. Even for De Huang Dog, who possessed the dragon horse bloodline, only his blood essence could provide a great help to Jiang Chen. Asking Jiang Chen to extract De Huang Dog's blood essence was something that Jiang Chen couldn't do. Right at this moment, a 30-meter-long goshawk suddenly flew over from the left. On the back of the goshawk, there were 6 young men standing solemnly. All of these young men had proud expressions on their faces, and their cultivation levels weren't weak. All of them had reached the divine core realm, and it was rare to see such a young group in the Qi province. Those in front, get out of my way if you don't want to die. A young man in green clothes standing on the goshawk's back shouted at Jiang Chen and Han Yan. He was holding a long whip in his hand, and it looked like if Jiang Chen didn't move away he would lash out at them. Damn it, so arrogant. Han Yan was furious, but he was stopped by Jiang Chen. These few men were wearing the same clothes, and anyone could tell they were genius disciples from some big sects in the Qing province. All of them were extremely arrogant and they looked down on everyone. Jiang Chen only wanted to go to the blissful island right now. He didn't want to cause any trouble in the Qing province. Jiang Chen and Han Yan moved aside to make a path for them. When the few men came closer, they intentionally slowed down and looked at Jiang Chen and Han Yan with disdain. When the young man who shouted to get out of the way saw De Huang Dog, he immediately laughed out. "Ha, look, this guy has a puppy as his pet, what a piece of trash." The young man laughed out loud. "What are you looking at? Idiot." De Huang Dog immediately scolded. He was filled with anger right now, so there was no way he would show any mercy to these people. "Damn dog, what did you say?" The young man immediately became furious. "I said you're an idiot, all of you are idiots, all of your families are idiots." De Huang Dog said with a disdainful tone. "Damn it, you're courting death." The young man was extremely furious. He swung the long whip in his hand, which turned into a poisonous snake and whipped towards De Huang Dog, creating a large amount of sparks in the air. Bah! A huge hand grabbed the long whip in the air. Jiang Chen said, "Lung Lung, friend, you better not mess with us. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? You're courting death." The young man was extremely arrogant, so arrogant that he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Just when he was about to attack again, he was stopped by an alluring female disciple. "Junior brother Wang, let it go, don't delay senior brother Mao." Senior brother Mao left first. He should have reached the serpent's great mountain stream by now. That serpent is going to evolve into a flood dragon today, and senior brother Mao wants to kill it while it's still weak. Count yourselves lucky. The young man coldly harumphed. With a swoosh, he pulled the long whip from Jiang Chen's hand, then he continued flying forward on his fly. "Damn it, look at that stupid face of his, how dare he act so arrogantly in front of this master dog. Little Chinzi, why did you stop me? This master dog will bite them to death." De Huang Dog was furious. "Did you guys hear that? They're going to the serpent's great mountain stream." A bright light flickered in Jiang Chen's eyes. From what that girl said, it seems like there's a powerful serpent in the serpent's great mountain stream that's going to evolve into a flood dragon. Han Yan said, "That's right. Although a serpent is powerful, it's just a serpent and it's still a serpent. It's extremely difficult for it to evolve into a flood dragon, and there won't be any powerful serpents in the Qing province. If my guess is correct, it should be a peak divine core serpent that's trying to evolve into a combat soul warrior, but because of its bloodline, it's going to evolve into a flood dragon in advance." Jiang Chen said. Right after his words left his mouth, they immediately heard a loud explosion. From afar, a thunderous rumble could be heard. It's the heavenly tribulation. Transforming into a flood dragon is something that defies the natural order, and this serpent has actually attracted a rare heavenly tribulation. Although the power of the heavenly tribulation isn't strong, it's still not something a peak divine core demon lord can withstand. Even if this serpent succeeds in its evolution, it will definitely enter a weakened state. Those men just now are here for this serpent that's going to evolve into a flood dragon. Aha, my luck has come. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. With a sway of his body, he immediately flew forward and followed behind those men. Chapter 276. The dark clouds kept pressing down and condensed in the sky far away. The heavenly tribulation wasn't loud. Obviously, it wasn't a terrifying heavenly tribulation. Plus, the place was remote and uninhabited. Otherwise, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. I have never seen a heavenly tribulation in my life. Today I finally get to see it. Han Yin followed behind Jiang Qin and said with a surprised face. Country bumpkin. De Huang Dog glared at Han Yin. What the hell? Have you ever seen a heavenly tribulation? Han Yin looked at De Huang Dog. No. De Huang Dog turned his head to the side. Han Yin was speechless. But I know that heavenly tribulation won't come easily. When something that defies the heavens appears, it won't be tolerated by the world. At that time, the heavenly tribulation will come and destroy it. De Huang Dog said. What is a thing that defies the heavens? Han Yin asked curiously. You are a country bumpkin who doesn't even know the meaning of defying the heavens. For example, the Saint Origin world is an independent world. Any existence that defies the heavens will not be tolerated by the world and will be punished by the heavenly tribulation. The flood dragon was originally a serpent. Now, it is transforming into a higher grade dragon. Although it is just a flood dragon and not a real dragon, its bloodline has undergone a tremendous change, making it a noble existence. Therefore, when the flood dragon transforms into a dragon, the heavenly tribulation will come to punish it. If it can withstand the punishment, it will soar into the sky and become a noble existence. If it can't, it will turn into ashes under the heavenly tribulation and die a violent death. De Huang Dog said. De Huang is right. We humans are the same. When we become a saint, we will also have to bear the punishment of the heavenly tribulation. If we can withstand it, we will become a saint. If we can't, we will turn into ashes. Cultivation has always been an extremely cruel thing. Jiang Qin said. In his previous life, he had experienced 2 heavenly tribulations from the minor saint to the great saint. He was very familiar with the horror of the heavenly tribulation. The difference between the heavenly tribulation of this flood dragon and the saint tribulation he had experienced was too great. Jiang Qin's only regret was that he didn't experience the immortal tribulation. If he could, he would be able to transform into an immortal and ascend to the immortal world. The tribulation of a sage. What kind of concept is that? Han Yin let out a sigh. For him, a saint was a lofty and unimaginable existence. In the Eastern continent, even a combat king warrior was rare, let alone a powerful saint. Han Yanxing lived in the tiny Qi province, and although he was a talented man who had broken through to the peak mid-divine core realm, in his mind, a saint was still just a legend. The little Qinzi is a heaven-defying existence. I dare to conclude that when the little Qinzi condenses his battle spirit, he will attract heavenly tribulation. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. De Huang Dog had a pair of sharp eyes and he was very accurate in judging people. With how heaven-defying Jiang Chen was, sooner or later, this world wouldn't be able to tolerate him. Starting from the combat soul realm, perhaps he would have to face endless heavenly tribulations. That's right, little Qinzi is an abnormal monster. He's just an early divine core warrior. I've never seen anyone who is more frightening than little Qinzi. Han Yin nodded his head. Regarding what De Huang Dog said, he didn't doubt it at all. Jiang Chen's abnormal strength was obvious to everyone. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face, and his eyes were shining brightly. He wasn't afraid of the heavenly tribulation. In this life he was going to walk a path that defied the heavens. Rumble, thunder rumbled. Rainbow-colored lightning started shuttling back and forth between the dark clouds like snakes. It looked beautiful, but the energy contained within it was unimaginably powerful. With incredible speed, Jiang Chen and the other 2 arrived near the serpent's great mountain stream. Feeling the pressure from the heavenly tribulation at such a close distance, it made their souls tremble. Standing in front of them were 7 men. All of them looked young and they were all wearing the same green clothes. 6 of them were the men who had passed by Jiang Chen just now. All of them had solemn expressions on their faces as they stared at the direction of the serpent's great mountain stream. The eagle beneath their feet had disappeared, and in front of these 6 men stood a man with a solemn expression. This man had a handsome face, fair skin and a muscular body. Between his brows, there was a domineering aura, and he was unleashing the aura of a mighty warrior from all over his body. This man looked to be in his mid-20s, but his cultivation base was incredibly strong. He had actually broken through to the late divine core realm, and being able to reach such a level at such a young age proved that this man had extraordinary talent. Those 2 guys actually followed us. The young man who had a conflict with Jiang Chen just now saw Jiang Chen and Han Yin flying towards them, and his expression immediately turned cold. What are you looking at, idiot? De Huang Dog squatted on Jiang Chen's shoulder and bared its teeth at the young man, provoking him. Fuck. The young man couldn't hold back his anger any longer. He had a high status and even within the sect he was respected by everyone. But today he was being provoked by a dog and he was being called an idiot. How could he accept this? What's going on? The leading young man furrowed his brows as he glanced at Jiang Chen and Han Yen. An unfriendly look emerged in his eyes. Senior disciple Mao, I have no idea where these two guys came from, but they had some conflicts with junior disciple Wang before this. That little dog is the most detestable one, his mouth is really annoying. A female disciple said. Her tone was filled with admiration and respect for this senior disciple Mao. Kill them. Senior disciple Mao let out a cold snort. He was about to attack Jiang Chen. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out from the serpent's great stream. A huge silver-white serpent, several tens of zhang long, abruptly flew out from the serpent's great stream. Its majestic body hovered under the black clouds. The serpent's body was thick and sturdy, and every scale on its body was the size of a palm. Two huge claws grew out from its body, emitting a metallic glow. On both sides of the serpent's head, there were two long silver-white serpent hairs that were equally dazzling. Its gaze was extremely ferocious, and a single glance from it would make people feel as if they had fallen into hell. Senior disciple Mao, look. The serpent has come out to receive its heavenly tribulation. The female disciple turned pale with fright. Let those two guys go first. They better not cause any trouble or else I'll make sure they die a horrible death. Senior disciple Mao retracted his aura, temporarily not attacking Jiang Chen. His name was Mao Fong, and he was the chief core disciple of the Qing province's Qingyi sect. Senior disciple Mao has been preparing for this serpent for a long time. Whoever dares to cause trouble will be killed. The disciple surnamed Wang said with an indifferent tone. Don't say anything, don't let the serpent discover us. The heavenly tribulation is coming, and this serpent is extremely ferocious. I'm sure it'll be able to withstand the heavenly tribulation and transform into a flood dragon. However, when that happens, this serpent will enter a weakened state and will be the first to kill it. If I can obtain its demon soul and blood essence, my 9 murdering serpent dragons will be able to evolve, and I'll be able to break through to the combat soul realm, becoming a peerless genius who can compete with those true geniuses of the martial palace. Mao Fang's eyes shone brightly as if he could already see his bright future. For the sake of this flood dragon in the serpent's great mountain gorge, he had put in a lot of effort. He had calculated the exact time the serpent was going to evolve, hid here in advance, and even asked these junior disciples to help him. Look, the heavenly tribulation is coming. The female disciple cried out in shock. Rumble, a thunderous roar resounded from within the dark clouds, and a thick blood-red lightning bolt struck down from above, chopping down towards the flood dragon's head. The serpent let out a wild roar. Bright beams shot out from its body toward the lightning bolt. Rumble, the power of the heavenly tribulation was truly terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the serpent's entire body was wrapped in lightning bolts. Crackling sounds could be heard coming from within the lightning bolt, and the serpent's roars could be heard continuously, filled with a strong sense of misery and anger. When the lightning bolt disappeared, the serpent's body had started to emit black smoke, and its demeanor was not as good as before. Rumble, thunder and lightning rumbled, and an even stronger pressure came crashing down. The second lightning bolt was about to condense. This is the smallest heavenly tribulation, also known as the minor 3 heavenly tribulations. There are a total of 3 lightning bolts and each one is stronger than the previous one. As long as it can endure it, it will be considered a success. Compared to the intermediate 6 heavenly tribulations and the 9 heavenly tribulations of sages, the difference is huge. With this serpent's ability, it should be able to endure the minor 3 heavenly tribulations. However, it will definitely be weakened for a period of time after the minor 3 heavenly tribulations. Those people are here for this serpent. Jiang Chen explained. He had a better understanding of heavenly tribulations. Little Qinzi, after this serpent withstands the minor 3 heavenly tribulations, it will transform into a real flood dragon, and it will possess a trace of the dragon's bloodline. If you can obtain its demon soul and blood essence, it will definitely bring you endless benefits. De Huang Dog's eyes were sparkling. He had a better understanding of the cultivation skill Jiang Chen was cultivating. That's right, if I can obtain the flood dragon's blood essence and demon soul, the dragon transformation skill will evolve once again. With that, my foundation will become more stable, and my cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. I'm really lucky today. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. But I'm afraid those people won't give up so easily. He turned to look at Mao Fong and the others. If they don't provoke me, we'll continue our journey after killing the flood dragon. But if they provoke me, humph. Jiang Chen coldly harumphed. This flood dragon was his great fortune, and whoever dared to stop him would only have one ending. As the saying goes, when you have too many debts, you don't need to worry, and when you have too many lice, you don't need to feel itchy anymore. Jiang Chen had too many enemies. He had even offended the myriad sword sect and the Xuanhuan clan, so he didn't mind offending a big sect in the Qing province. Rumble. Thunder rumbled across the sky, and the dark clouds in the sky were getting lower and lower. Another rumbling sound was heard, and a red lightning bolt as thick as a dragon struck down from the sky. The powerful lightning struck down like a tidal wave, completely enveloping the serpent in an instant. Oh! The great flood dragon let out a shrill scream. The terror of the heavenly tribulation wasn't just its own attack power. What was even more shocking was the intense heavenly might. Under the heavenly might, all existences would feel small and insignificant, and their souls would tremble. After the second lightning bolt struck down, the serpent's condition started to deteriorate. Its gigantic body hovered in mid-air, and many of its scales had been torn off, and blood was dripping down from its body. Chapter 277. Thunder rumbled across the sky, and the dark clouds became denser and denser. The mighty heavenly pressure pressed down onto the giant serpent, causing the entire serpent's great stream to shake violently. Deafening rumbling sounds could be heard coming from the pool underneath. Soon the third lightning bolt was formed. This was the last minor 3 tribulation, and as long as the giant serpent could survive it, it would complete its evolution. However, this tribulation was also the hardest to survive. The power of this tribulation was greater than the combined power of the previous 2 tribulations. Rumble, the dark clouds exploded, and a black lightning dragon descended from the sky with a loud roar, striking the giant serpent's body. Whoa! The flood dragon let out a mournful scream. The scales on its body were sent flying and its flesh was badly mutilated. Large amounts of blood floated in the air. The flood dragon's huge body was directly struck down and fell into the depths of the deep ravine. After this strike, the dark clouds in the sky started dispersing. In just a few breaths of time, the sky returned to normal as if nothing had happened. However, those who had witnessed the heavenly tribulation couldn't help but breathe heavily, and the shock in their hearts had reached an unimaginable level. This heavenly tribulation is really frightening. We can still feel the intense heavenly pressure from such a great distance away. If I was the one facing this heavenly pressure, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to think of fighting back. It's a powerful giant serpent with a strong body. If it was any other ordinary man, he would have been killed by the first lightning bolt. That giant serpent has survived the heavenly tribulation, and it has evolved into a flood dragon. It's going to break through to the combat soul realm soon. I wonder how it's doing right now. The disciples of the Qingyi sect were all sighing. Having witnessed the power of the heavenly tribulation with their own eyes, it had undoubtedly left an unforgettable shadow in their hearts. Get ready. That flood dragon is currently in a weakened state, and it's about to break through to the combat soul realm. This is the perfect chance for us to kill it. Once it breaks through to the combat soul realm, it will fully recover, and at that point of time, it will be impossible for us to kill it. Mao Fong unleashed his energy, then he took the lead and flew toward the bottom of the serpent's great stream. The others didn't dare hesitate. They immediately took out their combat weapons and followed behind Mao Fong. Although they knew the flood dragon was in a weakened state, after witnessing its mighty strength, they still weren't confident. On the other side, Jiang Chen and Han Yen exchanged glances and said, "Let's go." The two of them also flew towards the serpent's great mountain stream. At this moment, in the serpent's great mountain stream, the great flood dragon's entire body was submerged in the water, with only its head above the surface. The water was filled with fresh blood, and the great flood dragon's eyes were closed as it rested. Above its head, a golden light flashed unceasingly, and on its forehead, a sharp dragon horn had already appeared. This was a sign that it had evolved. Right now, the great flood dragon had truly evolved into a flood dragon, possessing the noble bloodline of a dragon. Right now, the flood dragon was in a very weak state. But at the same time, the flood dragon's bloodline in its body was helping it recover. It wouldn't take long before the flood dragon broke through to the combat soul realm, becoming a mighty demon lord. "Do it!" Mao Fong shouted. His face was filled with excitement. He stared at the flood dragon below him and struck out with his palm. Boom. Mao Fang's late divine core energy was completely unleashed. He struck out with his palm, unleashing a blinding light. The violent energy was like a small hill as it pressed down onto the flood dragon. The serpent dragon, who was resting, suddenly opened its eyes when it sensed the sudden attack. A raging flame that was completely formed from anger shot out from its eyes. The flood dragon was furious. Someone was trying to kill it while it was in a very weak state. This was something it couldn't accept. Even though the flood dragon was in a very weak state, it was still incredibly powerful. A powerful silver-white energy beam shot out from its mouth, shattering Mao Fang's attack in an instant. The flood dragon let out a furious roar. Along with a loud splash, its gigantic body shot out from the water. Its badly mutilated body hovered in midair, and its bell-sized eyes stared at the few humans in front of it without blinking, just like a poisonous snake. Despicable humans, how dare you sneak attack me while I'm in a very weak state? The flood dragon spoke in human language. Its voice was like a rumbling thunder. Haha, flood dragon, you're in a very weak state right now, you're no match for us. I advise you to accept your death, give us all your demon soul and blood essence, then you'll die a quick death. Mao Fang burst into laughter. He was determined to get the flood dragon's demon soul and blood essence, and together with his powerful cultivation he didn't put the flood dragon in his eyes at all. Despicable humans, I'm going to eat you all. The flood dragon roared. Immediately after, the flood dragon dragged its gigantic body and flew far away. It was in the most crucial moment, and it didn't want to get entangled with these humans. Still want to run? How could Mao Fang give the flood dragon the chance to escape? He had already prepared for this and moved the moment the flood dragon turned around. Mao Fang's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in front of the flood dragon. His aura soared to the sky and he shouted, 9 murdering flood dragons die. Mao Fang's arm suddenly became incomparably thick, as if it was stimulated by yuan power. His arm immediately turned into an illusory flood dragon, and he launched an attack towards the real flood dragon. You're courting death. The flood dragon was enraged. It swung its gigantic tail, and viciously slammed onto Mao Fang's attack. Violent energy ripples spread out in all directions, and even shattered the summit of a mountain below. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The flood dragon was no longer the same as the previous flood dragon. After obtaining the flood dragon's bloodline, Mao Fang had gone through an earth-shaking transformation, both inside and out. Coupled with his powerful cultivation, even though he was currently in a weakened state, he was still not an opponent that ordinary people could handle. Mao Fang had obviously anticipated this, so he called over his junior martial brothers and sisters for help. Rumble, Mao Fang launched another attack. He unleashed a gigantic energy net, which was filled with illusory flood dragons. This was an incomparably powerful combat skill. If he could obtain the blood essence of a real flood dragon and observe the flood dragon's fighting form, he would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. The flood dragon became violent, and its gigantic body kept attacking. For a moment, it and Mao Fang were equally matched. And this was only because it was in a weakened state. If it were at its peak, Mao Fang would definitely be no match for it. Damn it! The flood dragon cursed. It broke through the energy net and continued to flee. Stop it! Mao Fang shouted out loudly. The 6 disciples from the Qingyi sect moved at the same time. Qingyi Grand Formation. The girl shouted out loudly. The combat weapons in the hands of the 6 disciples started glowing brightly. The 6 of them worked together and unleashed a gigantic illusory net, sealing off the entire area, not giving the flood dragon any chance to escape. Everyone here were divine core warriors, and all of them were geniuses of the younger generation. Their overall strength was not something ordinary divine core warriors could compare with. Also, they were all from the Qingyi sect, so they had a pretty good teamwork. These guys look pretty strong. Little Qinzi, should we help them? Han Yen asked. Don't worry, let's just sit on top of the mountain and watch them fight. I'm sure the flood dragon has more powerful skills in order to survive. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. He didn't have a good impression of these people from the Qingyi sect. If the flood dragon hadn't appeared in time to resist the heavenly tribulation, perhaps these people would have attacked them first. Die now. Mao Fang took out a long sword that was as thin as a cicada's wings from his storage ring. It was a high-ranked combat weapon, and it was one of the best among all high-ranked combat weapons. He held the sword hilt tightly with both hands, and with a loud whistling sound, he swung the sword toward the flood dragon. Slash. When the sword landed on the flood dragon's body, it immediately left a huge wound on the flood dragon's already badly mutilated body. Blood was spraying out from the wound. The flood dragon had suffered a serious injury, and it was as if its last nerve had been stimulated. Its eyes instantly turned blood red, and two visible flames of anger shot out from its body. Lowly humans, I'm going to kill you all. The flood dragon was completely enraged. On top of its head, the newly grown dragon horn started glowing brightly. As the light grew brighter and brighter, the brutal energy emitted from the flood dragon became stronger. All the men from the Qingyi sect could sense a great danger from the dragon horn. Swoosh. In the next moment, a dragon-like beam of light shot out from the dragon horn. The beam of light was like an invincible sharp sword, and it shot toward Mao Fang's position. At this moment, a disciple of the Qingyi sect was standing right in front of Mao Fang. Puchi. The beam of light was too fast, and the disciple didn't even have the chance to react before he was pierced through by the beam of light. A huge bloody hole appeared on his body and he died on the spot. He didn't even have the time to scream. After killing one man, the beam of light didn't slow down at all, and arrived in front of Mao Fang in the blink of an eye. Not good. Mao Fang cursed inwardly. He didn't expect the flood dragon's all-out attack to be this terrifying. Without any hesitation, he raised the long sword in his hand and swung it toward the beam of light. Clang. Two enormous energies collided with each other, and Mao Fang's entire body was sent flying hundreds of feet away before he could stabilize his body. Under the impact of the enormous energy, Mao Fang immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood, and two bloody cuts could be seen on his sword-wielding palm. The flood dragon roared again and swung its gigantic tail, smashing onto the body of the Qingyi sect's disciple who was standing closest to it. That disciple let out a blood-curdling scream, and was smashed into a bloody mist on the spot. However, the flood dragon's current condition was obviously worse than before. It was extremely weak, and the dragon horn on its head had completely dimmed. The flood dragon's body coiled up, and it didn't care about the rest of the Qingyi sect's disciples anymore. It soared into the sky and flew away. It didn't even have the intention to kill the Qingyi sect's disciples. Hurry up, it's running away. De Huang Dog urged. Don't worry, it can't run away. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin appeared in front of the flood dragon, and without saying a word, he unleashed the true dragon palm. A huge blood-red dragon claw appeared out of nowhere, and pressed down on the flood dragon. The flood dragon's expression changed dramatically. It had already used up all of its strength in that attack, and now there was no way it could withstand Jiang Qin's true dragon palm. Chapter 278. Despicable Human. The flood dragon was infuriated. It struggled violently, but it just couldn't escape from the true dragon palm. The flood dragon kept roaring furiously. It knew it couldn't escape today, and the anger and unwillingness in its heart were burning fiercely. The flood dragon had no idea how long it had waited for today's evolution. If it was given one more day, even if it was just half a day, it would be able to complete its evolution and break through to the combat soul realm. After that, it would transform into a true dragon and soar into the sky. Too bad it didn't have much time left. It was destined to become someone else's. Don't resist. Jiang Qin said with a cold voice. The flood dragon was extremely furious right now, and there was no way it could withstand Jiang Qin's attack. Under the pressure of the true dragon palm, the flood dragon's body was twisting violently. Arg! Despicable brat, how dare you take my blood essence by force? The flood dragon kept roaring furiously. It was suffering a great pain right now, and Jiang Qin wanted to take its blood essence before it died. Once it lost its blood essence, the flood dragon would be finished. The blood essence was the flood dragon's complete bloodline, the result of its evolution. It had endured the pain of heavenly tribulation to obtain this bloodline, but now, it was being forcefully taken away by someone. How could the flood dragon feel good about this? Flood dragon, I can see that it's not easy for you to cultivate, and I'll feel guilty if I just kill you like this. I'll only take away your blood essence, spare your life, and let go of your demon soul. In this way you'll only lose the chance to evolve, but you can still be a demon lord. Jiang Qin extended his hand and grabbed the flood dragon's blood essence. In an instant, A dark red crystal like blood sprayed out from the flood dragon's mouth and landed on Jiang Chen's palm. After losing its blood essence, the flood dragon instantly became depressed. Its gigantic body swayed back and forth in the sky, and it looked like it was going to fall down at any time. At the same time, the dragon horns on the flood dragon's head quickly disappeared. The flood dragon had once again returned to its previous demon lord form. From now on, it had lost its fate with the flood dragon. However, not being able to evolve was still better than losing his life. Jiang Chen could have killed the flood dragon and taken its demon spirit. However, Jiang Chen didn't kill the flood dragon and even let go of such a good thing like the demon spirit. Logically speaking, this was absolutely not in line with Jiang Chen's methods and style. Jiang Chen knew very well how much suffering a flood dragon had to go through in order to transform into a dragon. There were many flood dragons in this world, but how many of them could transform into a dragon and soar into the sky? Could be said that 1 in 10,000 was 1 in a million. This was the same as a human cultivator. What was needed was great perseverance. Jiang Chen admired this kind of great perseverance. He himself was also a person with great perseverance. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill, and in the future he would also walk on the same heaven-defying path as the flood dragon. Moreover, Jiang Chen and the giant serpent had no enmity between them. He had already taken advantage of the serpent's perilous state. Moreover, the giant serpent that had lost its blood essence could no longer pose a threat to him. Therefore, Jiang Chen spared the giant serpent's life. "Let's go." Jiang Chen put away the blood essence and said to the giant serpent, "Lung lung." When the giant serpent heard that Jiang Chen was really going to spare its life, it was startled. It was very clear of its current state. If Jiang Chen wanted to kill it at this moment, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. It would be as easy as crushing an ant to death. However, Jiang Chen had actually spared its life. This was something that the giant serpent found hard to believe. "If you don't leave, I'll leave. I believe those people won't let you go," Brother Jiang said. Hearing this, the giant serpent glared angrily at Mao Fang and the others. It then dragged its long body and flew into the distance, quickly disappearing from sight. "Kid, you let it go? Aren't you afraid that it will seek revenge on you in the future?" The Huang dog looked at Jiang Chen. "I'm giving it a chance to live. If it wants to seek revenge on me, there won't be a second chance," Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. The reason why he let the giant serpent go was because he respected its strong willpower. But, if the giant serpent wanted to seek revenge in the future, then it would be regarded as an enemy, and Jiang Chen would kill it no matter what. Jiang Chen rarely showed mercy, and this was the first time he had done so. When a man traveled the world, he would kill if he wanted to, and not kill if he didn't want to. It was all up to his liking. On the other side, a few disciples from the Qingyi sect were furious when they saw the flood dragon leaving. Mao Fang was the first one to rush over. He angrily stared at Jiang Chen and said, "Bastard, how dare you steal my fruit and let the giant serpent go?" Mao Fang felt like throwing up blood. He had seen Jiang Chen take away the flood dragon's blood essence with his own eyes. That thing was supposed to belong to him, and he had prepared for so long just to obtain the flood dragon's blood essence and demon soul. But now, not only was he injured, he had also lost 2 divine core disciples, and in the end, all his hard work had gone to someone else. Not only did he not get the blood essence, he even let the demon soul go. "Get the hell out of here, idiot. Who the hell do you think you are? What do you mean it's your fruit? Does it have your symbol on it? Even if it's yours, so what if I steal it from you? Do you even need to think about it?" The Huang dog was standing on Jiang Chen's shoulder. Whenever he opened his mouth, it would make people want to throw up blood. "Damn dog, I'm going to skin you alive. Buddy, I don't care who you are, but you better hand over the blood essence right now. If not, I'll make you die a miserable death." Mao Fang's eyes turned red, and his aura had completely locked onto Jiang Chen's location. "Buddy, the Qingyi sect is not someone you can offend, and senior disciple Mao Fang is not someone you can offend either. Hand over the blood essence." The disciple named Wang shouted out loudly. "You four, go chase after the giant serpent. It's a spent force now, kill it and take its demon soul. Leave these 2 guys to me," Mao Fang told the 4 disciples. Today, not only was he going to kill the giant serpent, he was also going to kill these 2 guys who came out of nowhere. How dare they steal his fruit? They were courting death. De Huang. Jiang Chen glanced at De Huang dog with an indifferent expression. De Huang dog's eyes immediately shone with excitement. He turned into a beam of light and appeared in front of the 4 disciples. "If you want to chase after the giant serpent, You'll have to go through this master dog first. Da Huang Dog shook his head. His 2-foot-long body swaggered around in front of the 4 disciples, looking very cute. However, this was indeed a powerful weapon that Da Huang Dog used to disguise as a pig to eat a tiger. If anyone really treated Da Huang Dog like a little dog, they would definitely end up miserable. Damn it, I'm going to tear this damn dog into pieces. The disciple named Wang, who was holding the whip, couldn't stand it anymore. With a flick of his arm, the whip transformed into a poisonous snake and lashed towards Da Huang Dog. Da Huang Dog didn't even move, allowing the whip to hit his head. Pah! Sparks flew in all directions. Da Huang Dog wasn't hurt at all, but the disciple named Wang who attacked was completely stupefied. Too weak, it's Master Dog's turn. Da Huang Dog let out a furious roar. In an instant he arrived in front of disciple named Wang. His body was still small but his head suddenly became huge. He opened his mouth wide and covered disciple named Wang's head. Crack, followed by a shrill scream, Da Huang Dog bit off disciple named Wang's head. Blood splattered everywhere and he died on the spot. What? Right now the other 3 disciples were shocked. Looking at the ferocious Da Huang Dog, they couldn't help but take 2 steps back. They never expected this dog to be so frightening. An early divine core warrior couldn't even fight back in front of him, and was bitten to death with just a single bite. The 3 of them walked behind Mao Fang with fear in their hearts. With that dog blocking their way, there was no way they could chase after the giant serpent, and there was no hope of getting its demon soul. How dare you kill a disciple from the Qingyi sect? Who gave you the audacity to do so? Buddy, I'll give you one last chance, hand over the flood dragon's blood essence, and I'll consider letting you die a quick death, leaving your corpse intact. Mao Fang said while gnashing his teeth in anger. He had clearly seen through the cultivation levels of these 3 men and the dog, and he didn't take them seriously at all. In his mind, it was all thanks to him that Jiangchen was able to subdue the flood dragon just now. The flood dragon was like an arrow at the end of its flight, and any divine core warrior could easily kill it. If I give you a chance to live, the right thing to do is to get the hell out of here right now. I don't like to give people second chances. Jiangchen said with an indifferent tone. Haha, what an arrogant young man. Looks like you have no idea how strong I am. Since you don't want to hand over the blood essence, I'll kill you first and then take it for myself. It was as if Mao Fang had just heard the funniest joke in the world. He stretched his palm forward and unleashed a flood dragon formed entirely from yuan energy. The flood dragon dashed toward Jiangchen with incredible force. Jiangchen let out a cold snort in his mind. A strong killing intent shot out from his eyes. Since someone was courting death, there was no need for him to show any mercy. Jiangchen punched out with an iron fist and smashed onto the flood dragon. In an instant, the flood dragon shattered into pieces, destroyed by Jiangchen's punch. Mao Fang was a late divine core genius warrior, and he wasn't someone an ordinary late divine core warrior could compare with. If he was at his peak condition, it might be difficult for Jiangchen to kill him. But too bad, Mao Fang had been severely wounded by the flood dragon's counterattack before it died. Also, Jiangchen had formed another 100 dragon marks compared to when he left the Black Sect, giving him a total of 1,100 dragon marks. With all these factors, Mao Fang was no longer a match for Jiangchen. What? Mao Fang was shocked. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Jiangchen's attack had given him a tremendous pressure. Die. Mao Fang gnashed his teeth in anger. The long sword in his hand turned into an arc of light and slashed toward Jiangchen. Umph. Jiangchen raised his hand and unleashed the true dragon palm. He grabbed Mao Fang's long sword and forcefully snatched it back from Mao Fang's hand. Jiangchen's movement was as fast as lightning. He twisted the long sword in his hand, and the sharp tip of the sword was pressed against Mao Fang's throat. Don't kill me, I'm from the Qingyi sect. Mao Fang sensed the threat of death. But too bad, before he could finish begging for mercy, the long sword had pierced through his throat. You killed senior disciple Mao Fang. You're too daring. How dare you kill a disciple of the Qingyi sect? You won't be able to live no matter where you go. The girl was terrified. She was clearly threatening Jiangchen, but her voice was trembling. Da Huang, kill them. Chapter 279. 3 miserable shrieks resounded throughout the Serpent's Great Valley. The remaining 3 disciples from the Qingyi sect were all killed by Da Huang Dog. After Da Huang Dog had shown his mighty strength, he had finally vented all his frustrations and he felt much better. Jiang Qin didn't hold back at all when killing these disciples. The Qingyi sect was a big sect in the Qing province and he had to kill them all. If not, they wouldn't be able to leave the Qing province alive. Even if they managed to leave the Qing province, they would be hunted down by the Qingyi sect, and they might even chase them all the way to the blissful island. Buddy, you've got a great harvest this time. The flood dragon's blood essence will be very useful to you. De Huang Dog said in an excited manner. Let's go, let's find a remote place and absorb it. Once my cultivation level improves, I'll be more confident when I go to the blissful island. Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. Before leaving, Jiang Qin didn't forget to collect the storage rings of the disciples from the Qingyi sect. They were all core disciples of the Qingyi sect, and they must have a lot of treasures with them. Since they were all dead now, it would be a waste if he didn't take their treasures. 2 days later, Jiang Qin and Han Yen left the Qing province. They found a quiet valley and landed there. Brother Yen, De Huang, I'm going into secluded cultivation now, you two protect me. Jiang Qin said. Damn it, Daddy is protecting you again. De Huang Dog gazed at Jiang Qin with a gloomy expression. However, De Huang Dog had obviously gotten used to protecting Jiang Qin, so he just grumbled about it. Little Qinzi, just focus on your secluded cultivation. Han Yen said. After that, Jiang Qin chose a shabby cave and sat down with his legs crossed. With a flip of his palm, the blood essence of the flood dragon appeared in front of him while emitting a blood-red glow. Although the blood essence of a flood dragon can't be compared to a real dragon, it's still enough to help my dragon transformation skill evolve. With this blood essence, I'll be able to break through to the mid-divine core realm, and with a stable foundation there won't be any problems. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up, and he swallowed the blood essence without hesitation. Boom! The surging energy overflowed from the flood dragon's essence blood and spread to Jiang Qin's limbs and bones. If it were an ordinary person, they would not be able to withstand the sudden impact of this violent energy. Only a freak like Jiang Qin who had a tyrannical body. Buzz buzz. As if sensing the dragon's bloodline contained within the blood essence, the dragon transformation art began to circulate on its own. Within Jiang Qin's god core, blood-colored dragon patterns rushed out and swam around his body. Every single dragon pattern was like a real dragon. They were devouring the energy contained within the blood essence bit by bit and forming new dragon patterns. But the energy was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the bloodline's energy. As the flood dragon's bloodline continued to be absorbed, Jiang Qin could clearly feel the dragon transformation skill changing. The dragon transformation skill was extremely profound, and even though Jiang Qin had been cultivating it for a long time, he still hadn't fully understood it. He only knew that when the dragon transformation skill was cultivated to its peak, it would form 100,000 dragon marks, and he would transform into a dragon and soar into the sky. But he didn't know how the dragon transformation skill was divided into levels. If he really had to divide the dragon transformation skill into levels, after absorbing the flood dragon's blood essence, the dragon transformation skill would reach another level. Hissed. Jiang Qin let out a deep moan. The pleasant and comfortable feeling brought by the transformation of the skill had intoxicated Jiang Qin. He felt as if his entire body was going through a tremendous transformation. His bones were cracking, his blood was boiling, and his internal organs were throbbing violently. Every muscle in his body was being tempered to the greatest extent, making his body even more sturdy. Above Jiang Qin's head, a blood-colored dragon shadow was constantly rotating. That was his blood qi, and it had become so powerful. Time to transform. Jiang Qin suppressed the excitement in his heart. His foundation was rising bit by bit, becoming thicker and thicker. Within his body, new dragon marks began to condense. Each additional dragon mark represented an increase in his combat strength, and the number of dragon marks represented Jiang Qin's strength. 100, 200, 300, an hour later, a deep and muffled explosion suddenly sounded out from the cave. Both Han Yen and De Huang Dog could clearly sense an extremely powerful energy leaking out from the cave. Under the impact of this energy, all the flowers and trees in the valley were shaking. Right at this moment, Jiang Qin's black hair was fluttering in the wind, and the white robe on his body was also fluttering. Blood-red dragon marks were floating all over his body, and each of them looked like a real dragon, and they were all carrying powerful energy. 1,600 dragon marks, that's right, 1,600 dragon marks. After Jiang Qin absorbed the flood dragon's blood essence, the dragon transformation skill had undergone a qualitative transformation. Under the impact of this transformation, Jiang Qin had formed another 500 dragon marks, bringing his total to 1,600 dragon marks. This was the threshold of the mid-divine core realm, which meant Jiang Chen was now a mid-divine core warrior. Buzz. Outside Jiang Chen's body, his yuan energy was violently vibrating. After breaking through to the mid-divine core realm, he was filled with confidence. With his current cultivation level, no one below the combat soul realm could be his match. If he were to bump into the northern and southern dynasties, he would definitely be able to beat the crap out of the northern and southern dynasties. Besides, with 1,600 dragon marks and a mid-divine core cultivation base, even if he were to bump into a combat soul warrior, he wouldn't be completely defenseless like before. Even if he couldn't defeat the combat soul warrior, he would still be able to escape. Jiang Chen knew the difference between the divine core realm and the combat soul realm. In the path of cultivation, the Qi Jing realm, Qi Hai realm, mortal core realm, heavenly core realm, and divine core realm were the 5 basic stages. In other words, Jiang Chen was still stuck in the basic stages, but the combat soul realm was completely different. There was a huge gap between the divine core realm and the combat soul realm, and it was extremely difficult to cross. A peak divine core warrior would never be a match for a combat soul warrior before his divine core transformed into a combat soul. To put it bluntly, the difference between the divine core realm and the combat soul realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. This was also the reason why there were so few combat soul warriors. Even in the martial saint dynasty, a combat soul warrior held a very important position. When Jiang Chen was just a mid-heavenly core warrior, he was able to kill a divine core warrior. But it was impossible for him to kill a combat soul warrior with his current mid-divine core cultivation base. Even for an abnormal monster like Jiang Chen, if he wanted to kill a combat soul warrior, he would have to break through to the peak mid-divine core realm, or even the late divine core realm. But even so, it was still incredibly terrifying. The qualitative change of the dragon transformation skill had a huge impact on Jiang Chen, and it had once again strengthened his foundation. Now he could devour and absorb demon souls and devil souls to form new dragon marks, and it wouldn't affect his foundation at all. However, as Jiang Chen's cultivation became stronger and stronger, the energy required to form new dragon marks would become more and more terrifying. Although Jiang Chen had found a lot of demon souls, devil souls, and crystal cores in Inferno Hell, for the current him, only late divine core demon souls would be useful to him. Mid-divine core demon souls were much weaker, and anything below the mid-divine core realm would be of little use to him. Phew, Jiang Chen let out a long breath. He had just broken through to the mid-divine core realm, so he didn't rush to absorb the demon souls. Instead, he was feeling the changes in his body. Too bad, the Flood Dragon's blood essence doesn't contain any innate abilities. Jiang Chen felt it was a pity. The Flood Dragon had evolved, and if he could absorb the Flood Dragon's demon soul, he would definitely be able to obtain the Flood Dragon's innate abilities. However, right after that, Jiang Chen threw his glance at Mao Fang's storage ring. The combat skill this man used before was able to summon a Flood Dragon's shadow, and it's a very powerful attack. But too bad he doesn't have the support of a bloodline. That's why this man wants to obtain the Flood Dragon's blood essence and demon souls, in order to perfect this combat skill. I wonder if this storage ring has them. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He unleashed his yuan energy and opened up Mao Fang's storage ring. After scanning it with his divine sense, he found a golden paper lying quietly in a corner of the storage ring. With another thought from Jiang Chen, the golden paper appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. The paper was thin and light, but it was made from an extraordinary material. It was so thin that it felt like it was weightless. The words on the paper were emitting a faint golden glow. Jiang Chen threw his glance onto the paper, and to his surprise he saw 4 golden words: Flood Dragon's 9 murdering. There was even a description below the combat skill, and it was actually a high-ranked heavenly combat skill. This was something Jiang Chen didn't expect. A high-ranked heavenly combat skill actually appeared in a small place like the Qing province. I'm afraid the entire Qingyi sect doesn't even have a combat skill of this level. Looks like this Mao Fang is really lucky. I wonder where he found this combat skill, but too bad he's too weak to unleash the full power of the Flood Dragon's 9 murdering. In order to cultivate this combat skill, I'll have to observe the Flood Dragon's form, and if I can obtain the Flood Dragon's bloodline, then I'll be able to unleash the full power of this combat skill. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Now that he possessed the Flood Dragon's bloodline, this combat skill was simply tailor-made for him. He would be able to unleash the full power of every single strike. Of course, with Jiang Chen's current mid-divine core cultivation base, it was still quite difficult for him to cultivate a high-ranked heavenly combat skill. Even with the support of the Flood Dragon's bloodline, he could only cultivate the first 3 strikes of the 9 murdering Flood Dragons. However, compared to Mao Fong, Jiang Chen was already much stronger. Mao Fong had only cultivated the first strike, and he still couldn't unleash its full power. The 9 murdering Flood Dragons was similar to Jiang Chen's 6 profound solar fingers. The first strike could unleash 1 Flood Dragon, the second strike could unleash 2 Flood Dragons, and so on. The last strike could unleash 9 Flood Dragons, giving it incredible power. But because Jiang Chen had the blood essence of the Flood Dragon in his body, he could unleash the full power of the 9 murdering Flood Dragons, and it was much stronger than the 6 profound solar fingers. Chapter 280. What a powerful combat skill, why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere before? Han Yin said with mixed emotions. 9 murdering Flood Dragons, I found it from Mao Fong. A voice sounded out from behind them. Han Yin and De Huang Dog turned around and saw Jiang Chen walking out from the cave with both hands placed behind his back. Han Yin and De Huang Dog were shocked when they sensed the powerful energy unleashed from Jiang Chen's body. Little Chenzi, this is too much of a blow to my confidence. You've only been in secluded cultivation for 2 hours, and you've already broken through to the mid-divine core realm? Han Yin said in a gloomy manner. He possessed Gu Tianma's bloodline, and he was considered a peerless genius. With his talent, he wouldn't be weaker than anyone in the Martial Palace or Martial Saint Dynasty. But when compared to Jiang Chen, he felt ashamed. The Flood Dragon's blood essence really helped me a lot, it gave me great benefits and allowed me to break through to the mid-divine core realm. With my current combat strength, even ordinary combat soul warriors won't be able to kill me easily. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and his words were filled with confidence. Although he wasn't a match for any combat soul warriors right now, it was still impossible for ordinary early combat soul warriors to kill him easily. That Mao Fong actually has a combat skill that can catch your attention. The power of the 9 murdering Flood Dragons just now is indeed incredible. Han Yin said. That Mao Fong is a genius with great luck. I wonder where he found a high-ranked heavenly combat skill. A combat skill of this level is extremely rare, even in the entire Eastern continent. I'm afraid it only exists in the Martial Saint Dynasty. But too bad, Mao Fong's strength is limited, and he can't unleash the full power of the 9 murdering Flood Dragons. That's why he's focused all his attention on that Flood Dragon. As long as he can obtain the Flood Dragon's demon soul and blood essence, he'll be able to unleash the true power of the 9 murdering Flood Dragons, and he might even be able to break through to the combat soul realm. Jiang Chen said. Kaka, it's a pity that the kid's luck isn't good enough to meet you in this place. All his hard work has been for you. De Huang Dog let out a loud laugh. Buddy, you've broken through to the mid-divine core realm, and together with the powerful combat skill, the 9 murdering Flood Dragons as well as all those frightening abilities, no divine core warrior will be your match. Even if you encounter those divine core geniuses from the Martial Palace, you'll be able to kill them with just a single strike. I'm afraid it won't be easy for those combat soul warriors to kill you. That's right. Now that I'm stronger than before, we won't have to worry about any troubles when we go to the Blissful Island. With a faint smile on his face, Jiang Chen was sure there would be a lot of formidable warriors during this trip to the Blissful Island. Plus, with his current sensitive identity, he dared not be careless. Also, those rogue cultivators and powerful sea demons from the Blissful Island were all formidable existences. This was the case for those who possessed great luck. No matter where they went, they would always be blessed with great luck. Just like this time when he encountered the Flood Dragon, if Jiang Chen hadn't gone to the Blissful Island to participate in the trade fair, he wouldn't have appeared in the Qing province. If he hadn't been provoked by those disciples from the Qingyi sect, he wouldn't have learned about the Flood Dragon's evolution, and he wouldn't have obtained such great benefits. Every time the dragon transformation skill evolved, it would be a great opportunity for Jiang Chen. Today's opportunity had indeed brought unimaginable benefits to Jiang Chen. As for Mao Fong from the Qingyi sect, he had broken through to the late divine core realm at such a young age, and he had accidentally obtained a high-ranked heavenly combat skill. His luck was pretty good, but when a man's luck met someone who was even more heaven-defying than his own, his luck would be completely suppressed, and he would become a source of bad luck. This was the case for Mao Fong, and it was the same for the northern and southern dynasties. All of them were prideful geniuses who could look down upon the world, but when they met Jiang Chen, everything changed. The trio flew at top speed toward the ocean. They bumped into a lot of people along the way, but because of De Huang Dog's transformation, no ordinary people could recognize Jiang Chen. Also, Jiang Chen and Han Yen kept a low profile, so they didn't run into any trouble along the way. 10 days later, the trio had left the continent and arrived at the ocean's border. Looking into the distance, all they could see was a vast expanse of whiteness, and ripples could be seen everywhere. It was as if they could see the edge of the horizon. I wonder how big this ocean is. I'm afraid it's even bigger than the entire eastern continent. Han Yen said with mixed emotions. The Saint Origin realm is a vast continent, and there are tens of thousands of territories within it. It's impossible to measure its size. Aside from the east, west, south, and north continents, there are also many vast ocean regions. This ocean region is adjacent to the eastern continent, so it's naturally part of the eastern continent. However, the ocean region has its own system, and it basically has nothing to do with the continent. We're only at the border of the ocean region, and I'm afraid there's still a long way to go before we can reach the blissful island. Jiang Chen said. Little Chinzi, look at those people. I think they're heading to the blissful island as well. We don't know the exact location of the blissful island, let's just follow them. Han Yen looked at the group of people flying in front of them. Most of them were in groups of 2 or 3. Some of them were riding on flying demon beasts, and they were wearing the same clothes. Judging from the number of people in the group, it was easy to tell that they were from some superpowers. This could be seen from the arrogant look on their faces. The ocean region is a dangerous place. Normally there wouldn't be so many people here. I'm sure the reason why so many people are heading to the blissful island is because of the trade fair. Let's follow them and gather some information along the way. After saying that, Jiang Chen's body swayed slightly, and he flew towards the ocean. After the De Huang dog had shrunk, it squatted on Jiang Chen's shoulder and landed comfortably. Han Yen and Jiang Chen walked side by side. Feeling the rolling waves under their feet, they had a different feeling. What? All of a sudden, the water under their feet rippled, and a huge shark poked its head out of the water. It opened its bloody mouth and aimed right at Han Yen. Umph. Han Yen glanced at the shark coldly and let out a cold snort. The shark was so scared that its body started to tremble, and it quickly dove back into the water, disappearing from sight. A puny sea demon dares to act so rashly in front of this young master? You're really courting death. Han Yen sneered. Idiot, what are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome dog before? Fuck, why are you so ugly? Compared to this master dog's handsomeness, you're worlds apart. Hey pretty girl, are you interested in having a chat? Along the way, De Huang dog kept teasing everyone he saw. His mouth was extremely sarcastic and it attracted a lot of hostile glares. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but want to kill this dog, let alone the others. Jiang Chen felt helpless and could only nod his head and apologize to everyone. He was already in a situation where everyone was his enemy, and he hadn't even reached the blissful island yet. If he offended everyone here, how would he survive? Han Yen coughed lightly, and purposely kept a distance from Jiang Chen, pretending that he didn't know this dog. Little Chinzi, bringing this damn dog along is no different from bringing trouble. Han Yen transmitted his voice to him. Get lost. Surnamed Han, you're the trouble. Since when can you leave this master dog at such a critical moment? De Huang dog bared his teeth at Han Yen, then turned to a female cultivator and teased, Hey pretty girl, how about becoming this master dog's human pet? I'll definitely spoil you. Jiang Chen finally couldn't take it anymore. Before the female cultivator completely lost her temper, he grabbed a Huang dog off his shoulder, pressed down on the dog's head with one hand and covered its mouth with the other. Damn it. Damn dog, you better behave yourself. Can you not cause any trouble? Jiang Chen had the urge to vomit blood. This dog was the best of the best. No, it should be the worst of the best. His ability to attract hatred was top-notch. No matter where he went, no matter when, this dog would always give people the urge to tear him into pieces. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with hatred. What made Jiang Chen even more depressed was that the female cultivator that De Huang dog teased just now seemed to be in her 50s. Her skin was rough, and her body was fat and bloated, not much different from a water bucket. Jiang Chen couldn't help but think of Murong Xiaoro again. De Huang dog even teased someone like this, it was really embarrassing for him. Where did this damn dog come from? Kill him. Yeah, skin this dog alive, then throw him into the sea to feed the sharks. This dog is too mean. This young man is definitely not a good guy. Birds of a feather flock together. Like pet, like master. Yeah, let's stay away from him. He's definitely not a good guy. The people around were pointing at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen suddenly felt like he was mistaken as the world's #1 pervert. Immediately he sped up, putting some distance between himself and these people. Damn it. You damn dog, do you still want to live in this world? Stop it for a while. Jiang Chen worked from left to right and slapped a Huang dog a few times. Damn it, you damn brat. How dare you slap this lord dog's handsome face? You're the one who's tired of living. Da Huang dog opened his mouth and bit down on Jiang Chen's palm. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. He was completely speechless towards this dog. In the end, he could only beg for mercy, begging Da Huang dog to stop causing trouble for him. Haha, little Chenzi, they all think that you're not a good guy. Han Yen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Get lost. You're the only one who's not a good guy. Jiang Chen angrily glared at Han Yen. Jiang Chen and Han Yen were very fast. In just a few minutes they had shaken off those people. Another group of people appeared in front of them, discussing something. Jiang Chen and Han Yen hurriedly moved closer. These people must be talking about the Blissful Islands trade fair. This was a good opportunity for them to find out more about it. There's a blissful manor on the Blissful Island. That manor master controls the entire island, and has abundant resources. Someone said. That's for sure. Just a trade fair alone could earn a lot of wealth and resources. I heard that the manor master is a powerful demon beast from the ocean. He has a good relationship with many powerful demons from the ocean. He's really powerful. You're tuning in to the Sworddance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.